about chess, there is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better and you can always improve. Total Chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
One round down and the gloves are off for our players. Yesterday was full of surprises, but what will today bring? It's Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. Let's go.
For the first time in 13 years, Norway Chess moved from Stavanger to Oslo, bringing the biggest stars in the game into the heart of the capital. Over the next week, the world's best chess players attempt to keep their nerves together, while the rest of us pretend we understand the engine evaluations.
I did Magnus not play f4. Oh, the bar drops though.
This year's lineup is ridiculous. Magnus Carlsen returns once again and faces challengers like Gukesh de Moraes, Vincent Keimer, Wesley So, and Alireza Farusha. Every single round looks like a world championship match that accidentally wandered into another tournament.
He's feeling the nerves now of Vincent Keimer.
The women's event is just as fierce, with Zhu Xin'er, Zhu Wenjun, Humpy and Anna Moonsjuk all ready to fight for every point like it's personal. But here's the thing that makes Norway Chess different from any other event on the calendar: there are no peaceful draws. If the classical game ends tied, the players go straight into Armageddon. One game, one winner, maximum stress. After last year, we know exactly how intense this tournament can get.
Oh my God!
So get comfortable, the clocks are ticking, the evil bar is about to go insane. Norway Chess starts right now.
We are live from the studio on what is quite frankly a beautiful day in Oslo, the home of chess for the next 2 weeks, and the sun might be shining out on those beautiful sides of the city, the Opera House, the Oslo Fjords, but it's in the Deichman Library that the real story is gonna be made and perhaps told, maybe even for generations to come. The spectators are ready, the players are ready, and we in the studio are waiting for the action to unfold. I am your host, International Master Ivanka Haska, and I'm here with what is perhaps the dream team. Right next to me is International Master Tanya Sajdev, who has perhaps enough energy to light up the library here. And in the corner, we have our Grandmaster expert, or should I say Grindmaster expert, David Howell. Someone who is so famous for grinding out those wins. I think he's forgotten that the games actually can finish before sunrise. But guys, pleasure to have you here.
Oh, I'm super hyped about today. I mean, yesterday just made it clear that Norway Chess didn't just begin, it absolutely exploded. You know, you had the favorites getting punished. We had these brutal time scrambles. After every draw, there was fighting Armageddon. I think, David, for me today, it's about seeing and watching how the players respond to everything that happens. One thing's clear, Norway Chess doesn't just start, it detonates.
Exactly. I was a happy bunny yesterday. There was one game which went 144 moves, and I'm hoping for more of the same today.
And, well, our studio panel, they're very excited, and they're just telling us that yesterday was full of surprises. It detonated. It just exploded onto the scene with a bang. So let's take a look at what went down.
Draw in the bag for Zhu right there. It's going to be handshake soon. Zhu about to get her first Norway Chess win in.
I think this is the first time I play in this kind of time control.
But Wesley just can't move. He drops his other knight back to b8.
He doesn't even go for that beautiful stuff. He's going to pick up the bishop on e5. I think Wesley just resigns.
I didn't play well in the Armageddon. Summarize, it's a typical day. In this format, it's not easy to finish it off. I think I didn't mess it up, so as long as that was there, it's fine.
Push the B pawn, it's nearer the clock.
Yes.
Oh, it's a blunder. Knight f4 check, and the queen hangs. Zhu Wenjun loses her queen, game over. Divya spots a chance and wins the Armageddon.
And in this time chaos, it gets very messy.
He's panicking, he's under 30 seconds.
He's not going to play it.
Magnus Carlsen's going down.
Tick tock goes the clock. He moves the king.
Alireza Firouzja taking down Magnus Carlsen on home turf.
And proving us all wrong.
My coach found this 8-read today, Ivan Chuparino.
Yeah, a very difficult game from early on.
And there we go. It's another result. We see Humpy resign at the end there.
In the time state knot, she's blundered and they won.
He's claiming it. He's claiming the 50 move, but he is shot. He's shot by 9 moves right now.
Now Vincent's going to get an extra couple of minutes. Maybe he wants to tire out Vincent.
Okay, he's claiming now.
And I think Vincent knows it. Gukesh knows it. It's a draw. We're going into Armageddon.
I didn't know how to claim because, I was so stupid to not check once G3 was played. I should have just checked in the screen.
Whoa. What is happening?
Played it.
He does it.
Whoa.
What a moment.
Gukesh wins that Armageddon with a stunner.
I hope I'll manage to forget because, it's not like I was winning the whole game. It's more like it was happened by accident before I was also lost. So I think a draw was kind of fine. But of course, if you have a technically winning position, you also want to win it in the end.
A memorable round to kick off Norway Chess, and there was some brilliant moments there with Armageddon, some surprises. Magnus Carlsen losing to Alireza Firouzja for the first time.
Alireza getting his first classical win against Magnus, and the way he did it, it was clear, right, David? He's the one, Alireza is the one who came in with ankle issues, but leaves Magnus Carlsen with the bigger problems. And again, it's not just about winning and taking him down, but the style with which he did it.
Exactly. It was spectacular in the end. Just at the time as well when it felt like Magnus was starting to take control, starting to assert his authority. Big result, and huge for the standings, of course, but it's still young, the tournament, and I have a feeling that we'll see an angry Magnus today.
Yeah, well, Magnus is known for his bounce back abilities. We'll see whether he can do that today. Let's take a look at today's pairings because, as always, we are going to be treated for some beautiful, exciting matchups. Alireza Firouzja takes on Pragg. Alireza Firouzja currently in the lead. What do we think about that one, Tanya? Or David, sorry.
Yeah, I'm very excited. Alireza, it was a great result yesterday, but getting on a streak, he's a streaky player. I think that's going to be vital for him. He doesn't want to lose momentum this early in the tournament. Pragg also had a good start, I'll say, to the event, winning that Armageddon against Wesley. So, this is going to be a huge one. And, also excited to see how Magnus does. Rare to see Magnus at the bottom of the standings as early as round 1.
And for both Magnus and Vincent, it has to be a comeback moment, right? Losing for Vincent in that Armageddon finally, and Magnus going down to Alireza Firouzja. But I also want to highlight Gukesh's battle yesterday. I think that was so incredibly impressive. Surviving a 144 move marathon to take the sprint in the Armageddon in a 22 move miniature against Vincent Kaymer. I think yesterday we got flashes and peaks of the fighter that Gukesh is, something he's been struggling with over the last year and a half, but stuff that we saw before the World Championship match, and it was incredible to watch. So Wesley So, one of the hardest players to beat, incredibly strong technically. I think that's going to be a big battle about the kind of positions we get. But my eye is also on Anna Muzychuk taking on Zhu Wenjun. Now these two players, Jovanka, have won Norway Chess before. They started with a loss in round 1 and again need a big reset.
They definitely need a big reset, and our players are right in front of our screens. Also quite interesting to see how Bibisar Saubeva, she's currently in the lead, but it's very early days.
Yeah, do you want to know a strange quirk of yesterday's results? In every pairing, the younger player won. All 6 matchups, whoever was younger came out on top, and all 3 debutantes in the women's, they started with a bang, winning their games in round 1.
Incredible. I think the big favorites, they all fell yesterday. We were talking about experience being at Norway Chess, having played so many years right here in Norway, and they all went down in round 1. Now, this is a clash between 2 players who did win their games in round 1. A really big one here. Alireza showing that after everything that happened in Bucharest, withdrawing from the Grand Chess Tour there, coming into this, taking down Magnus Carlsen on home turf. There's no better way to start here.
Absolutely perfect way to start. Also to do it with a broken, well, not a broken, just an ankle injury as well. Yesterday, he let us know that he got that injury falling off a stage in Bucharest. So nice to see Alireza begin with a win, but Magnus Carlsen, he's been world number 1 for a long time, and he's renowned for his abilities to fight back. It's like he can lose one game and then he will come back with a vengeance.
Yeah, I guess if Magnus wants to look on the bright side, he lost early, so now he has plenty of time to get angry, put together a winning streak. Also rare to see him get to the board this early. He was there first, before Vincent. That's nearly never seen. Magnus normally likes to make an entrance, so clearly wanted to get in the zone early.
But Vincent is a man on form, right? He's just fresh off this win on the Grand Chess Tour. Yesterday, he almost managed to turn around a bad game against Gukesh, but a horrific Armageddon for him.
I think it just took the classical just took everything out of Vincent yesterday, and it kind of was a no-gamer for him. A 15-move blunder, decisive one, and he went down. To David's point earlier, I think Magnus was the last to arrive yesterday. We all know how well that one ended. And here's another fun fact about Norway Chess. The last 2 editions that Magnus Carlsen has won, he's had only 1 classical defeat. Guess what? He's already used up that margin in round 1 here in Oslo.
Ooh, no room for error now, Magnus. Here we see Gukesh walking in, just being scanned. Very tight security here. There are lots of people in the library, of course. There were huge crowds yesterday. But yeah, the players will want to lock in, get in the zone. Wesley awaiting his opponent. There we go. Gukesh, big game here too.
Big game for Gukesh. I mean, what would be Gukesh's thoughts after yesterday? Because if things had gone perfectly for him, he would have won in the classical, gotten 3 points. As it was, he really had to fight hard to get a draw in the classical, but then the Armageddon was so nice.
I think there's honestly only positives to take back for Gukesh from yesterday. Yes, in the classical, it was an up and down battle. Punches were being traded. One was better, then the other was better. I think Gukesh had some chances, but then Vincent managed to bounce back in that time scramble. But for the majority of the game, it was Vincent Kayama who was on the push. Gukesh was lost so many times. He also made a wrong claim, and that can psychologically completely break you. But instead, Gukesh comes right back at the Armageddon and pounces at the first opportunity he gets. He's got reasons to be happy with the way things started yesterday for him. I don't think he's thinking about or regretting the missed opportunity in the classical, especially with the way things have been going over the last year for him. This is a good start for the Indian.
And talking about good starts, Bibisara, well, she got a great start as she defeated Humpy with the black pieces yesterday to get the full 3 points. She plays against someone who many people consider the favorite of the event, Zhu Jiner. Juna is making big inroads, going up the world's rankings. I think she moved from number 10 to almost number 2 in just the space of a year.
Yeah, very impressive player. These two have played each other a few times before. Bibisara is up 2-1 in decisive games in Classical. So Bibisara, despite having black, might fancy her chances either way. With their styles, it's pretty much guaranteed to be a bit of a scrap.
And this is definitely a clash that we're going to see in elite women chess for several years. Both these players, similar age group, playing at the very top. Bibisara currently world number 4. Zhu Jiner currently world number 4. Bibisara 3 times world blitz champion. Bibisara had the only classical win yesterday against Humpy in the women, while Zhu Jiner had a very convincing Armageddon victory against Anna Muzichuk, and it's handshakes and we're off.
Okay, round 2, here we go.
That is exactly what we want. Opening moves have been made. Yesterday we almost saw exclusively like knight f3, d4s, and 1 e4.
Okay, the trend has been bucked slightly here. It has changed up because we do see a few e4s on the top right. Wesley So against Gukesh, that's the dark blue board, e4. The bottom right, also e4 between Divya and Humpy, that red board. And in the middle, Anna Muzichuk, Zhu Wenjun, huge clash there. Will we see the 4 knights opening? It's also e4 there, but there's definitely been a trend. Like the candidates tournament recently, everyone was playing the Queen's Gambit. It was Queen's Gambit declined every single round, it felt like. So yeah, e4 out of fashion slightly, but wow, a bit of a surprise. Divya, bottom right against Humpy. It's not a mouse slip. d3 on move 2. Nearly never seen that at the top level.
You know, there's a funny thing. I wonder whether any players will be inspired to take up some of the library suggestions. Because when I came and passed some display of chess books, I saw that the library had put out the Old Archangel, which is an opening of the Lopez. And they put in a book saying the Open Sicilian. And I thought, hang on a second, are they trying to influence what the players are playing?
Yeah, not yet, unfortunately, but maybe the players, the more they walk past those books, I'm gutted that my book, Grind Like a Grandmaster, is not there. I'd be like, come on, Oslo. It's a library, surely.
I'm sure it's there. We just haven't been to the Hall of Fame section yet, David. That's where it's residing.
Thank you, Tanya. Maybe
Yo.
one day.
All right, but we got to talk about Divya's choice right now on this bottom right board, right? We're seeing these 3 E4 games. I want to say 3, but I'll almost say 3.5. You know, the one that's center top, Magnus versus Vincent Keimer, an English opening, but often has the makings once black goes E5 with similar Sicilian colors reversed ideas and plans. We also have a couple of, 2 to be exact, Queen's Pawn opening. But going back to that bottom right board, I mean, 2d3, we see Humpy. She's paused. I think any one of us would. I quickly took a check on our database right now. It's the 6th most played move on move number 2 right here. After both the knights coming out, the bishop could come out, the f pawn could go forward, the d pawn could go forward, but Divya with d3. A bit of a shocker. And this is not Blitz. This is not Armageddon. This is classical chess.
Exactly, and it's the kind of move that kind of keeps the flexibility, right? Because you never know what White is planning. It could be just simple development with the knights, but it could also be, you know, some f2, f4 shenanigans, and we could see a lot of fun there.
Yeah, people have realized that the King's Gambit is just really bad. You're the pawn down. So why not play f4 when it's actually defended? I mean, I would love it if we see f4 from Divya right now. I think we're more likely to maybe see a move like knight c3 to stop black breaking out in the center with d5, but it's fascinating. This is going to be an interesting experiment, and I think we're going to learn a lot here. d3 has been played a lot by Fabiano Caruana, but on move 3. I think he was always starting with knight c3, black moves, and then he was playing d3, but he was only really doing it in blitz and rapid games. Divya pauses, though.
Speaking of fun ideas and having adventures on the board, I just took a quick peek into some of the games that we've got. You mentioned the move of the queenside knight coming forward. By the way, it's on the board right now. So Divya's still keeping the kingside flexible. She might decide where to put her knight, whether it'll go in front of the king, whether it will eventually land on f3. The f-pawn, will it move 2 steps forward? But I'll also point out that if black continues with development with knight f6, 2 guesses for the most played move in that position.
Surely we only need 1 guess.
Surely.
Surely. Well,
1 each.
Okay, it's one of these pawn moves, f4 or g4. F4.
Yovi. He's going for f4.
I said it, so I should be consistent. f4.
It's g4. You got to cover all the grounds there.
Yes.
If the knight comes out, g4 is the most played move in that position. Can you imagine if that happens?
Wow. That would be incredible. We saw Pragg yesterday pushing the g-pawn very early in the Armageddon against Wesley. And yeah, this is modern chess. Computers show that everything is possible, so the weirder the better. And wow, Divya showing her intentions. Tanya, you know these two very well. You've been teammates with both of them for years. Do you think Humpy's going to be uncomfortable that she's been surprised this early in the game?
You know, this is not only a generational clash, it's a stylistic clash as well. I'll tell you, one of the biggest USPs in Divya's games is her opening preparation. She also has this incredible understanding of the player that she's playing against and how quickly she can make them uncomfortable. That's always one of her big aims. And I think if we do see an early f4, g4, it's Divya, Humpy knowing that she's better prepared, an aggressive idea. I totally agree with that. Up Divya's alley. It's not going to be easy for Humpy to counter. Also considering everything that just happened yesterday, against Bibisara. Bibisara went 8-6 g5, got all those opportunities early on, and Humpy wasn't super comfortable with that. So I think we might see a very, very dynamic opening early on by Divya playing against Humpy style.
Well, it would be fascinating to watch. But you mentioned the words h6, g5. Now, if we go back to our bird's eye view, I want to draw your attention to those exact moves that have been played in the game between Alireza Firouzja against Pragg. Wow.
Okay, we'll jump straight there.
Let's go straight there because this is exciting stuff. And if we rewind, you'll see that this, we talked about d4, d5. What we're seeing on our screens actually started off as one of the most sharpest lines in this particular system.
Yeah, Queen's Gambit declined, as you say there, Jovanka. Black not taking the pawn on c4. This is what what Grishuk calls the main position. And Magnus in his confessional said Black has like 8 moves here. A6, B6, C6, C5. You can bring the bishop out to various squares. Magnus yesterday played H6. Here, it's a transposition by Pragg to the semi-Slav and building the triangle formation. And okay, White develops the bishop, natural, pin, knight to D7. And okay, after some early captures, why not? track down the bishop pair, chase that bishop. And here we see there's no way to save it, really. The bishop is going to be captured at some point for a knight. And Alireza thinking, not able to get the first surprise in like he was yesterday.
Very fascinating. And also add to that I think Black might be forced, Pragg might be forced to take that decision of the capture very soon. Now with 8-6 g5 committed, what you want to do as Black is place your bishop on g7. So let's just make a normal developing move with that white bishop. David, I think d3 or e2. d3 looks more active in this position. And here, you think you want to delay your capture, not allow the h-file to open up for the white rook. But the problem is if you go bishop g7, white suddenly has a square to escape with the bishop. You know, you could land on d6, stopping Black from getting to safety with his own castle, and things start to get a bit murky. So in fact, Pragg will have to perhaps give up the h-line with the white rook still there. You might not even need a move to develop that rook.
Yeah, that's really interesting, actually, because after you take, I mean, already it's a bit awkward, this line, as you say, Tanya, and white's very happy to castle queenside. Often this is just a normal idea, castling queenside in this pawn structure. So, yeah, Pragg is taking a risk here. It's long-term, strategically, very, very kind of high responsibility for Black. And I'll just say that this is a normal position, except Black normally is a tempo down. Black normally has kind of put the bishop on e6 earlier, or had to play a6 to try and force this pawn structure. So Pragg's gone for this with an extra tempo almost, but maybe it's not ideal to have the bishop locked in on c8.
What do we expect, though, from this game? Do you think fireworks, or it's looking good?
It's looking very promising. I mean, not just the openings, but have you seen the players on the screen? This is Alireza versus Pragnananda. I don't think you get any slow positional battles on this one.
No, indeed not. This one is looking to be quite the fight. Let's go back to our bird's eye view and take a look at what is unfolding in the other games, because okay, so at the top we can see Norway Chess, and at the bottom we can also see Norway Chess women. And wow, look bottom right, G2, G4 has made an appearance.
Goodness.
Tanya,
gotta love this.
Love it.
This has been part of Divya's preparation against Humpy, and I have been part of the same team with her. And this is just classic Divya. She knows that Humpy wants more controlled play. She wants battles where you develop, you fight in a more strategic middle game. And Divya wants none of that. Even if objectively, guys, do not try this at home, this is one game preparation against Koneru Humpy by Divya.
Yeah. Excellent stuff there from Divya, going on the aggressive now. Yesterday, the sensational news was that Alireza defeated Magnus Carlsen in Classical for the first time. And we caught up with Alireza's coach, so let's hear from him.
Okay, Ivan Chaparinov, coach now of Alireza Firouzja. You have had a long chess life, but you should have heard yesterday the praise you received from Alireza after his game. The only thing he could talk about was the brilliant idea that you had.
Actually, I didn't hear about this. It's first time I hear. Yeah, okay, I had this idea, but actually he played very good chess, so it's not. I cannot take all the credit, no? He played very good game yesterday. And actually, I was very surprised. It was first win over the classical chess over Magnus, which is just amazing.
But he regardless of what you say, because you're being modest, it was fun to listen to him, because what he was talking about was, no, this one is due to my coach, Chaparinov. He came up with a brilliant idea, and I managed to put so much pressure. But how do you come up with these ideas when everything is so overcalculated? How do you find it?
No, okay, it's like we didn't expect this line, to be honest, but we had it like in top 5 maybe. And then we knew that we need something, so I found something more unusual that is not very, popular. It's not the best line of the engine, and I think in practical point of view was interesting. And the whole point was that Magnus was maybe not ready for this, and yeah, we were just lucky. But sometimes you need to be lucky a little bit, It's like I will not say like it's a great idea or something, but it's interesting and it worked.
Well, Alireza called it a great idea, but but to the last point here, you're such an experienced player as well, such a strong player. What do you enjoy the most, being a second and a coach, or do you like sitting on the board yourself?
I enjoy both, to be honest. Before I was enjoying more to play, but since now I'm a bit weaker than before, now I enjoy also coaching. I enjoy being with Alireza all the time. So you already know I've been here already 3 times with him. This is the 3rd time in Norway Chess. So yeah, I'm a long time with him, and I enjoy the whole process.
And I will tell you guys, I'll say this in English so Chepa can understand me too. He has some great chess stories from his previous life as a second, so we're gonna get some of those out of him. Så jeg kommer til å komme tilbake med mer Chepa senere her, så at dere også får høre de historiene. I'm saying we're coming back to those stories.
Okay, good. Perfect, thank you.
Well, life of a second. I'm sure there are many stories to be told. And talking about stories, we gotta see what is unfolding on our screens right now. Maybe we can check in on Magnus Carlsen against Vincent Keimer. Magnus with the white pieces. He's played the English.
He's played the English, my favorite opening. And yeah, what better place to
I
tell
thought it was
stories than-
ready until like yesterday, David.
Enjoy
Where are your
first.
loyalties?
When I'm feeling patriotic, I say English. What better place for stories anyway than a library where we're playing right now? Let's go back to move 1, and I'll argue that this could have come from a Reti, but probably not. C4, the English opening. It was a reverse Sicilian. This is the one reason I maybe dabble in the Reti a bit more than C4, because knight F3 on move 1 does stop E5. This is the big difference when it comes to move orders. You can't really transpose into other variations. Magnus, knight C3. Bishop to B4 is the answer from Vincent. Quite a forcing line, because now white has to either accept doubled pawns or spend a bit more time either with his queen or here by bringing his knight forward. But a lot of theory there. Magnus tries to dodge theory, although noticeably he is behind on the clock again. So a bit of time spent, and knight F3. The bishop captures, and this is just reverse Sicilian material. Magnus pretty much going for this pawn structure where with reverse colors in 2018 against Fabiano Caruana, there with the black pieces, he was trying to defend this structure game in, game out, but came under a bit of pressure. So really interesting. We've seen that trend yesterday and again today. Players playing white openings with black and just happy to get a position they understand, but players playing black openings with white, just hoping that the extra tempo helps them. And what do we make of the current position? Vincent having gained loads of space now on the queen side.
You will absolutely not believe this.
Okay. Has Magnus had this before?
Yes.
Wait, let me guess. It was... I was
Guess
gonna
against who?
Wait, Wesley. No, not Wesley. I can imagine the game. I can picture the game.
You know which one I'm talking
Gukesh.
about. Yes!
It was Gukesh.
In 2025.
Yes.
Last year. Magnus versus
remember.
Gukesh.
And that was a strange one because Magnus had such a big advantage and then it got messy and
And Gukesh won in
Yeah.
the end that game.
turned around.
This is not the famous table smash one, but Gukesh took this in 2025 against Magnus.
Yeah, I think it was in Blitz. Oh, Rapid? Wasn't it in St. Louis?
It was one of the Grand Chess Tour events, is my feeling, and one of the Rapid and Blitz one, but we will double check on exactly which tournament this was.
Clutch
But,
chess, maybe?
but Magnus Carlsen has had this position, but this is where it deviated, right, Jovanka? Instead of A4,
Okay.
Black went G6. Bishop G5, and the game continued, and eventually Gukesh won. He took out his bishop on E6, pushed that bishop out of the way, but here Vincent comes in with a brand new idea, a position where I've got 0 games on my database. He starts on the other side of the board, advancing the A pawn, just making sure that B4 kicking out that knight never happens.
It's interesting, actually, because maybe we can just quickly check that line where he played earlier against Gukesh, because I kind of want to see what the plans were, because often what the players are doing is they're using pattern recognition. And let's see, maybe we can see how this whole idea of going A5, A4 impacts that one.
I'm actually amazed that there is only one game before this one played in this line, and it's Magnus versus Gukesh. But Yovi, to your point, let's just continue seeing how that one develops, so we'll probably have a better understanding. After G6 was played by Gukesh, knight went to D2. Just a second.
And then the knight came to F1.
Yes. No, A5, knight F1. So it was A5 first, knight D2, G6, knight F1, but we had this position, and bishop to E6. The bishop comes out. This was Magnus's choice against Gukesh. It got kicked out of there, had to retreat to H4. Gukesh went for it with g5, had to come back all the way to g3, an extremely complex battle, f3, knight h5, a lot of things happened, but actually, interestingly enough, Gukesh never pushed that a pawn to a4. He instead found a way to break in with b5. So a completely different idea by Vincent, but to me, it feels like the speed with which Vincent has played a4, he's fully aware of that game, Magnus versus Gukesh. And a4 is part of the plan, part of the prep for Vincent Keymer.
Exactly. He used to work a bit with Gukesh. Maybe they looked at it at some point together. But yeah, either way, that game is on the database. And Magnus is repeating something that probably Vincent did predict. Not surprising. With the clock situation, Vincent's barely used any time, just 2 minutes. So, yeah, it feels like Magnus caught out for the second day in a row in the opening.
Right, and could this be like a wait-and-see approach, you know, because there, in that game, we saw knight f1 appear with his bishop coming out to g5. Maybe knight f1 is just simply going to be met with another waiting move, and there's no concession on the king side.
You know, it's really interesting what you point out, that this is the second game where Magnus will be the one spending more time on the clock out of the opening. And I'm just wondering, and I want to talk a little bit about this, the whole concept of home turf advantage here, right? Because for me, it's always been a challenge where it's sometimes harder to get into the prep zone, into actually being locked in when you're playing. We also know that I think Magnus isn't at the hotel where everybody is staying. He's got his home here. So, you know, how much time are you actually able to give before the game to preparation, to opening preparation? Magnus hasn't been a fan of home turf advantage himself. I do remember, I think it was for the 2021 World Championship match, that Norway was about to bid for it and Magnus didn't want it to happen in Norway. So I wonder if that has a role to play, you know, the excess pressure that you feel. 7-time winner, everyone, the home crowd rooting and cheering for you. Plus, of course, the fact that you're living your daily life here for Magnus. And could that be something that might work against you?
Definitely. And I also got to say one thing. Here in Norway, Magnus is a massive celebrity. Everyone knows who he is.
Yes.
He can't walk down the street without people asking him for autographs. And that's not really going to help when you're in the flow of preparation, when you're thinking about the game and you suddenly have to pose for pictures, sign autographs. And I think it's the same, right, for Gukesh in India. He's kind of said, you know, he doesn't want to be playing in India because there's too much pressure.
I'd love to get David's view on this, but I will finish that. You know, actually, Gukesh had an interview just recently where he said that he would be very happy to have the World Championship match against Sindarov in India. I feel it's a double-edged sword.
Oh, the Uzbeks always play so well in India, though.
Still hurts, David Howell, still hurts.
I mean, Sindarov won the World Cup there, Olympiad there. I don't know if that's a good idea for Gukesh, but I mean, it does feel like a lifetime ago. But Magnus, back in the first 2 editions, I think, of Norway Chess, really struggled. Like, he didn't win those first 2 tournaments. There was this kind of Norway Chess curse on him. But of course, he ended up breaking it and winning many, many titles. But yeah, I think we'll need to revisit that topic if he continues to struggle in this tournament.
Early days.
Early days.
Early days, but some fighting chess, because check out what is occurring on the bird's eye view, because I just want to draw your attention to, first up, bottom right, Divya, g4, h4, she is going gung-ho. We have an opposite side castling on the top left between Firuzja and Pragnananda, and Wesley So against Gukesh. There's like central tension galore. I would say that the tamest game to date is the Anna Muzichuk Ju Wenjun. That's an endgame. I know our resident grindmaster might have some thoughts on that one, but it looks pretty level to my eyes. And Bibisara Salbeva, this is her second black in a row, and she again is going for challenging chess. You know, she's unbalanced the pawn structure, and we'll see whether that gamble plays off when she's playing the black pieces.
Yeah, I love the opening choice, a Benoni. Bibisara tried to do something similar in the last round of the candidates against Divya. She played a slightly offbeat opening that ended up transposing towards a Benoni structure. And yeah, since you mentioned it, Ivanka, let's jump in. And just a very quick action replay for everyone at home. This started life as a King's Indian, but instead of trying to occupy the center with knight c3 and pushing the pawn to e4, which likely would have led to even more chaos, we saw the move e3, more restrained. And here, black has many setups. Black can play King's Indian style, d6, and build up for e5. But c5 allows white to gain space. And here we go, transposition to the Benoni. We see captures of pawns. Black tends to go for this because it's arguing that the white bishop on c1 isn't well placed. White doesn't have a nice pawn structure in the center yet set up. But after knight to d2, white does have this beautiful square on c4, finally now building the center. And after a4, sooner or later the knight will arrive, sooner or later the d6 pawn might become a target. And this is very risky from black, but very dynamic.
I generally like to play these positions with white, and I think black sort of plays the waiting game. When white really comes up, whether it's in the center with ideas like f4, e5, or overexpands on the left side, you sort of get your chances. And the key piece for black in these positions, the fan-cattered bishop on g7. You often see ideas of it sniping down on that b2 pawn. But I love that you've got this knight c4, the point that you pointed out, the juicy outpost there. You don't even have to rush with plans like f4, e5. You could just consolidate your center, do the connect 4, and that's already 1-0 in David Howell's books right there. And then go on the queen side with pushing your a-pawn forward, just gaining more and more space. I feel like the space advantage for white just makes it so much more comfortable here.
Well, unfortunately, there's two people playing the game, Tanya. So that's the dream for white, right? Get that knight on c4.
How you
beautiful
stopping
stuff. We're not going to stop knight c4, but black still has some trump cards, and usually what they're doing is like going b6, a6, and then they unravel in deadly fashion with rook b8. And like you say, the bishop on g7, watch out, it's a sniper.
No, I agree with you. I mean, this is far from clear. I just love me some space advantage.
Me too.
Put that pawn on f3, get that knight on c4, push that a-pawn one step forward, develop the dark squared bishop, get your rooks in the center. Everything just feels so incredibly healthy for white.
Yeah, the one thing I've learned about the Benoni is that people are very biased in one direction or the other. They love it or they hate it. It's like Marmite. And we all know what Benoni means. The son of sorrow.
Yes.
So, from the black side, often you have to suffer a little bit, but you get chances later in the game.
Yeah. And you know what they say as well about the Benoni? Even a good Benoni is a bad Benoni. You can tell which side I am batting for, but yeah.
I'm with you. I feel like I would love to play this position with the white pieces, but you're right. Players love the black side in this because they kind of just wait for a bit till the position opens up and then the bishops do the talking. But we're still far way off from there. And it looks like Zhuzhina slightly better prepared than Asabaeva.
Yeah, she was the one who chose this e3 variation modest from white. She's the one who's now got her preparation in, big time advantage. The one thing I'll say from the black side before we move on, the Benoni, often, if anyone trying it at home, you want to exchange one set of minor pieces because black's a bit cramped. Like the knight in c7 now doesn't make a great impression. It can maybe come back to a6 where it just came from and try to land on an outpost, but at the moment it's kind of unemployed. Normally you want to trade off the light square bishop because it doesn't have any squares to go to, or any good squares. So maybe an idea like b6, bishop a6 at some point. But black is cramped until she swaps off one set of minor pieces. I think Bibisara won't be too happy.
Yeah. I think I studied this position and we concluded that b6, the best move, bishop a6, like you say, very good.
I think that might be essential for black, Yavanka, here, because the other plan where you want to get b6, a6, rook b8, the problem for Bibisara in this position is you just don't have enough time. If you just quickly make a few moves, you go f3 to consolidate. Yeah, let's just go b6 to start with, or rook b8. And let's play f3 here. You want to go knight c4, you defend that pawn on e4. Let's say you go rook b8. Knight jumps onto c4, and now you play a6, and you're like, you're kicking my knight out with b5, but it's just one move shot because the white bishop lands on f4, and suddenly there's no good way to actually defend the weakness of d6.
Yeah, this is a nightmare Benoni. That's the one kind of Achilles heel for any Benoni player, the d6 pawn, right? So, yeah, this would be big trouble. You definitely don't want to be retreating your best minor piece back to f8, back to its starting square. Yeah, this would be a disaster. So she should be maybe doing this type of idea, but with the idea of trading off her bishop for white's beautiful knight.
And what is really interesting, take a look at the clock times, because we still are very much in the realms of theory. I've seen this position before from both white and black, and Bibisara is the one that's burning the time. So one thing I've got to say that if she doesn't know about this plan of going b6, bishop a6, or even the plan of going b6 first, because if, for instance, you go a6, white is immediately going to do what Tanya's been pounding the table for, a5. And suddenly it's very difficult to untangle.
Tough position for black, but I have to say that there are a lot of other tough positions brewing right now. And before we go around the horn, Yovi, on back to our Norway chess, I really want to take a look at Divya and Humpy's board, because while this is going to be a bit of a spatial fight, you know, black trying to survive, not having enough squares for the pieces, this one's just exploded from the start. I mean, it didn't stop with g4. She's just gone all out. H-pawn, g-pawn, everything forward.
Should we check out how we got here, the last few moves?
Let's do it.
Okay, I'll take us all the way back to move 2. Just for anyone just joining us, d3 was the first big surprise. The idea wasn't knight d2, it's to throw some pawns forward. And it was here where g4 for the score came in. And g5 is such a big threat, forcing black to retreat, that she decided to try and slow things down, Humpy. h6 was met by a fianchetto, and now, though, h4 comes in. g5 unstoppable, and rather than open the h-file, white's rook now protected on h1, she decided to just retreat, and she's lost a bit of time, Humpy, but white does have questions to answer. Divya's committed on the king side now, so she kind of needs to get her king to the other side. What do we think the next move is? How's she going to complete development?
It's really plucky what Divya is doing, because there's a common saying in chess, you know, if you advance your pawns, you leave behind weak squares. And if you go for the jugular from the start, the risk suddenly just accelerates for both players. And here, there are some squares. There's f4 as a liability for white. Also, there's potential of going h takes g5, pawn takes pawn, anytime, and then a set of rook trade. And I don't see any problems for black, but they can just simply develop with a bishop coming to e6, a queen coming to d7 at the right time, and black's king is safe. I'm kind of loving Divya's ambition, but it's not my brand of chess.
But you love pushing pawns, Ivanka.
Yeah, but there's commentator Yovi, and there's like player Yovi, and player Yovi is like, set up that solid foundation, and then we come forward.
It definitely is a big risk, big reward approach, right? And there's no coming back from such an all-in with your chips opening. I have to say one thing, though. I think Divya was hoping that Humpy would burn more time on the clock. So it's amazing to see that Humpy kind of didn't get rattled with the way the pawns were moving forward, just continue to make developing moves. That knight will reroute itself via e7, g6. You mentioned the squares that are being left behind can start being targeted as well. Also the question of where the kings are castling. I think for both sides, to me, now it looks most natural to aim for the left side of the board, get the bishops out, put the queen forward, go long castle. And then it comes down to those square weaknesses and what have you actually achieved with this overexpansion. Not clear to me right now.
Yeah, I'm excited. I still think it'll be a real fight, but Divya doesn't look like she's too excited about the kind of result of the opening. Yeah, credit to Humpy dealing with the surprise so well at the cost of only under 20 minutes. I think I would have burnt 30 minutes after g4 and been like, oh no, I'm going to get crushed. I'm going to get the pawn storm coming at me. But Humpy, showing her experience here by reacting very calmly and positionally.
Yeah. And I'm also going to say maybe Humpy's feeling quite happy because positional players tend to love it when players just go for them because, like I said, you know, you leave behind positional weaknesses. But definitely an interesting fight. Let's go back to the bird's eye view because I want to pay some attention to our very first endgame of the day and also what is happening between Wesley So and Gukesh. Can we start with Wesley? Gukesh.
Ooh, okay. And before we jump in, should we do our predictions?
Oh, yes, let's do it. It's that time of the day.
How many decisive games do we think we'll have? How many Armageddons?
So currently, chat, it's 1-0-0, right? You got the prediction game right yesterday. Yovi, let's go get him on this one. What do you think?
My secret weapon is the chair. I think it's going to beat us all.
I guess it's just me against David then.
Yes.
Okay, but tell me, you get the pick first.
Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. So let me do a quick assessment. Alireza, that's going to be a decisive result. It's brewing up super sharply. Magnus, Vincent, Magnus is going to win. So already on 2 decisive. I reckon Zhuzhina, Bibisara also maybe a draw. And I reckon Divya, Humpy is going to be 4 decisive. No, hang on a second. I said 2 decisive results.
So 4 Armageddons for you? Two
No, maybe
decisive.
3. I'm just going to stick 3.
So 3
Yeah.
Armageddons. I'm taking 2 Armageddons today.
Oh, okay. I'll take 4.
Okay.
Let's go.
Fine. Let's do this. So it's 2, 3, and 4. Chad, how many Armageddons do you think coming up today?
Well, now's the time to start predicting because we are going to go on a very short break, and when we come back, we'll find out which one of us is correct. And of course, we'll be following all of the action of Norway Chess.
Vincent, how do you feel today?
Better. I have a little more energy, so of course it'll be a big fight, but I hope I'm ready for it.
You've been playing against Magnus over the years many times. Does it bring you now more confidence as you already beaten him at the World Cup once, or how do you feel about the match?
I mean, playing Magnus still is one of the toughest, or maybe the toughest thing in chess, but yeah, as you mentioned, I have beat him at least a bit more over the past few years, so that gives me some good feeling that there's a chance.
Best of luck to you, Vincent.
Thank you.
Vincent, we just listened to your interview where you were talking about you finished ahead of Magnus and how that gives you confidence from Grenke. How much of that confidence can you use today to build upon?
It's never easy, but I think in terms of psychology, it's important just to realize that he's also human, because when you're young and you start losing against him a lot, you can kind of make him like a god in that way, and then it's very tough to play against him. Obviously, he's very strong, but that doesn't mean that I need to play worse just because it's him.
Is it more difficult to prepare for Magnus because of his wide opening repertoire when he plays white, or do you approach this like any other game?
Being honest, nowadays pretty much every top player can play any line as white, so I don't think that changes a lot.
What do you expect to get today?
No idea. I will be surprised.
Good luck.
Okay, thank you.
Wesley, you have played Norway Chess so many times. Can you please tell us what is the secret to recover from the loss?
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, just to play better, never give up, and learn from your previous games. But also to maintain your level of energy, also the stress, the mental energy required too.
And how's your moods today for the game?
Very good, very good. Yeah, but if I want to win the tournament, I have to start winning a lot of Armageddon games. Because the last time I played Norway Chess, I lost a lot of Armageddon games. So they are really very important in the end.
Wesley, you had some special preparation for Armageddons?
Yeah, practicing online some of these games. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Best of the luck.
Thank you.
Alireza, did the win yesterday against Magnus help you to reduce your pain of your ankle?
No, not that one, but I think it increased a bit because the game was hard, but I'm better, yeah.
Today you're facing Pragg, and during the Romanian tournament, you had some chances again. What are you expecting today?
Yeah, I expect a tough game and a good fight, hopefully.
Best of luck to you and also fast recovery.
Thank you.
Ju, 2 previous winners facing off today. Do you think that this is going to be extra important for the final standings?
Well, I think it's the second round, so it should be important games. But I mean, the game is still just about beginning.
How do you feel about your game these days? Are you feeling in good form?
I think I'm just getting used to the Norway Chess this tournament, so I think I will, surprise my opponents in next games.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Do you feel extra motivated when you've had a day not go exactly how you planned the day before to come in and get a win back the day after?
I don't think about that. I'm just trying my best every day, and yeah, let's see what will happen.
How easy is that to not let the results get in the way of playing your best chess?
Not so easy, but we are more or less used to it as the career is already long, so we have had all this experience earlier.
We wish you the best of luck, Diana. Thank you.
Baby Sarah, you started with a victory in a classical game with the black pieces, and today you have again black pieces. How is your mood, and what you can tell us before the game?
Yeah, my mood is good. I just want to play good chess, and we'll see what happens.
Did you had some special preparation for Armageddon games?
Not yet.
Well, best of the luck.
Thank you.
And we are back with round 2 of Norway Chess. And before we dive into the chess, let's just appreciate the beautiful scenery, the seagulls, and how absolutely everything is rocking up very nicely. Now, it might be all picture perfect there on our screens, but inside we are in for a wild ride. Alireza Firouzja was not out the board, and we heard from him yesterday. It takes quite an effort, but his game against Pragg is just gearing up to be the sharpest game of the round by far.
He mentioned yesterday in the interview when he joined us here that he's got a friend who's helping him with the washroom visits. I hope that's not part of the second job description. Do you have any intel on that?
Maybe those are the stories that we heard about that Ivan Shefarinov was...
I mean, I hope the pay is extra then.
Exactly. I mean, I've got to admit, like, Pragg, that's great self-control. Pragg is thinking right now, but if I saw my opponent being escorted to the bathroom like that, I would just make a move quickly, just press the clock and be like, I'm going to gain 5 minutes. Like, they're definitely going to be at least 5 minutes there in the bathroom.
And they're not getting any increment either.
Exactly.
Yeah, that would be very... Hang on, I got to ask your opinion. So you're playing someone who has injured themselves. Do you play dirty like that? Or do you be a bit more sportsman-like?
David just admitted to playing dirty and how he said he wouldn't even wait for half a second.
In my mind, I think it's funny to like it's not a troll, but it's like, oh, you know, might as well gain a small advantage and trigger them slightly. But I don't know, in reality, I don't really do that. Like, I've had opponents forget to turn up to games because they forgot it was a morning round, and I still let them play even if they've kind of passed default time. So I still want to play chess fairly, but yeah, if you get a small advantage, why not?
Temptation. Yeah, I think I would. I've never actually played against somebody who is injured or who is in Alireza's situation as he is right now. I would feel a little uncomfortable. I think it's just kind of hard to completely focus on the game. I don't know how Alireza is doing it. I mean, it's just so commendable and it's just so inspiring to watch him come every day. I mean, look at this field that he's fighting against. The guy is in pain. You know, he shows up after Bucharest, takes down Magnus Carlsen in the first one. He was talking about how chess is taking so much more energy from him now that, you know, he's also injured. Only Alireza can do this kind of stuff. I mean, even the position that he has right now, he's not exactly, yes, the bar says it's level and it's all in the balance, but I feel like he's going full throttle for the fights here as well. You know, you've got the H line that's open, there's a double pawn on the G file, but all the action on the left side of the board with the castlings that have happened, it's sort of the Karlsbad structure for black with the 4 pawns there, which means that perhaps it's not going to be attacking chess towards each other's king, but play on the dark squares. You know, we can expect queen b3, knight c5 ideas jumping in. Maybe the other knight landing, knight d2, knight b3. I'm eyeing that c5 square as well. I do feel I'd want to be that white is on the right side of this equality.
Yeah. I mean, I love a good bishop pair, Tanya, but
you do.
Normally I would say black every time. This time I'll make an exception because I don't really see what black's bishop on g7 is going to be doing long term. Staring at a wall of pawns. That structure that you're alluding to. And the other bishop, kind of, yes, it's a fine piece, it covers some squares, but what's it really doing while white can jump? And white has more open lines against the enemy king. Like, there's a semi-open file against the black king. There's not really much against the white king that black can use. So I definitely think practical terms, white as well. Ivanka, are you on the same page as us?
I'm definitely on the same page as you because the pawn structure for white is pointing towards the black king, and that's exactly where I expect the white knight on a4 is to be headed to go to c5 and just start having some fun on the queen side. I've even seen ideas of white just, when the time is right, going b4, b5, open up the C line. But of course, that's something to be done and enjoyed later on in the game. So it looks very much like Pragg is on the back foot, but let's return to the bird's eye view and see what is cooking on the other boards. And you mentioned the bishop pair, David. Now, someone who does enjoy the bishop pair is Magnus Carlsen. And guess what? He's just entered the confessional, so let's hear from him.
Well, this idea is inspired by the man himself, Vincent Keimer, and his game against Maxim from Bucharest last week, where he in a Sicilian he just maneuvered his knight to h3, and as he said himself, it stopped all the play on that file. So I'm trying to do the same. Don't think it's as effective here, but it is noticeable. Also recently, Peter showed me a position where it's kind of reversed colors, and the only difference is that in that one case, like black or white has the square on h6 or h3 for the knight. In the other one, there's a pawn there, and the evaluation sort of swings by a point and then like an innocuous looking position. So everything in the world is just telling me that that knight needs to be an a3. That's how it is.
The knight needs to be on a3. David, maybe you can just highlight what he was talking about.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's jump in, because Magnus can now put the knight on a3. And it's interesting that it was so kind of based on stories, based on other patterns he's seen in other games, Magnus, because his last move, if we jump in, his last move was given a dubious sign by the computer here. Knight back to b1. I'll just put it on the board. Knight b1, and okay, the dubious mark has disappeared. It's not a bad move, but the bar drops and now says black is better. The reason he's doing this, I think, is because, for example, if he just castled, black could, for example, move the bishop. And if Magnus doesn't play knight to b1 now and come round, if he just continues development, moves his rook, for example, black could play moves like queen to b8. The pawn is coming to b5, and let's say Magnus continues just making moves. This is a decent pawn structure for black long term. Yes, he's kind of traded off one of white's doubled pawns, but black now has a semi-open b file. There's going to be pressure down on this pawn, which can't really move without being captured, either b3 or en passant. And yeah, it's just, I think experience has shown Magnus this position, but also with colors reversed in the Sicilian. We were talking about that earlier, that this is a pawn break he needs to stop. So knight b1 is designed to prevent that break from ever happening. Black can try and set it up, but knight to a3 will clamp down on that square. And yeah, he was saying that Vincent did something similar, totally different pawn structure, different game, but with the knight on h3, stopping black from pushing on the other side of the board. So very interesting. Magnus likes these little stories, and that's how he motivates himself during the games.
I just love what we heard from him. I mean, this is incredible. David, I want you to highlight the journey of the knight from that starting position. And everyone watching, just sit back and enjoy this. This knight, which was landed on b1, was actually on g1 at the start of the game. It goes to f3, comes back to d2, goes all the way back to the starting square of the other knight on the edge of the board, and wants to go on the edge of the board on the other side. This is Magnus Carlsen peak pattern recognition. That this knight belongs there no matter what it costs. This is art on the chessboard, just to stop one plan.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Like, I think Vincent's going to switch plans, actually, and now move his own knight out the way. For example, maybe he needs to prepare it, but move this knight and try to break out with f5, since the white knight's so far away. But Magnus has definitely kind of forced Vincent to be more one-dimensional with his plans.
Can I push back a little bit on what's happening here? Because if it had been anyone other than Magnus Carlsen, we would have been like, hello, where are the rules of development here? You can't just go knight g1, knight f3, knight d2, knight b1. You know, you just can't do that.
Yeah. Don't try this at home.
Punished, yeah, exactly. And what we're seeing here is, I think it works because it's a blocked position. It works because Magnus is Magnus. But everyone else, just develop your pieces, please.
Yeah, if you're watching this at home and your rating is under 1,000, don't undevelop your pieces. Don't put them back on their start squares. Yeah, that's good advice from Jovanka. You need to maybe prioritize other things. Magnus is just, he's getting away with it because he knows these structures so well. But yeah, it's interesting. Gukesh, I should mention, did play yesterday against Vincent Como, played knight d2 very early. Then a few moves later went knight back to b1 to get it to c3. So yeah, the top players in the world, they do like this type of maneuver.
I completely agree. I mean, just the fact that that knight has made 4 moves in the first 10 for the white pieces, that's definitely not good chess advice. But that's what it is, right? art is subjective, and you're completely right that there's a Magnus bias. For me, it's just so impressive that the whole pattern recognition that he spoke about, how Peter told him that the knight belongs there and why it does, and breaking that down and finding a route to go there. Because, you know, even if you feel that that's the right way to do it, on the board, making a move like this is so incredibly hard, Jovanka. He's playing against Vincent Keimer, the player who's got the hottest form right now on the chess circuit. And then he goes for this absolute fight. I mean, this is taking big risk by Magnus. And objectively, it's not even the best. We can see the bar actually prefers Vincent's position. But Magnus is up for a fight.
Well, he's certainly up for a fight. Not a flight, but a fight.
The knight's been on a flight.
That has certainly been on an odyssey. Is going around the world. We'll see whether it goes to knight a3, knight b5, or maybe somewhere else. But the mystery, well, it deepens a little bit. For me, I'm hesitant to break the rules like this. But they always say you got to know the rules in order to know when to get the rule book and rip it up and throw it out of the window. We'll see whether Magnus's sophistication pays off. But what do we think? Where is this headed? To a drawish type of position, or it's going to set on fire?
It's going to be one of 2 decisive results this round. That's my prediction. It's going to be 4 Armageddons. But Jovanka, will you like it more if I say that I think Magnus is going to castle queenside? I think he's going to try and move his bishop out the way, put his king on this flank, and then try to throw pawns.
Are you playing on my bias?
I don't know. I'm just saying it's part of. It's not just putting a knight here for some strange reason.
Yeah.
He's just saying, okay, now if black can't attack this side of the board because the knight covers the squares, then why not?
You know I'm always up for a fight, so yeah, absolutely. Then I'm going to like it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still skeptical as well. I don't think it's as nice as having a knight on e3, for example, centralized somewhere in the middle here. But yeah, I like the idea behind it.
It's very imaginative, and I just want to add to that. I think you've got those 2 pawns, c-pawns doubled up, your knight stopping any pawn advance, b5 under control. It makes a lot of sense to get your king to safety on the left flank and go all out. Your opponent's already committed. Keimer's already gone kingside with his king. There's nothing to hide there. So I won't be surprised at all, actually, David, if Magnus keeps it flexible, gets the bishop out, delays the idea of castling, and then eventually does go queenside and all out on the other flank of the board. Extremely attractive because you just need your knight to defend the other flank. You can focus all your entire army towards black's king then.
Okay, this is going to be a lot of maneuvering, I feel, before things finally explode, and they should probably explode at some point. But for now, no pawn breaks. That means the players are just going to try and position their pieces as well as they can.
Indeed, that is exactly what is happening. Going back to the bird's eye view, because I do feel like we should give some attention to either Wesley So, Gukesh, or Anna Muzichuk against Zhu Wenjun. Battle between Norway chess champions. Where do you guys want to go? It's an endgame, or it is a low pass?
Ooh. Let's start with Anna Muzichuk against Zhu Wenjun, just because it's the most developed game so far. Also because I don't think we'll revisit it too much. Even though I love endgames, I have a bias towards the grind. I think Anna Muzichuk just wants Armageddon. I think she just wants the draw. This is a very well-known variation, and it tends to be played only if players are happy to kind of, well, just say, let's go to the next game. Let's play in faster time controls.
Let's do it. We could start with that one. Pretty much in the balance, we see both sides with a bishop pair, 2 rooks on the board, only 1 open line. And to me, that always signals that that's the file we'll see more trades on. And I can expect 1 rook landing there, eventually the other one. I'd go so far to say I think this is going to be the first one to enter Armageddon territory for day 2.
I think Anna was a bit shook by yesterday, the Armageddon she lost. And yeah, maybe she just doesn't want to risk too much in the classical. And yeah, just a very quick backtrack, just to show everyone at home how to play for a draw with white in e4, e5.
Very important lesson.
It is actually very interesting. I've read some articles recently, and from my chess career, that's something I struggled with, like how to keep solid and just kill any risk. And e4, e5, it was the 4 knights and the 4 knights Spanish with bishop b5 landing. Bishop b4 is very symmetrical, so some drawish chances there. Black can also play bishop d6, bishop c5 if you want to keep a bit more tension, but knight to d4 is the most popular move at most levels, and after you take, you capture the knight on d4, and e5 is the idea. And this is how the knights all left the board. This is how the queens then left the board. Anna insisting on everything being traded off, and yeah, this is how we got to this very drawish position. I'll just fast forward 5 moves, and I can't imagine anything other than a draw.
But, okay, let's talk about the long game. Because here, as we mentioned, Anna is clearly steering the game to a draw. It's a very stressful event. You have Armageddons, confessions, absolutely drama every single second. Isn't it worth going for the Bobby Fischer approach where you're like, I pick that opponent, I respect them, and I choose to just halve out. And other players, I am going to start targeting.
So you're not talking about the Bobby Fischer approach where you lose the first 2 rounds and then go on a total rampage. Not that one.
11 out of 11.
No, not that one, no.
I mean, I'll say one thing, though, that, you know, for both these players, there are 2 champions of Norway Chess. Wenjin won it in 24, Anna won it in 2025. And a lot of that came down to how good they were when they played the Armageddons. So many of the wins in that right now. I do agree with you. I mean, this is a long tournament, and as long as you can keep yourself in the mix, and it's all about that 3-pointer, right? One win changes everything. So you don't have to actually feel that you lost round 1. You need to go completely all out in game 2. Keep things under control. Just keep yourself on the scoreboard. Meanwhile, Wenjin did take a decision. It's not to trade on the e-file, but put the rook on d8. I will point out one thing, that while everything feels like it's in the balance, White's got these double c-pawns. But David, this is often not a weakness in such kind of situations. If it was a king-pawn endgame, then yes, I'd agree with that. But somehow this consolidation of the structure, it could allow a b4, trying to target that a-pawn, which is on a dark square. Imagine bishop c7, b4 coming in, and you have this a-passer. I know it's too little, but I think the point I want to make is that the c-pawn that looks like it's doubled and should be a liability is actually not the case for White in this position.
Yeah, it's barely an issue at all. Can't be attacked. Double pawns tend to be worse as well when there are knights on the board, somehow, because knights can sit in front of double pawns, or they kind of help to attack. When it's just bishops, rooks, actually in rook endgames, often having double pawns helps. It means the opponent can't ever create any pass pawns. They just create a barrier, so definitely not an issue, the pawn structure. I think the last move is intended, well, her intention is to play bishop to d6 next, just trade off more pieces. Maybe just to stop that bishop c7 idea that you mentioned there, Tanya. But, yeah, I must admit I have quite strong views on play like this. Like, I kind of hinted at it last year when I saw certain players make quick draws in the classical.
Name them.
Go to the
Name
Armageddon.
them, David.
So, there were many of them last year, so I'd be naming everyone. But I believe in an invitational tournament, when you get invited, like playing for a draw with White, like, I don't know. Like, there are fans out there, there are expectations. There's so many other players who would love to be in their shoes and want to fight. If you're just going to say, okay, I don't really fancy it, let's just make a quick draw as early as round 2, then I believe in the chess gods. And we'll see. Maybe Anna creates something. Maybe she'll, I don't know, push her pawns, gain a bit of space, double on the e-file, and yeah. Unlikely, though.
We'll see whether Anna's long-term strategy will pay off. Does look like this game is headed to a draw, in which case everything is going to be decided by Armageddon. Let's turn our attention to Wesley So against Gukesh, as we had there to the top right.
I just want to point out, while we're on our bird's eye view, that to my eyes, actually, the 3 most exciting boards currently is top right, top left, bottom right, and bottom left. I feel like these are the 3 boards where there's maximum fire on the board right now. You know, Divya versus Humpy, we have a crazy position already, H and the G pawn up the board. I think while the bar still remains in the balance, this is a game for all 3 results, and draw is the least likely of them. Zhuzhana versus Asubaeva as well, connect 4 on the board. David Howell, a happy man right now. You know, that pawn on b5, clamping down the left side of the board. Firouzja versus Pragnananda, I also really like. We're talking about the dark squares there, and Firouzja has complete control of it with the knight landing on c5. Here you were calling out for Gukesh versus Wesley. It looks like Wesley is the one, at least as long as the bar is concerned, that has a slight edge out of the opening. I do see he has more space in the center. He's the first to get d4 break in. There is a challenge on the open A line, and usually, David, when that happens, in such a scenario, White is very likely to win that battle. With the queen swooping over, queen moving upstairs, you might be the first to the party on that A-file challenge.
Yeah, let's jump into that game, because Gukesh has been spending a bit of time now. And yeah, you're mentioning here the A-file, the tension, who blinks first. It's funny because Gukesh has played this type of position a lot with White. He was kind of facing Magnus Carlsen last year. Magnus played something very similar. With white, he very quickly pushed d5, and Magnus kind of was able to use the block structure as black to outmaneuver him. But here, it's tense. Like, black doesn't want to blink and capture in the center either. It's very unclear what to do. Like, only if black pushes c5, then white might block and say, you don't have any pawn breaks left. I don't think it suits Gukesh's style, this type of position. Unless he's able to calculate and like blow open the center at some point with d5. Doesn't work here, I think. Then, yeah, it's about slow maneuvers, not about calculation.
Yeah, well, when we talk about slow maneuvers, what are the waiting moves? Because I think that question is very relevant to actually both sides. Because if it were white to play, it's not necessarily clear that they want to be also trading any pieces or taking on e5.
I find it slightly easier to make a plan for white here. Like, I'm looking at maneuvers like queen c1, hit that h6 pawn, put that queen on b2 eventually, and get your other rook on the a line. I really want to try to infiltrate that. That's the first idea that would come to my mind.
Yeah, I like that one.
Okay.
And, what if black says, okay, h6 is slightly vulnerable, I'll play
Exactly, king
h7.
h7. Let's overprotect that point.
Okay, the bar doesn't hate it.
It's one way to put it.
Yeah, and let's say white continues, like queen
Yeah,
c1.
let's do it.
Why not? Let's say black, I don't know, just defends stuff with his queen to b2. I mean, it feels like it's small gains, but any gain is a nice one. At some point, bishop to d3 might be a nice tickle on this pawn. That's quite a typical idea.
And just to clarify, is there enough pressure on e4 to be a nuisance? So I just want to be checking out. I'm not advocating for this, but I think we should definitely consider it, like rook takes rook and then taking on d4. It looks very loose.
Yeah, especially if the white rook takes.
Yes.
White should take with the queen, but now in take, and yeah, white probably has to take with the knight and hope to hit this pawn because black is hitting, what is that, 4 times on e4, just defended twice. So I think you're right, Ivanka. Just take it. And probably we see a bunch of exchanges. Not sure what white should be taking on that square, but now black is very happy. Probably in multiple ways, maybe knight to d5. Oh, apparently there was something better, but yeah, black is totally fine in positions like this. Yeah, it's funny because it's going to be waiting for a long time. Gukesh has been spending 30 minutes on this move.
I will say one thing, though. Gukesh isn't much of a waiting game player. He's more of a mating game player.
Exactly.
So he's going to try to find a way to actually open up more lines and diagonals in the position. I think c5 would be very much Gukesh type of move, but what deters me from that is the idea that you mentioned that white can completely shut it down by pushing his own pawn to d5.
Yeah, and suddenly this bishop is a bit dead, as opposed to, for example, if black waits and just to compare, I think you're right, Tanya, then suddenly black breaks open the bishop again and gets pressure against white's pawn in the center. Definitely not a Gukesh position, I would say, style-wise. I didn't like the fact he was playing it with white last year against Magnus, and that was actually the famous game that he ended up winning after some many twists and turns. But yeah, again, he's on the opposite side of things now with black in 31-minute thing.
Which game are you talking about, David Havel?
Which game?
Which game?
But a 31-minute think in a position like this, like at some point you just go say, let's wait. King h7, useful move. Queen e7, useful move. Whatever. See what the opponent has to offer. But you can't calculate anything here. Like Wesley could do anything next.
So, what are we expecting from Gukesh? Do we think he's going to go for c5?
If you promise to not go d5, 1000% c5, but knowing that your bishop just dies after that for the rest of the game, I would be inclined to say no, he keeps that option open.
You think
he keeps it flexible with the c-pawn.
He keeps it flexible. You think he's going to go king h7 or a non-move?
Yeah, I would play king h7, but I'm not Gukesh, like totally opposite style. I think at some point he might be tempted to do something similar, like maybe take and then play c5. So for example, take the pawn and then c5, try to open up this bishop's diagonal.
Yeah, that feels very Gukesh-like, doesn't it? Forcing.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, I was just saying forcing control the play, get his pieces active. It's, calculation is his strength. So you always see him steer those positions for that kind of game. c5. I like that. Take the pawn and c5. Maybe we can just quickly look at this one and see whether this is attractive for black, or is it perhaps a little bit of a false avenue?
Yeah, I mean, if I were in a must-win situation, I would do something like this. I have done something similar like to this back when I was playing the E4, E5 Spanishes all the time with black. There's so many questions though. It's like, does white block now? Can white block? Probably not, because there's some tactics against the rook. Can white kind of take the pawn and then push e5? Does white push e5 immediately? There's just so much to look at. It's like, why bother? But Gukesh likes those types of calculations.
Especially if he doesn't find an immediate refutation to it and it kind of drags the fight to complicated waters. It's really what Gukesh wants to do. But David, I also feel that the other thing that could be on his radar, just again inspired by Magnus's knight maneuver, he could think about trying to reroute his knight to the center of the board. Now that you know that knight has no potential here after b3, c4 square been taken. And I know it's kind of hard to do that because it feels like the knight has just sort of come from that direction. But you could think about going d7, f8, e6. And the point is you want to provoke white to go d5. I want you to play d5 to stop my idea so that then I can finally strike with c6 at the right moment.
Yeah, and if d5's ever played, there was some calculation, I guess, but this type of idea. And then you're arguing that c6 might come?
Yeah, but once you put it on the board, I don't like it at all.
I think maybe later, definitely. I think the one thing that Gukesh might hold him back here is the fact that he did just play knight b6 2 moves ago. So going back, I mean, he's got the luxury. Like Jovanka said earlier, the center's closed, just like the Kaima game. So you have time, but...
slow one. This is going to be a slow burn.
Definitely.
Wow. Might end up in a draw, might end up in a decisive result. Anything is possible as we see Gukesh locked in and decide what choice to make. Keep the tension or actually start some direct action. Let's go back to the bird's eye view because, again, we're in a library and I reckon both of your knowledge, all of your chess knowledge, could probably fill up a good portion of it, right?
It's only like 5 floors and massive.
Yeah. Why? Easy. Don't sell yourself short, guys. You guys have been impressing us a lot with what you know. But I would just like your thoughts on the game between Zuzana and Bibisara Sabaeva. Because we had a bias, let's put it mildly, for the Benoni, not the Benoni, for playing against the Benoni. As white, we liked having that space advantage. Bibisara, she understood she needed to make a trade, and that's exactly what's happened. What do we think about this one? Looks like white has a clamp central.
Which grandmaster was it who made this whole sonnet about Benoni Baloney?
Oh.
Have you heard it?
I have. That rings a bell. Rings a bell.
Chat will tell us. Look it up, chat.
Help us, but I don't know. I don't think this is the worst Benoni in the world. I know the eval bar's on white side, but just to show the last few moves, we did see Bibisara after a long think play b6. Okay, connect 4. Gotta love it. Gotta respect it. I mean, these 4 pawns, super strong. But knight back to d7 makes sense. Sometimes you want to centralize, sometimes you want to break out, break the chain there. King to h1. Makes sense. Why not? Waiting moves. Bishop a6, given a question mark, there was a blue arrow. I just wanted to kind of check out this moment because after a capture, does white have something strong here? I don't see it immediately, but I did see that the eval bar was pretty much
Do you just go
+1.
a5?
Aha, a5.
No, that's not the one.
Is playing on black's flank here. I thought it might be something to do with this pawn, but I guess maybe it's this move, hitting the base of the chain.
You have to sound the retreat, right? Bishop 95, if you go 95.
95.
Wow, okay. That was a serious inaccuracy.
F4, knight d3.
4, knight d3.
Knight c4.
Maybe knight c4, but how about this?
Oh, nice, fancy schmancy.
Oh, no, it doesn't work. No, I didn't say that. No idea why.
You were just showing the threat after knight c4.
Yeah, exactly. I was showing the threat. Knight c4. Keep it simple. Keep it safe. Maybe the same idea, though, because I was reluctant to let this pawn drop next. But does white have time to take on c1, or maybe just...
Ooh.
Very nice.
Maybe now.
And there's no home for the knight on c1.
Yeah. Okay, I got the right idea, just wrong order. That's how tactics work,
That was
right?
very deep, because you really had to see a lot of moves beyond the horizon there.
Yeah, but it's all quite forcing moves. This is like, it's just 4 moves of calculation. Like, it's like, okay, first move is a capture. Second move is a threat, hitting this pawn. Third move is a threat. And then fourth move, this is the difficult one. And okay, yeah, knight to d6. But okay, she didn't find this difficult. Knight to b5 instead. I think just generally I'm always opposed to this because first thing I ever learned about the Benoni is you want to trade this bishop for a knight. Knights are way better than bishops in the Benoni, other than the g7 bishop. So yeah, it just feels like she's traded off the wrong minor piece, and now it's hard for White's knight to get to c4 due to the pawn hanging on b5.
And the reason for that is the light squared bishop that black has in the Benoni. It's sort of like the problem child exactly because of the pawn formation that white's taken, right? You completely restrict all developing squares. It doesn't belong on b7. It can't find any other outlet. So you sort of solved the biggest problem in the position. It's sort of like taking away the French bishop, also the light squared bishop in that case. But I will say that it's still looking, at least to me, yes, a set of minor pieces off. But White's got all these incredible plans, right? You could play on both sides of the board. I'm looking at that a7 pawn. It's a backward pawn. It's not easy to get rid of that weakness. Your rook's going to be stuck defending that for a long time. I have a free hand on the right side of the board. I could maneuver. I first want to take out my bishop. I could maybe put, I wanted to say knight c4, and then I realized that that's not an easy move to make because b5 is tender. So maybe defend that first, get my queen out, then jump with the knight to c4. Queen b3, knight c4 is an idea, and eventually get that bishop out, d2, c3. If I can trade off the dark squared bishop, I'm saying advantage white here.
Yeah, I also love your plan. Can you just quickly guess what plan I'm thinking of?
H4, h5, but
no. But it involves a pawn push. David, can you figure it out?
f5.
F4, yeah, but I need something in between first. I'm just going to be a roving rook. Yeah.
A rook a3,
yeah,
and then
rook
f4.
a3 and f4, yes. That's exactly what I had in my mind. I actually won a game like that, so I just couldn't help boasting. But as you mentioned, there are some strategical issues here for both sides. White is going to be looking at maneuvering that knight into the right squares, and for Bibisara, it's all about breaking out at the right time. But we are going to go on a very short break. For those subscribers, well, we have more Cheparinov stories in store for you. We also have an interview with Svara. So check that out if you're a subscriber, and if you're not, well, we'll see you in a few minutes after the break.
What I like about chess, there is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better and you can always improve. Total Chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
I'm being joined by second of Alireza Firouzja, Ivan Cheparinov. Ivan, it's great to see you at Norway Chess. Please share with us how difficult was the decision to continue playing the tournaments with such an injury for Alireza?
Yeah, I think it's pretty hard, but he's professional after all, and he loves chess, so I think it's coming natural to him. But of course, it's not easy. I mean, the people who had similar trauma, they know I had like 10 years ago similar injury. It really hurts and really it's not pleasant, but he's very professional, so you see that he's able to do it. Yeah.
Alireza won the first round against Magnus. How proud are you? Share with us your emotions of this victory.
Actually, I was a bit surprised that this was his first win in classical chess against Magnus, but yeah, of course, it was a good result. But I mean, the game was nice. He played okay, so not maybe perfect chess, but quite decent one. So yeah, we are happy.
And final question I have, Alireza yesterday was very proud sharing how you found this nice idea with A3. Share with us, because currently with this modern technologies, is it becoming much tougher to find new and fresh ideas, or it's opening some new opportunities?
No, for me it was just interesting idea. Okay, we got Magnus not prepared. I will not say like genius idea or something, but it was interesting, and for one game it worked, so I'm happy it worked. But after all, it was all credit to him because he was playing. So yeah, he played just very good game.
Thank you for your time and best of luck to Alireza.
Thank you. Thank you.
For the first time in 13 years, Norway Chess moved from Stavanger to Oslo, bringing the biggest stars in the game into the heart of the capital. Over the next week, the world's best chess players attempt to keep their nerves together, while the rest of us pretend we understand the engine evaluations.
Why did Magnus not play f4? Oh, the bar drops though.
This year's lineup is ridiculous. Magnus Carlsen returns once again and faces challengers like Gukesh Dumoraju, Vincent Keimer, Wesley So, and Alireza Farusha. Every single round looks like a World Championship match that accidentally wandered into another tournament.
He's feeling the nerves now, Vincent Keimer.
The women's event is just as fierce, with Zhu Xin'er, Zhu Wenjun, Humpy and Anna Moonsjuk all ready to fight for every point like it's personal. But here's the thing that makes Norway Chess different from any other event on the calendar: there are no peaceful draws. If the classical game ends tied, the players go straight into Armageddon. One game, one winner, maximum stress. After last year, we know exactly how intense this tournament can get.
Oh my god!
So get comfortable, the clocks are ticking, the evil bar is about to go insane. Norway Chess starts right now.
Welcome back, world players. They have completed the opening and they're deep into the middle game. Back over Oslo. Take a moment just to enjoy that change of view, and we see Magnus contemplating what he's going to do. He's settled into a long sink. It's a tense position, and that very much seems to be the word of the round. Everything is tense so far. Slow build games all around, and the players, they are just playing the slow game where they're just thinking about their opponents and what they want to be doing. And of course, pushing each other move by move to their limit. Let's take a look at the bird's eye view and let's dive into what is happening. Because if you look at this, we see a lot of close positions. And it looks like everything is all quiet on the Western Front. But is it so? Is there things brewing beneath the surface?
I completely agree with you. I mean, it's a completely different narrative from what we saw on day one, where there was so much action right out of the opening, right? We had the Magnus versus Alireza, where things were happening on the Pragg board as well, where we had G4 or D4, what's he going to choose? So many open lines, so many tactical battles in the women and Norway Chess. Today, it just feels like the players are still on that slow burn mode. But Yovi, to answer your question, I think all of them are incredibly rich, except one. That's the center board, bottom row right there. Anna Moonsjuk, Zhu Wenjun. Feels like a bit of a no-gamer, that one, so we're not going to pay too much attention to it. But apart from that, while nothing crazy has happened, while nothing super tactical on the board, but all the positions full of life, especially top left, bottom right.
Yeah, I 100% agree there. I think it's spot on to say that this is a bit of a lull in the action. I was very excited, especially when Divya started playing G4 early in the opening. I thought, oh, round 2 is going to be just as spicy as round 1. But yeah, long thinks, I think, characterized the last half hour. We took a long break. I needed some food, but the players haven't made too many moves in the meantime.
How was your wrap?
It was great.
Did you get seconds and thirds?
I might have had a few wraps and a brownie and a muffin. But in the meantime, I mean, Gukesh spent 43 minutes on a move. Keimer spent 25 minutes on a move. Magnus spent 20-something minutes on a move as well. It's something strange in the air today. Where do we think the first explosion is going to happen?
Well, I think we have to look at the game between Alireza against Pragg, because, well, we can see already there's a white knight there on c5. And like we said, white is lining up on the c file. We can expect some kind of opening at the right time. But the evaluation bar, I mean, if you look at it, it's saying if anyone's going to be better, it might be black that is that touch better. And that just doesn't look quite right.
Yeah. Like that bit better, but I don't see it. I don't see it because, yes, you could argue for a bishop pair, but that could be blown off the board right about now. You know, I wouldn't pick up that bishop on e6 because what bishop am I talking about? It looks like a big pawn behind its own d5 pawn right now. But just to say that these bishop pair, it's not going to survive for too long. So why is black better when white has this incredible control on the left flank of the board, you know, makings of an attack there. You got a knight beautifully planted on c5, the other one ready to jump on e5. I'm also looking at potential ideas If I was to grab that bishop at any point, I could push the g pawn all the way to g4. That's not really all the way, it's one step forward. But then I really clamp down the other 2 pawns as well. As much of a mystery to me as it is to you, Jovanka, why is this even that much better for black?
Yeah, I'm stumped as well. I think the only argument I can make is that black has easy, or well, obvious improving moves. White doesn't have a clear plan. White might have maximized for now. And yeah, it's possible to go for opposite color bishops. I think what black will take with the pawn towards the center. And just to show this and argue that some of these pawn breaks, it's only black really leave it open the position. If white ever pushes forward, then g4 might start to undermine this central pawn. And yeah, maybe the bishop pair will come to life later. If there are some exchanges, if knights disappear off the board, maybe black will put a rook here, at some point play b6, c5, and start finally opening up this lurking bishop on the long diagonal. Yeah, but I would never guess it. If I didn't see the eval bar, I would never guess that black has the more comfortable position.
Do you think black can ever get ambitious with ideas such as h5, h4? You know, have some fun on the other side of the board. No one's there after all.
That's a fair point. I mean, all of 90% of white's pieces are on the left flank. But I'm going to copy that idea and do everything on the other side. Why can't white go for something more direct? If you're Alireza here, are you thinking queen a4, rook a3, threatening checkmate in one? I've got so many pieces that I can set up ideas, sacrifices. I don't think anyone would dare go a6 in these kind of positions, allowing a multitude of sacrifices.
Let's do it.
Let's do it?
Put it on the
Okay,
board.
let's try
Queen
it out.
a4, rook a3, get the club out.
Doesn't
and
hit.
start.
Okay, what is rook c8, David Howell?
Just as an example, I was just going to make a random move to show your idea.
Oh, thank you.
I was about to play rook b8, but I'm not sure it quite works. Can you? Can you? It might just be a draw, but
You got a perpetual to bail out any moment.
check. The king has to come forward. Alas, it might just be a draw. You can
But
check
hang on a
with the rook.
second. You can go rook c3. Wait.
Rook
Oh, no, the queen is there on e7. Oh, dear.
Okay, but question, I want to see just personality styles here. Do you repeat with rook b3, rook a3, or knight a4, knight c5?
You do both. You repeat this one first, and then you start repeating this one. Check. And you hope that black comes forward and comes forward again, because then it's checkmate. But no, this is just a draw, a repetition. But yeah, just to, before I sidetracked us there, sorry everyone. Queen a4, if black just makes a kind of neutral move, rook a3, it does look a bit scary, and I guess black has to play b6. Or apparently not.
Then
b5 maybe.
maybe you just, sorry, what?
Wow, I just saw that the eval bar
Bishop
rose.
a6.
Can you go knight?
isn't?
Oh, bishop a6. I was also thinking knight a6 and just grab on c6.
Knight a6 looks
Very nice.
good. Yeah, bishop a6 also very tempting though. But maybe here black can escape by taking with the knight first. And
Yeah.
then options. Maybe just rook to b8. And attack could turn against white's king suddenly. So yeah, this position, it does feel like it's delicately poised. Like it could definitely go either way.
I feel like you put this position up, you take the bar off, and you ask 10 chess players which side they'd want to play on. 10 out of 10 say white. If they've got 30 seconds to just decide on intuition here. I don't think anyone takes black to start this position.
Right.
Pragg would.
Unless you spot a defensive idea. So let's try queen a4, because I think that is going for the juggler. Let's do it. Knight b6.
By the way, he just made a decision.
Oh, okay.
It, I believe, wasn't queen to a4, but instead he's retreated. No, he's taken Pragnananda's knight. Knight takes knight on the board.
Ooh. I'm not sure about that one. Like, why take on the opponent's terms? Like, rook and c5 look quite nice. Could also have swung over, so why not just wait for the opponent to take you, get the extra move?
Strange, huh?
Yeah, unless he's got some concrete ideas in mind.
But what could that be? And first question, what do you recapture with? Because it's not so clear to me.
Very unclear. I could definitely make an argument for taking with the bishop, just because the bishop's so bad anyway. Taking with the rook makes some sense.
I was going to say even taking with the queen could potentially make some sense. You always have bishop to f5 to neutralize the position if you wanted to.
Oh, true. Now you said that, maybe maybe taking with the queen.
The only thing that kind of would worry me capturing with the majors is that you're allowing knight e5. And I really like the potential, the long-term potential of that bishop on g7, because one of the ideas is to go c5 at some point, right? That turned out to be a bit of a blunder. But knight e5...
Just to show because of d4, but in
Yes.
general, it's a good idea if black didn't have d4 here.
Yes.
if black had to wait, for example.
Yeah, but then I'm taking it with the queen.
But yeah, I think your idea was to play like f4 and to start pushing pawns forward, right?
Exactly. I don't want to trade that bishop. I feel like that's a gem and glory in black's position eventually, if there is one.
And if black weren't able to take and just had to sit with the queen, then f4. And we know Firouzja likes pawns on d4, f4, and a knight on e5. We learned that yesterday against Magnus. This type of position could be slightly unpleasant for black.
It's definitely that in the equation, right? You can just sidestep things. I'm also, I mean, one plan that we also have, for instance, after queen takes knight, is just to step out of the way of the b pawn and go queen a4, b5, b4, b5.
Minority attack.
Yes.
Using these two to hit these three. I like it.
It
takes a while, but it could be effective.
But the pawn structure is very stable for both sides, so this is the type of position where you can maneuver. I mean, even if white wants to, I mean, does white have the time to go knight e1, knight d3, and say, well, you got rid of one knight on c5, but there's another one that can get there?
Yeah, I'm still taking white here. I just, honestly, the evaluation bar here is such a mystery for me. I still think all of white's pieces are active. There's potential on the left flank. Maneuvering game, as you're pointing out. An attack on the A line could be lined up.
Yeah, I once sat next to Matthew Sadler, an English legend, at the Olympiad, and he once did something similar to what Jovanka said. Like, he just started pushing pawns in front of his own king, and I was sitting next to him being like, come on, mate, like, just play it solid. I've got an advantage. You know, we don't need you to win. But he did start going all out, and he did win his game very nicely, just by going for that pawn plan as well. So if the knight is needed to stop black playing like h5, h4 counterplay, then I think white can get away with just pushing stuff. It's funny, we keep coming up with ideas for white, but minimal for black.
Okay, let's do Pragg some, let's give him some love. And let's have a look at his position. Let's see, bishop takes knight. I liked this whole idea of just stopping a knight arriving onto e5, and if white starts going for queen a4, I mean, we've come up with ideas. Which one should we choose?
Queen a4 now maybe slightly less attractive. I mean, it's possible here because after c5, white can just step back. And there is this pin, although Eval Barca is still good for black. Yeah, I guess it's all about c5, actually. Like, maybe bishop takes is the best one. Because after rook to c8 now, maybe c5 immediately is some kind of idea. Just opening things up. He does take with the bishop. Big reveal.
So it might be that, right? To activate the bishop on g7. Pragg wants to get c5 in.
Bishops need open diagonals.
There you have it, Jovanka. Love for Pragg right now. c5's coming up, so Alireza needs to fight it now.
Yeah, not easy, maybe. Rook c8. I think before c5 as well, just so white's knight doesn't have protection over d4. Black might even flick in g4 at some point when he's ready to play c5 next. Okay.
Okay.
Suddenly, another one out of that 10 would like black's position. Bishops. Why did I ever doubt the bishops?
I mean, honestly, if I want to get rid of your bishop pair, I could go with the plan of queen to c2, bishop to f5 trades. Thank you very much.
Yeah. That's annoying. Why do you have to do that, Tanya? Actually, I think that might be a good practical decision, partly as well to stop c5 with the queen on c2.
And now that I see it, another idea is that if you do go rook c8 and the bishops come off the board, suddenly there'll be infiltration from my queen on the 8-7 square out of nowhere.
Exactly. Suddenly, ooh, coming in.
Long win.
And black's fine, but uncomfortable. Suddenly. Okay, interesting position. Very tense, like you said earlier, Jovanka.
Yeah, tense. And it's one of those positions where you do have to keep an eye on what your opponent is planning, and you have to take some measures against it. Let's go back to the bird's eye view. Let's leave the players here thinking. And we mentioned the slow burn. Maybe let's revisit Magnus against Vincent. So Magnus got what he wanted. He got a knight onto a3.
I just want to mention that Gukesh has come up with a pawn sacrifice right now. At least that's what it looks like to me. That's the top right board.
Okay, let's head there. Some drama is what we are after.
I think it's a bit of a big move.
Okay. Big move after a big think. Gukash spent 43 minutes on one move, but then actually, just on the last one, he spent only 11 seconds. So, yeah, he clearly was preparing. Just to show everyone at home, here was where Gukash couldn't come up with a plan. We came to this game, we went on break, we had our lunch, we came back, and he still hadn't moved, but eventually knight to d7. And after bishop to d3, hitting this pawn, I think rather than going passive, like c6 is fine, but just a bit slow. Gukash said, I'm not going to defend passively. I'm not going to block in this beautiful bishop b4. And that is a pawn sacrifice. Like, white can take it in two different ways, right? Like, or three, maybe. You have to decide whether to take rooks off first, and then you have to decide whether to take this pawn immediately or to take on e5. So, where do we even start?
Let's start with pawn takes pawn, because I have a feeling that's the easiest to understand right now. I mean, the c pawn taking the b pawn.
Yeah.
And this has got to be tactics involving the bishop on g7, where you capture on d4, eventually jump with your knight, pick up that e4 pawn, and I think after the dust settles, material balance has happened, and black is super happy with the piece activity.
Oh, wait 1 second. Let's move it a little bit further along. So we have rook takes rook, bishop takes knight, all these captures. Is the kind of position you really need to start crunching the numbers, because I'm just thinking that, yes, the knight on d4 is hanging, but the pawn on h6 is also vulnerable. So let's take on e4.
Which way are we taking?
I feels a bit like a lucky dip, so...
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't
I think I'm
matter,
going to take on e4 with black anyway.
Maybe now to take on this this square.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's the downside in lots of these variations to taking the rook on a8. The queen defends the e4 square now.
Mm-hmm.
Can we try your idea, Ivanka, just without rook takes rook, but maybe...
Directly?
Yeah.
Now do you take on d4 first? Yeah, I think you take on d4. You don't want to give up the bishop there. Let's try it.
Yeah. Now my rook is hit. So rook takes rook. It doesn't change anything, really.
You don't have time to pick up the h-pawn because the knight on e4 is hanging.
Yeah, and suddenly it's a bit uncomfortable for white, maybe.
And there's no funny business with a bishop coming to b5, because the Indian school of chess is all about the attacks, the counterattacks, and anything in between.
You know, I feel like the Indian school of chess is so much about activity, but also what the kids are really trained is calculation. It's calculation over everything. Shout out to James Canty there. But it's just incredible to go to any training camp in India, especially how Ramesh approaches with his students. From a really young age, just incredible amount of calculation exercises. And I feel like that's what we see being played out by the likes of Gukesh and Pragnananda, where one of their biggest strengths is just to sit down and crunch the numbers, to calculate lines and variations, no matter how complex the position is.
Yeah, and those counterattacks you mentioned, Ivanka, they are like one of the first things. It's like you calculate the checks, calculate the captures, then it's the threats, and that's counterattacks, basically. So it's all forcing moves. They're so good at that. Like, you give them a forcing line, yeah, they more often than not will out-calculate you, or at least see the truth of the position. Should we try another one? Let's say we take this pawn first. Now, which way does black recapture? Feels like with pieces, just to keep this bishop open. Taking black with a pawn, I don't think ever really works, because now without this bishop open, there's no counterplay. e4 is defended more than sufficiently. So it must be knight takes, right? Knight takes.
You also have, can you play Hungry Hippos and take
wow.
on c3?
Capture.
Capture, yes.
If I take your knight, you take my bishop. If I take
Exactly.
your bishop, you take my rook, and whoops. I lost a bit too much there. Okay, that's very clever. DE, and b takes c3. And if bishop takes, now you happily take in the center. I say happily. Maybe white's still slightly better, but...
I think equally attractive is to take the pawn before the capture, because in this line, you can't really leave the diagonal open, right? You want to capture everything with a piece on e5. Now you have to take it with the pawn, and suddenly that bishop on g7 not looking as pretty as it was. So if instead of starting with the capture of c3, we do go with the knight takes pawn idea for black.
So let's try, in this position, knight takes pawn, knight takes knight. You want to keep taking with pieces?
I'm hoping.
Takes, and now if I finally capture...
Ooh. smelling blood here.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm already looking at rook takes rook, and I'm thinking where the queen appears, there's got to be some uncovered
It has to be
business.
knight takes pawn, right?
Yeah.
Knight takes pawn, yeah.
Although the evaluation bar is
Doesn't
like
move.
firmly in the middle, yeah.
Yeah, you can take with anything here. Yeah, it's just going to be a draw. After all those fireworks, it's just queens and bishops. Although black may be slightly better, just due to the fianchetted bishops and the pass pawn. The d pawn can move later. Okay, really nice from Gukesh, actually. I was a bit kind of hesitant to praise him because spending 43 minutes and playing a move like knight back to d7, I thought showed that, okay, he just couldn't come up with anything interesting, but b4 is a real surprise, I think, for Wesley So, and psychological value, practical value.
And I think he wanted to go back with the knight to d7 exactly because of the lines that we're looking at, that when white does capture an e5, you want to be able to take back with the piece. Gukesh realizes that the potential of black's position lies on that bishop on g7. So b4 before this knight maneuver was just not as powerful.
Yeah, I've noticed this, Gukesh. Often he plays strange moves, like he played knight d7 to b6. 2 moves later he played knight back to d7 from b6. And like, it's because of a concrete reason. He doesn't care like, oh, I've moved that piece twice in 3 moves. Oh, I feel embarrassed that I kind of retreated, that my idea wasn't great. I remember he did it in Norway Chess last year against Magnus. Like several times he was undeveloping pieces, bringing them to weird looking squares. It like makes no logical sense until you dig 5 moves deeper, 10 moves deeper, and there's always a point. So it's always really clever. Sometimes it works to perfection. Sometimes it just kind of makes, looks odd. But here it looks like it's working.
Yeah, it's a sign of a champion. And you kind of mentioned it, David, because that's exactly what happened in another game. And that was exactly what Magnus did against Vincent, where he went on this journey with his knight to end up on a3. Let's go back there and see what has unfolded, because I'm looking at the game now and I'm seeing that the white's king is still in the middle of the board. There's a choice, king side, queen side, and Vincent is having to deal with the fact that white is the one with all the options.
Which way is he going to go? Slide to the right.
Slide to the right. Left. You tricked
here.
me there.
And
Always swipe left.
Oh, yeah. Controversial. Vincent probably wants to move the knight away because it is now hanging. Interesting, you mentioned as well losing those moves, Jovanka, because Magnus here, literally his last move after b6, he spent a long time. He spent 11 minutes and then played bishop to d2, just kind of getting ready to castle. So probably he is showing his hand that he wants to go that way. But yeah, interesting that he didn't play bishop g5 immediately, which looks like a nice pin, because black probably just brings the knight back, asks the bishop a question, and if Magnus tries to keep the pin, then black has all sorts of knight jumps like this, and a bit uncomfortable. So he waited, he went bishop d2, and only after Vincent played queen e8, then he moved his bishop forward. So losing a move, but arguing that this move comes with a threat now to double pawns, and queen e6, the last update from Vincent. Okay, castles. Let's go. Or is Vincent threatening? Is it ever a threat to play queen g4?
Against Magnus to take it to an endgame, are you threatening yourself or your opponent then?
Good point, Tanya. I removed that arrow.
Bit possible, because I do like the idea of forcing the queen trade essentially after that move, and the knight will jump forward. You've got some weaknesses to take care of. I'm not sure if you can go queen to e3 because there are some tactics. The queen might be overloaded. e4 is hanging.
Yeah, e4 is hanging. The bishop is hanging.
Everything's hanging.
Apparently it's equal despite black winning a pawn.
But you know what, David, Jovanka, what catches my attention after queen to e6 is it does invite the move knight to b5. We were talking about the journey of this knight. It doesn't need to stop there. By the way, a decision by Magnus. He plays a little move, a different one. He first consolidates the center, stopping queen g4 potentially.
Yeah, stopping queen g4. e4 is overprotected just in case of any tactics. I think just to show your knight b5 idea, Tanya, I think the idea for black was just to go back to e8 and just defend. And arguing that actually maybe the knight wants to go back to e8 anyway to clear room for the f-pawn, like maybe castles, like, oh, I was about to blunder, bishop e7, whoops. But I just want to get the queen out of the way now and then play f5 for black. But yeah, he didn't want to insert those moves, f3.
But this f3 is also setting up a g4, h4 idea later on as well, right? I think Magnus slowly but surely is making his intentions that he's going left with his king.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also that's something that Vincent is going to have to be planning for on every occasion, right? Because there's no pawn breaks for him apart from f5, but with the appearance of a pawn on f3, that's no longer attractive. And do you want to be going f5 if your opponent is going to eventually castle queenside anywhere? Those are the decisions to be made. And you almost feel that Vincent actually just wants to get rid of a set of minor pieces, and then his position will clarify and be that little bit easier to play.
Yeah, these two, they're the kings of freestyle chess. They're both so good at freestyle, and like that's something that Magnus does every game pretty much. He delays castling. Like he just doesn't want to show his hand. He doesn't want to reveal to the opponent where he's going. And I think Vincent, as you say, Ivanko, like freestyle, he's fantastic, putting pieces on good squares, but here there's too many pieces, too few good squares. Like e6, he wants it for his bishop, maybe his knight, but his queen's there. He doesn't look comfortable, Vincent. He's spending a bit of time. This is just move 14. The players have used pretty much half their allocated time, at least Vincent has. So we could see a time scramble later.
Yeah, and for Vincent, the question is what plan to take. How is he going to come forward with his pieces? Is he simply going to pass the move on to Magnus, develop the bishop, or maybe come up with something a little bit more active? Because when you're playing the world number one, the last thing you want to be doing is waiting. So we're going to move away from this game, and I'd like to go back to the bird's eye view because I want to show you that the evaluation bar has risen a little bit in White's favor in the game between Zhuzhina and Bibisara Asalbaeva. We were debating this whole question of whether White's d-pawn is a very pleasant space advantage, and the evaluation bar, look at that. It's pretty significantly in White's favor.
Now, let's jump into that game. The bottom left board there, the brown one, is +1, it says. And it still says +1 after this last move. And of course, we have the eval bar, so we know that there's something strong, and it had to be this move pretty much. I just think White's setup is perfect for it because, yes, the bishop on c1's blocked, but everything else might fall into place. Once the bishop reaches f3 later, the knight will come to c4, then it's unchallengeable. If it had jumped into c4 earlier, then knight e5 swaps off White's best piece, the knight. So f4 makes a lot of sense, and queen f6 given a question mark. I'm not sure what else. Maybe she should have been trying to strike out against the center in this position, just to check. Okay, that would have been a decent move. Maybe black had other options, but what do we think now? What to do against f4?
I think f4 actually could potentially be threatening the gambit with e5. You give up that pawn, vacating that e4 square for the knight. It requires calculation, and I'm not sure where that leads to, but it's something that Bibisara has to be really careful. I think the waiting move here, you know, if you, let's say, shuffle the king, and maybe we can see that. Let's say if black waits. If it's white to play here, and look at that bar rise up even more. David, should we try it?
Let's go.
Let's do it.
Oof.
e5. Right. And I think it has to be knight e4. So you can't go on e7 because d6 wins on the spot. You can't go on, you just win big material everywhere. You can't go on f5 because knight d6 wins as well. You lose material here. Maybe something stronger, but I think you can wrap it up here that this is better for white. I don't really see too many healthy options for black. And the point is that let's say you go queen to d8. I could also think about a move like f5, a very thematic way to continue an attack.
Yeah. And this knight on e4 is going to sit there for the rest of the game. A beautiful statue of a piece. Knight f6 is always met by a pin, bishop to g5, deadly, and yeah,
you're in demolition mode, Tanya. This is beautiful.
I mean, the structure, White's just dominating the light squares.
But I think this is such an idea that we've grown up with against the Benoni, right? The first opportunity you get to sacrifice the e-pawn to actually plant your knight on that e4 square and then just roll forward with your f-pawn, you grab it with both hands. So I think f4, though it looks like e5 is impossible with all of black's defenses, it actually does threaten the move.
And for everyone at home, like this thematic pawn sacrifice, it's just to take away a square from black's knight, right? Like if black waits, f5 might be tempting, but then the black knight gets access to a beautiful outpost. Maybe not immediately. The queen probably moves first, but then knight on e5 is just a fantastic piece. So that's why it always happens to be on a square that's well covered. Like here, e5 is covered, what, 5 times by black? Literally, like pawn, knight, queen, bishop, rook is covered. Everything covers e5, but the breakthrough is always on a square that's well covered because it just happens to break coordination somehow. I've just noticed this positionally as well as tactically here. Bishop g5 and d6 is a huge threat to win a piece already.
Yep.
Trapped knight. This is game over. So Divya can't move. Like, she can't waste a move here.
No.
She can't wait. She has to do something about this threat.
Can you just simply admit that you've made a bad move and get the queen out of potential trouble? Move her out? I'm almost tempted to put her back where she came from. Queen to d8.
Bad sign, though.
I know.
You know, even if white just like defends the center, okay, not the best move. Maybe black breaks through on a strong square now. I just want to get the knight to c4 for white, but maybe Tanya's idea. Maybe we check it out anyway.
You know, I actually wanted to double down on the points that you made earlier, that the importance of stopping the black knight coming from e5. I think the difference now is, David, that if we do go e5, black captures that pawn, white pushes the pawn on f5 because knight e4 makes no sense anymore, and this gives black enough time to push that e-pawn. You've got your bishop coming out, the knight jumping onto e5, and that might help you solve your problems. And as I say that, it's not a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, if white didn't have d6 here, I think it's a fantastic idea. Suddenly black's got all the play. Bishop coming out, but d6.
And f7 is hanging.
Yeah.
Oh, my knight's trapped.
Knight's trapped. Yeah. That is that's not a good knight, that piece. And okay, what could it be though instead of e4? Because it still looks terrifying. Maybe it's this move just to stop white occupying the center, and actually the central pawn d5 hard to defend.
We've got our chat helping us a little bit. As Bibisara, I would be looking at moves like c4. Oh, that's actually interesting.
I love it. Fraser, good call. As I said, breakthrough is always on the most covered square of the opponent. c4's covered 3 times. Who cares? Push.
Ooh.
Maybe not the best here, but I like the idea. Get a square for the black knight.
And if white just says, yes, please, you take with either the queen or the bishop. I think I would get the bishop. Yeah.
Let's bring up our knight.
And now the queen can dance. Where should she go? Queen f3. Everything is covered.
It's getting fun for black, right? At least there's piece activity for that sacrificed pawn.
Yeah, it's not a controllable advantage that white has there. As you mentioned, there is pressure against the e-pawn. So, yeah, I can see black fighting hard. Like, for instance, rook e1. I'm not sure about that move. That feels like there's already some tactics happening on d5.
Yeah, I mean, black can also play maybe f5 now that there are pins as well, and suddenly black gets active. So I love that call from Fraser in the chat, that type of idea. If not now, then in the near future. And that's very much Bibisara's style as well. Go active.
It's mirroring even white's threat of going e5, right? To just give up that pawn, to get a good square for your knight, piece activity. So really well done there. I think that would be on all our radars as black here, because you need that counterplay in this position. Also, just a quick update, Wesley So has traded rooks, so that pawn's still hanging there. Should we bring up our bird's eye view, Jovanka, as you know, we're kind of getting close towards asking that question, how are the players doing on the clock? No increment until move 40.
Yeah, definitely. We should do a little bit of a status update. I mean, one game where I think we can safely predict the result, it's going to be a draw between Anna Mizichuk and Ju Wenjun. They're now on the highway to that result. We have a bishop endgame, and the players are not allowed to agree a draw before they've reached move 30, so I'm just expecting them to figure out a repetition. Maybe let's take a look at Divya, Humpy, as we see that position has simplified somewhat. What is happening?
We've got our first Armageddon of the day coming up.
Perfect timing.
Yeah.
Move 31. Draw agreed.
Not allowed to offer a draw until move 30. We found here, and this one was a bit of a non-gamer. And I have to say that, you know, for the fans, for the audience, as commentators, we want to fight.
Yeah, we want to fight. Anna Mizichuk didn't really want to fight in the classical, but she will have to fight in the Armageddon. She needs to win. She failed to do so yesterday. She will need to do better today if she wants the extra half point on offer.
With Armageddon just around the corner, well, we are going to be guaranteed a spectacle. And going back to the bird's eye view, where should we go to? You mentioned, Tanya, that there had been some small developments in the game between Wesley So, Gukesh. Before we go there, maybe let's head to Divya against Humpy and check in on what's happening there. There's been a trade of rooks. The kings are now safely castled queenside. Tension in the middle of the board, though.
Yeah, a lot of tension. And I think here, this game, we were all excited about this G4, G5 stuff. Hasn't come to much. She does have the bishop pair, Divya. It's always funny, like, attacking before the king is castled. Because sometimes if you attack the king side, the king goes to the queen side. You're like, wait, why have I just spent 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tempi on gaining space? But still in the balance. And it does feel like black has a very good grip of the light squares.
Can we just do a quick action replay on this from where we left it last? Because it feels like a lot has happened. And we were caught up in all the excitement of the pawn storm on that right side. And I think this is where we checked in. We were also quite impressed with Humpy's handling of the big surprise in the opening.
Yeah, very impressed. It was a very calm approach. She was trying to get her knight maybe around to some nice outposts. So Divya said, I'm going to take that outpost away from you, f4. And yeah, loads of pawn moves here to start the game from Divya. But finally, development started, and we saw some rooks exchanged on the h-file. Humpy just getting castled now, keeping her bishops. But after d4, the threat of d5 so strong that she decided to part way with one of her bishops. Bishop takes c3, and it was only now after black castled queenside, nicely defending the c7 pawn as well. But after knight to e2, we got to the live position. I do wonder whether Divya's got ideas of c4 if black doesn't break the tension yet.
Well, no need to wonder, David Howell, because we have a very long confessional from Divya herself.
Hi. I think so far my game has been quite interesting, especially the opening. 98 was in my file, but then I couldn't remember what to do after it because so I didn't pay too much attention to it, but it seems like a very human move, so I should have, I guess. And I think after f4 takes, I thought she could go knight e7, knight g6, knight e5 plan earlier so that she can stop my development and kind of like pose problems by, let's say, bishop g4 not allowing me to castle and stuff. But then she played bishop e6, which was quite like a bit of a relief. Then I'm not sure where, maybe I should have gone knight g2 earlier, but I was kind of worried about bishop g4, and then she takes my knight and the pin is really annoying to deal with. So I don't know where I should have played a better move, but I know for sure there were better moves than what I got, because before she played knight e7 I was quite fed up, but not fed up, but like I was a bit annoyed because after long castle I saw knight d4, and then there were just so many tactics in the air, and I don't think that b5 is working instead of knight g4 because even if she manages to take on c3 and my queen cannot recapture, I think I should be stable enough to protect my king. So I was kind of relieved she went knight e7 and allowed me to gain space with d4. Also, this d4, I've been wanting to play d4 for a while, but it's not been convenient because she always has this d5 break, and I wasn't able to find a proper moment to do it because I wanted my king to be safe. So then, and also there were like a few checks coming in if she goes d5 now. So I think I'm kind of satisfied with my position. Could have definitely done better on the time part, But yeah, it is what it is. So I don't think she can go d5 right now, because even if I don't take it, I don't think she's threatening anything. So I guess bishop g4 is an option, but I would go rook f1, and then with the bishop leaving the f7 pawn, there are some like say long castle, and then there are some d5 bishop e3 threats which could work out. So I'm not exactly sure what she's gonna do after this, but I think I'm doing okay for now. So surprisingly today it's very cold and the halls have been shivering the whole time, and I just noticed it because this room is quite warm, so it feels better to be here than on the board. But anyways, I'll go and think about my position.
Well, Divya, they're not 100% satisfied with how her opening surprise worked out, but saying she's feeling quite comfortable. Also saying it's quite chilly in the playing hall. Well, I gotta say one thing though, the organizers are very responsive to the players' asks and needs, because yesterday she asked for mango. Lo and behold, mango appeared.
Yeah. I even walked past some mango just down here by our studio. The organisers are listening, so next, who knows, maybe a radiator will appear.
Yeah, temperatures going up here and on the board as well. I will point out, we'll deep dive into the position, and everything that Divya said in some way has come to play. She spoke about her ambition to get d4 in. She did it. Humpy did respond with the move that she was worried about in the position with the d-pawn moving forward. A lot of tension in the center. But, I want to talk a little bit about these confessional booths, because they've been incredible to watch at Norway Chess, right? Something that the fans love, we as commentators love. It's so innovative in the chess world, where you actually get a peek inside into how the players are feeling and how they're thinking. And now for players like Magnus and Hikaru, they thrive on that, right? They love it. We call Hikaru our fourth commentator because he was spending so much time in that confessional booth. But I will say that the players from India, by nature, they're a little bit more reserved and a little bit more introverted. Now, for that personality trait, I feel like a confessional booth would be an absolute nightmare. But I absolutely love that Divya has been the first player to yesterday be out there sharing her thoughts on the game, which actually played out at the end, pretty much how she was explaining it, also how she was feeling about it. Last year at Norway Chess, we didn't have a woman player get into the confessional till pretty much the end of the tournament. Divya did it not once, she did it twice yesterday. She's come on to share her thoughts today as well. And I have to say, that just shows the new generation, the confidence, and I feel like this will inspire the other players to also do the same, to go out into the confessional. So from my side, huge shout out to Divya for doing this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've got to admit, I would love to see some others do it. Gukesh looks very tense a lot, and yeah, some of his moves look a bit nervy. Maybe it's this good way just to go there, let off some steam, take your mind off things. Some players walk around a bit more to get the tension out of their bodies. Some people, I don't know, they just stand up, they start thinking of other stuff. Alireza, I have no idea what he's thinking about when he's reclining on his chair, but I've learned as I've got older that you play better when you're more relaxed.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. So focus is great, but you need to kind of allow your brain some time to properly focus, and you can't do that sitting at the board for 7 hours.
It's so much easier to pivot and do what needs to be done when you are relaxed. But having said that, confessional booth, Divya is quite the extrovert. You see that she's a very confident person, so for this, it's like second nature to her. But I remember last year, when the women did go to the confessional booth, we saw Anna Mizichuk, who suddenly put together a whole load of wins. It's very lucky.
I think it makes a lot of sense to just go there. We've seen players actually work out through variations and lines and kind of figure out, because it helps to be outside of the board area. But yeah, just coming back to the point that I was making, that it's not second nature to the Indian players to do this. They always sort of shy away from these kind of setups. It's kind of, I don't know why it's the case, but it's harder. I generally more introverted with their thoughts, more stoic with things. So I feel like seeing Divya out there, put her thoughts out there, will definitely encourage a lot of them to go onto the confessional booth. We might even see Gukesh and Pragg do it next. And I love that Divya led the way.
Well, Divya leading by example there, and tension there in the center. Maybe we can just do a quick deep dive. because there is a threat, right? That's something you mentioned there, David, that white is potentially going to go c2, c4. That's something that Humpy, well, she spent a few minutes trying to work out how she's going to be dealing with that.
Yeah, it's strange because, like, I think it just feels like a bit of a threat, but there is an optical illusion here because there's a pin on the d file as well. So white's rook on d1 not being defended sufficiently. If black just kind of passes, I'm just very curious. And okay, the eval bar does rise, so maybe c4 is possible. And I'm not sure which way black captures d5. Yes, one of the black pieces can move away. Yes, there's still a pin in the center, but it does feel like white's getting so much space here. This is terrifying, I would say, from the black side. So Humpy should maybe be reacting immediately. Maybe taking the center, break the tension. Maybe something to do with this pin. That was the first move that came to my mind. But yeah, maybe getting out the way, trying to take a bishop and get rid of the pair there. It feels like Humpy needs to change the pace a bit and be a bit more direct. You normally need to be accelerating the pace of the game when you're facing the bishop pair.
Yep, she will have to. I like your idea of just releasing the tension there, perhaps taking on e4, you know, initiating some more clarifications in order to simplify the position. I want to step away from this game because I'd like to head off to another game between Alireza against Pragg, because we have been captivated by what is happening on the queen side. Not so much Pragg. Pragg is like, no one is home on the king side, so let's head there. And I want to just dive into the consequences of this particular opening of h5, h4.
Yeah, big moment. We'll just show a quick action replay of the last 3 moves since we were last here. We left it after knight takes knight, the bishop recaptured on d7, a4 from Alireza, maybe just trying to soften up black slightly, but very slow. And now queen c2. Maybe he could have tried this earlier to try and get rid of the bishop pair, because after h4 takes, black has a pleasant choice. What do we think? g4 to keep the pawns connected, or does he accept some isolated pawns and try to use it as a further line opener here?
If I had to make a prediction, knowing Pragnananda, I think he goes pawn takes pawn. He wants that imbalance where, yes, it's an isolated pawn, but it can be defended, already defended with the queen. The bishop could step up as well, but more importantly, you have a direct target on the g line then. You're going to line up your rook on g8 and start asking some questions. That pawn could eventually actually become the asset in black's position, becoming a passer if it's allowed to do that. I think we'll get to know a little bit about Pragg's mindset right now, how ambitious he's feeling. g4 looks like the more controlled choice in this position. Pawn takes pawn, the more ambitious one.
Yep, I agree. I think g4, just because of my style, I would be tempted to. But now you say Pragg, I'm like, yeah, you're right, 100%. He wants some imbalances. And probably here, white might have ideas of knight e5, possibly. Maybe you should also go back. But just to point out, like here, if black takes this central pawn, white is able to consolidate, create this protected pass pawn. So this could also become imbalanced after rook takes or queen takes on h4. But more likely, he does go the other way. Mm-hmm. And yeah, Alireza yet to show any attacking kind of breakthrough plans.
g4 would be more pragmatic, though.
Oh, exactly, more practical.
Guys, what is it with the puns? They're very good. I give you that.
Would it be progressive? No.
That would be pawn takes pawn. Progressive.
Exactly. We'll stop now.
Yeah, we will.
This library deserves better than cheap puns.
Yeah. Well, I did like them.
Oh, thank you.
But I will keep them in check. You have my word there. If you were to ask me which one that Pragg will go for, I do suspect that we're going to see pawn takes. Pawn. And I loved your idea of going bishop f6, clearing the line, the g line, and...
Yeah, our producer is cringing about these puns.
We'll stop. We'll stop.
Sorry, Vic.
And then you'll miss it.
Exactly. Yeah, maybe just take it. Like.
Yeah, where is the Fairuja in this position?
Exactly. Ankle razor Fairuja. No. Okay, I'll stop. Sorry, Ivanka. Got a very disapproving look there from everyone involved. Okay, one question before we move on. Would bishop to f5, trying to remove the bishop pair, be one deterring factor to taking the pawn immediately? Because if the bishops disappear, if black kind of isn't able to go for the g-pawn or trade off with h3, then maybe this is a weakness long term.
Well, if you continue as normal with bishop f6.
And let's say I take.
Take it with the rook? Oh, yeah, possibly
Yes.
good. Unless, yeah.
If I come in, maybe just challenge me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't achieve much. Probably white's okay in some way, but yeah, this endgame suddenly does look quite nice for black. Now all
Prediction.
the power.
Pawn takes pawn on g4 by Pragg.
You've kind of taught me. I'll say g4 just to be different. How
All
about
right.
you?
You know what I'm picking. Pawn takes pawn it is for me.
I've
Yeah.
already decided. Pawn takes pawn.
Okay.
Let's go, Pragg.
2-on-1. Pragg's gonna push g4. Can feel it.
I'm feeling lucky. I think he's going to go pawn takes pawn. The fact that he hasn't played the move quickly means that he's going to go for the more unusual one.
You know, I've just had such a bad experience in the prediction game against David Howell that now I just feel that he said g4. Ivanka, I'm hoping for pawn takes pawn. I think it's more fun with pawn takes pawn. And it is pawn takes
Never
pawn.
doubt yourself. You know something? I have a very good score in the prediction game against David, apart from guessing how many Armageddons. That I'm just hopeless. But moves, I win them.
We got this.
Yeah, there we go. G6, H4. That is a very ambitious move, we should say, which is good news for us. We'll get a real display of middle game ideas here, especially the G-pawn tender. Alireza, not the turn of events he wanted. He thought it would be one-way traffic on the queen side, but suddenly he might have to start looking at the other flank. And yeah, we'll see what happens next. Still, objectively, probably in the balance.
I do get the feeling that it's time for Alireza to neutralize the bishop pair, though. You know, the position's opening up, lines are coming into play, diagonals are there. You have to watch out for bishop to g4, also threatening to create the h-passer after a trade on f3. So I actually like your idea of going bishop f5 and making sure at least that's not a problem.
Yeah, it feels like the right step. What he does next to fully equalize or to keep minimum risk, that is unclear. But he should, I do agree, start with this move before it's too late, before the chance disappears.
Well, that's entirely in Alireza's hands. Will he start pulling the brake and initiating a trade of bishops, or is he going to be a little bit more ambitious and go for something completely different? We are going to go on a short pause, and when we will come back. We will be bringing you all of the action live as it unfolds.
are back with more of the action of round 2. And speaking about action, it's Armageddon time between Anna Mizicuk and Zhu Wenjun. Their classical game might have been a non-starter with a very calm draw, but the Armageddon is anything but. Because what is that I spy, Tanya? A white king has gone walkies on G3.
I absolutely love it, what we have. I think they're making up for everything that happened in the classical. It's a format so destructive that it's called Armageddon, and destruction seems to be happening on the board right now. It started with the 4 knights opening. This is a crazy, crazy line. Both sides have lost the right to castle. Checks coming in. David, you have to take us. Let's do a quick action replay how we got here. White's king finally finds safety on H2.
Yeah, this is a crazy position, really hard to gain your bearings. And Zhu Wenjun doesn't have much time. Her 7-minute start time has already been eaten away. You mentioned a quick action replay, just to very quickly nip back to a position we saw earlier. The knight came to d4, and instead of playing a very drawish line, which she did earlier, Anna Mizicuk taking this knight, she took it in the center, and a few moves later, she started walking her king up the board. Here, king to f2, a big winning attempt. 2 threats to skewer and pin here, the queen against the king, but also to fork that king with a rook, knight takes c7, and the white king marching forward. I believe, at least from my my old theory, Nigel Short once showed this to me, English Grandmaster, queen g6 was the way to go for the white king, with some crazy complications, lots of forced draw lines, some queen sacrifice lines for white, but king to d8, maybe a small misstep, because there we see a question mark. H3 was a kickback operation here, the knight retreating, the queen retreating, and white's king should be safe. I think just centralizing the rook and the black king in the center is actually the weaker of the two.
And not just that, right? Wenjun's clock, she's under 4 minutes already. There's no increment until move 40, and only a second added after that, which is barely any time to get the moves in on the board. And look at that, somehow magically marching up the board step by step. White's king safe, the rook coming out to the central files, white's knight beautifully placed, eyeing that c7 pawn. This just looks like a dream start for Anna Mizicuk in a must-win Armageddon.
Definitely looks like a dream start, especially with the black king inconvenience there on d8. The only question for Anna is, does she have to play with some caution? Zhu Wenjun does have ideas of jumping in with a knight to g4, giving some checks. But Anna, if she keeps full control, she can just simply attack the queen, and the kingside attack will be jammed.
Yeah, attacking the queen is a nice idea. Essentially, it feels like the board is cut in half. Like the black king gets in the way of the black queenside pieces coming on over. This open e-file looks really nice for white long term. I think as long as the queens remain on, white might be doing well. Black should be in trouble, but yeah, I think long term black's okay. Bishop pair, not too many weaknesses. So Anna needs to be dynamic here. That's why she's burning a bit of time on the clock.
It's also the nature of position, right? So much madness has already happened that you have to now just go all out. You have to, and she's going to reach out for her knight. Does she go to g5, or does she hit the black queen? She does hit the black queen, immediately ready with her response. Again, that idea of knight g4, you have to watch out. Too many pieces on the h line. Only move appears. The blue arrow makes an appearance.
And it makes a whole lot of sense. There's one open line on the board, and why not? Why not occupy it? Then you can double, and then the black king will be worried. Rook e1 indeed played.
It also discourages the bishop from developing to e7, because now there are tactics and sacrifices on the c7 square as well. So making it impossible to attack that knight on h4. The other bishop comes out, the knight gets defended.
Yeah, Zhu Wenjun's queen, like the black queen isn't so badly placed right now, but I just don't see any way she gets back into this game. How does that black queen come back? And the other white knight is about to post up, potentially on g5. It might make the whole, this journey, there we go, the blue arrow appears, or it did for a second there, might travel the whole way from b5 to g5 in just the space of a few moves. Huge threats. Black's queen is going to be such a sad piece if it has to retreat. Anna with a huge opportunity, big advantage for white now.
But this position has come at a cost of some time, because Anna did start off with a very significant time advantage. Now, Anna's down to 5 minutes 19 seconds. Knight d f3, nicely knitting white's pieces together. That's a very good move. Will Anna play it, or will she go for some king to g1, just get her king out of any trouble?
you have to be calculating those lines, right? Knight moves forward, the other knight jumps forward with a check. There is so much attack going on the board. Knight g4 is what she's looking at. It's not that easy to get your knight to g5 at the end of it, as Anna continues to think, and now the clocks are leveling out.
Okay, she has lost some momentum. Great position for white, but she needs to find the best move. Okay, lots of tempting options that might hold her back, like retreating the king to safety makes sense. Using that f3 square that the knight should be using it for the queen instead, maybe slightly tempting.
But she has to watch out, right? Because if she does not play a safety first move, black is there and ready to jump in with the knight to g4, give a check, and there is a discovered attack against that knight.
Exactly. And not just that, even if you move back with the king, black has enough time to get the knight out of the way and anyway put pressure on that h4 knight. Yes, white's better, and it looks like a good position, but I think practically not that easy to handle and go ahead with.
The clock is ticking down for Anna. She's now only got a 40-second time advantage over Zhu Wenjun.
And if Wenjun draws the game, she takes the match.
Okay, big moment. She has a few moves here to breathe with black. No immediate threats facing her. At some point she wants to get her king to safety, connect her rooks. The king is just in the way here. She does occupy the open file. Logical move. She wants to trade pieces. If the rooks disappear, queens disappear, black is doing at least fine.
But now the big question is, what does she have in mind for the idea of the other knight rerouting itself towards g5? Anna doesn't go for it. She first improves the position of the queen, and Wenjun ready with her response. She blocks the attack on the b7 pawn. The other knight headed to d5 as well, opening up the diagonal of the bishop.
Ooh, watch out, some threats potentially. I like the knight d5 move as though here for black. But some weaknesses. She does plant her knight in the center, attacking white's knight on the side of the board.
Okay, well now the big decisions. Does she throw in a check on a5? Does she just drop back the queen to defend the knight that's under fire? I suspect Anna will take the defensive move first. She goes for it. And it's still not easy for Zhu Wenjun in this. You know, clock's down to 2 minutes, 40 seconds. King not entirely safe. Probably king c7 is going to be played. But no, she goes on the offensive c5.
Just before white got c4 in to hit the black knight on d5. I think this was a good moment to do this. And she also wants a nice square for her bishop, potentially long-term on c6.
This is going to be an absolutely wild time scramble, because this sort of a position is so rich for blunders to happen. And every move feels like a high responsibility move, right? With the black king stuck in the center on d8. Breaks everywhere. b4 ideas. First, you need to retreat with your knight. Does she throw in a check? Bishop a5. You have to calculate what happens after b6.
I mean, she's just playing way too slow right now. Just retreat the knight, guard everything. There we go. It's just a blitz game. Almost level on time now. It's pure blitz from here. Increment still miles away. But mistake there from Zhu Wenjun. Question mark move. The bar rises. And Anna jumps in. Great move. Either kicking the black queen to a terrible square, the other knight ready to jump into f5, or black has to part with one of the bishops, and the dark squares will be weak.
Yeah, not a move that Zhu Wenjun wanted to see. Perhaps she underestimated its effects, because to my eyes, the only move that she can probably play is drop the queen back. And that's a horrible move to make, especially when you're under attack.
She needs to make a decision. It's not about finding the best moves anymore. It is about the clock. That's the big boss here right now. f7 pawn hanging, queen hanging. Zhu Wenjun does not know what to do right now, but make a decision fast. Pick up the knight or fall back with your queen.
Oh, no good choices here. Falling back with the queen, probably the best. The queen's going to be sidelined anyway. Taking this knight just opens up the white queen on the f-file. Huge threat against a backward pawn. Black's just too slow, can't consolidate. The queen needs to be centralized, but it can't get there.
And now almost a minute down on the clock as well. Is the women's world champion. She does go back with the queen. That is the problem child in black's position. The queen on g8, that's not the place you wanted it. The other knight jumps forward as well.
Oh, those knights are so good.
Beautiful.
Those two white knights, beautiful pieces. And black goes back. It's as if she's setting up for the next game.
Everything on the first rank. You could even start pushing that black knight from the center of the board to retreat by pushing the c-pawn forward. Lots of tempting options.
She's going to have to sound the retreat even more, dropping the knight back to c7, but at least she has sped up.
White must be looking at pawn breaks now. b4, d4, blowing things open. The Black King is a target. She has a few moves before the knights get kicked back. Anna's picked up the pace here. She's doing well, but can she keep it up?
Looking at ideas like sliding the queen to h4 as well, looking X-raying the Black King on d8, hitting that pawn on h5.
Very tempting. She pushes the pawn, b4. Nice move. Her knight's a hit, but does she have to retreat? We were talking about this earlier. Certain schools of chess would look for counter-attacking moves, dynamic moves. If she has to step back her knight, she might lose a bit of impetus here.
Whatever she decides, she has to do it quickly. 1.5 minutes on the clock, and it's a healthy position. As long as you're not blundering, as long as you're not making a big mistake, just make a move, and she goes for it. Very direct line. She sacrifices the knight.
Okay, well, she takes her moment, but the time advantage is slipping away. And now there's a lot of pressure on Anna as she goes all in for the victory.
Wow, beautiful sacrifice. Maybe not necessary. She would have been better even with a calm retreat. Now the stakes are higher. She's still better, but she has invested a full piece. If pieces come off now, exchanges happen, the Black King gets safe, then this could turn.
She has to prove this sacrifice, and I think the idea is not to get to the Black King as much, but it's to start pushing those central pawns up the board, d4, d5, kick all those pieces back, and look at that, it's just turned around in one move.
Wow, the worst possible moment to push that pawn. Not only is the white knight attacked, but the Black Queen suddenly has opened up a diagonal against the loose pawn. There's no time to retreat now. Anna has said A, she has to say B, she has to keep going. She does move forward with her pawns. This is chaos now.
And Anna is now the one with less time on the clock.
And less material on the board, a worse position right now, and Black's queen about to jump into the game by picking up a key pawn in the position.
Oh, that's such a big pawn to lose, not for the pawn itself, but Black now has this nice outpost for the knight on d5. Oh, mistake though from Zhu Wenjun, inevitable with this time control. They've got 7 moves to make before they get any increment whatsoever.
As long as Black's king is under fire, anything can happen in this game. The bishop comes out to join the attack. The knight moves forward, blocking the d-file. Anna says, I need to get rid of the key defender there.
But there's the key defender, but she also got getting rid of her key attacker as well. I think that bishop was very much needed. But
whoa, just get the queen in, she does it!
Wow.
Queen comes in.
Zhu Wenjun had to take that bishop and offer a queen trade. She didn't spot it. Now, devastating mating attacks threatened. Black cannot challenge any of White's pieces. Black's knight, king, rook, bishop, they just cannot move. It's almost Zugzwang here in the middle game.
What a blunder.
Everything's stuck, and White's just about to get the other rook to pin that knight and win that bishop. It's going to be pins all over the board.
Wow.
That's it. It'll be game over once the rook lands there.
14 seconds. She's still got to make 5 moves to get any increment. Oh, it's checkmate. It's checkmate. One mover. Zhu Wenjun collapses. Wow, Anna Muzychuk rewarded for her bravery.
What an absolute roller coaster this one was. Anna Muzychuk winning her first game of Norway Chess with a beautiful checkmate against the reigning women's world champion.
But for Zhu Wenjun, 2 Armageddons, 2 losses in Armageddons, and this one, I would say in heartbreaking fashion, just losing it in one move, just when things were turning around. What an Armageddon game. I think that more than made up for what was a tame classical game.
Yeah, I've got to admit, I was disappointed to see the first game, how the opening played out. It was almost guaranteed to be a draw after 5 minutes. But Muzychuk, the way she played that one was inspiring and inspired. She chose a really rare line. This is the English school of chess, where when I was young, all the grandmasters were just sacrificing pieces, hacking, playing lines they knew were a bit dodgy, but going for the king, and that was the reward. Yes, there were twists and turns, but that's inevitable in Armageddon.
It is inevitable. Now, after that drama, let's go to the classical drama, and I can see the valuation bar is all the way in Zhu Jine's favor, but there has been an opening of the A line in the game between Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Keimer. Some small changes there. Where should we go?
I just want to point out there's a pawn all the way up to a7 for White in the Zhu Jine game as well. So that's completely nuts. I'd love to see how we got there in our Norway Chess. All 3 boards in the balance. We see not much has happened on the Pragg board after taking that pawn, opening up the G file. Firouzja, top left, has retreated with the knight. Magnus versus Keimer, still a slow game, still everything to play for. Lots of pieces on the board, but both sides in the balance. Wesley versus Gukesh, same storyline. David, I'll let you take the pick.
Oh, wow. Thank you. I feel honoured to get this difficult choice every game now bubbling nicely. We had that lull earlier and things are sped up. I think before we fully focus on Norway Chess and the 3 boards there at the top, we will jump into that one game where there's a big advantage, Vachier-Lagrave, because, wow, we just saw Alireza there in the front of the picture. But yeah, that pawn on a7 is the key feature. The black bishop on g7, for now, I feel so sorry for it. It's been blocked. It normally is the pride and joy of the Benoni, but for now, locked in. And the question is how to proceed, how to turn this advantage into something more tangible. The pawn advantage, probably not going to last for too long. I think that pawn will fall off the board, but can white transform it to something different or bigger?
Can we, first of all, just solve the mystery of how that A pawn got all the way to A7? I'd like to play Sherlock.
Yeah, let's do it. We last left it at after f4. White threatened to break through in the center. Black preemptively dropped back. Bishop to f3. Nice X-ray vision against the rook. Still threatening e5 potentially. Also just defending the pawn. So the knight can come to c4. And I think Bibisara, she's such a good practical player. She spotted the moment. The only chance to play a6. Not just to trade off pawns, but to get this move in b5. Yes, given a question mark, but taking away this square, I think, in practical terms, more important. a7, that's how it got there. But after f6, a sad move, just intended to stop e5. Maybe white could have been a bit quicker here. She dropped back and then just played b3. Computers point out that the move f5 was even stronger, just locking in this bishop for good. But after b3, knight to c8, this is how we see the pawn about to get gobbled up, about to disappear on a7.
And now that the black knight is really far away from that e5 square, I feel that f5 is even more attractive. The idea that you were mentioning earlier, if you push the g-pawn, your bishop on g7 is dead. I can also slide my bishop to h5, hit your rook on e8, ask some questions there. It just feels like an incredibly pleasant position. I'll also highlight one plan for white in these structures. Let's have f5, g5 in, David. If somehow I can get my knight to e6 or c6, I'm super happy, right? And one of the thematic ways of doing it is another pawn sacrifice of the Benoni. And I think you know which one I'm talking about. Make it happen.
b4. And if black captures, I mean, there's other downsides here. Maybe the white queen can come in some positions, but you've spotted a path, Tanya. A path in. And actually, white's a pawn down now after this little transition, but maybe knight to d4. Maybe there's other ways. Maybe stopping g4 first is best, but let's say black, I don't know, continues, then the knight landing on e6 is always terminal.
This just looks beautiful for white. And the point is that even if you don't grab that pawn and you push your own pawn forward, there will be a path for the white knight to land here. I have a feeling that Zhu Jinna's plan has to revolve around taking advantage of the light squared weaknesses that black has because of the lack of the bishop.
Mm-hmm. And this kind of leads me to my question. How much of Zhu Jinna's advantage is based on finding this idea of going f5? Because instinctively, a lot of us might not go there because you're like, oh, we give up a big square on e5.
Yeah, and maybe she's not so keen on allowing black's bishop a new diagonal. I don't know if the bishop's any good on this line. But for example, if white doesn't do too much, maybe she would be scared of the bishop coming around and sitting pretty on e5. I see the bar rise astronomically high. Maybe it's just something like this. And we talked about e5 breakthroughs. Maybe something like e5, and the pawn will drop on g6. So it doesn't quite work here for black, but that could hold her back. Ivanka, your point, how necessary it is. I mean, if a7 drops, maybe if black's ever able to get f5 in, hitting the rook, this could turn around maybe, but I quite like Tanya's idea of b4. Like, that might be the other thing that tempts me.
But then can we not do f5 and allow this counterplay of the bishop and actually just try to get b4 in instead of that? You know, plant your bishop on b2 and anyway just play a more positional approach. At some point, go b4.
Mm-hmm. b4, it's too late.
That is true. And if black is playing the long and wily game, maybe not taking on a7 first, but instead playing b4 before it gets played.
I like it, getting squares for the knights as well, whichever knight comes to b5. The downside is that c4 is a nice square now for the other white knight, for the other piece. And Yeah, it all depends on whether white has this breakthrough, like with e5.
I still don't understand the choice of going for this Benoni stuff. What was it you were saying? Even a good Benoni is a bad Benoni. Need to have a word with Javakir Sindarov.
Yeah, and it's funny because I mean, we talked about the Reti. I played knight f3 with white. If they play d5, sometimes I start playing c4, and I get a reverse Benoni with white. So I'm like, I'm a tempo up. I got a great Benoni. And then I'm like 5 moves later, I'm like, wait, I'm just worse. No space. Can't move. I've got a bad pawn, bad bishop. Yeah, so yeah, the old adage is true that this is a tricky opening to handle from black.
No, it has not worked out well for Bibisara. Yeah. There have been so many good plans available for Jugener. We saw bishop b2. That's a nice positional approach. Take control over the dark squares. She can go f5, cement the square on e6. She can also go b4 and start putting pressure on the queen side. Yeah.
Maybe she was inspired, Bibisara, by watching Magnus a couple of weeks ago in Sweden. He played a tournament, and he played the Benoni as black. He won a nice game. There were some move order differences there, but often that's how the top players work, right? Like Magnus was watching Hikaru at the candidates yesterday against Ferrugia, copied Hikaru's line against the Queen's Gambit. Didn't work out, but the players, they're always watching each other, trying to gain some kind of insight, and often opening choices are influenced like that.
And I just wonder if Magnus is watching Jugener right now, because we're talking about the a7 spot. Well, guess what? Magnus's knight has landed on a7. Pretty much that knight has been every square on the board against Vincent Keimer. It's a wild position.
That knight has been on the most epic journey known to the chessboard. But it does give me Karpov against Unziker. You know,
Bishop
this famous
A7.
Bishop A7 in order to double up on the A line and take control.
Wow, what a position. I love it. I love it. Gotta say, that knight isn't trapped. I don't think it'll ever be trapped. Just to show the knight's journey as well, it started on G1, went to F3, D2, B1, A3, B5, A7, somehow evading capture. It's like the Knights tour, right, where you have to get a knight on every square of the board just once, and you can't repeat the same square. But yeah, where it goes next is unclear. But the whole idea is to block the A-file and take control of the A-file while keeping the black rook passive. No vision here. What next?
It's coming up, right? Rook f to a1. Get it on the other side of the board, double up, try to fight for that line. But right now, Vincent Keimer is at least hinting at h3. Trying to break the pawn structure on the right side. Is that something you need to be concerned about? Can you completely ignore it? Because I'm not exactly seeing the follow-up to the attack either.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think in Blitz, you never want to allow a pawn to land on that square because you just always end up getting checkmated. But in Classical, I don't think Magnus will be seeing ghosts. Like, for example, if he plays Rook A1, if H3 happens, I think he's quite happy to not allow black to ever use the square with his knights. Maybe Vincent's idea is to actually bring his other knight forward and use the F4 square for one of those steeds. And maybe for Magnus, the problem is this bishop. Like, yes, you can sacrifice a pawn to break it out, but not right now. And hard to get that piece into the game.
Oof. Not an easy position at all.
No.
Could you just simply argue that bad bishop is a good defender and just park that bishop somewhere where it defends the king side and then just focus on the queen side? I understand that this is a plan that takes a lot of time, but time is something that we've seen Magnus is prepared to spend.
Yeah, this could still be a lot of maneuvering ahead. It's interesting because if you showed me this position, I would say, okay, it's probably equal. But the eval bar does say that Vincent Keimer has a, well, not sizable, but a little bit of an advantage at least. 0.5. That must mean long-term, because there's nothing concrete here. Long-term, black's just doing great. Yeah, doubled pawns. White doesn't have any pawn breaks.
Yeah. Healthier pawn structure. The bishop are not going anywhere. Yes, you can control the a-file, but can you actually ever win it? You'll have a few trades there. Both the rooks will come off, even if the knight was supposed to go. I'm not even sure. I've got mixed feelings about that knight. You know, I want to say it's the MVP, the most valued piece, but is it really? Is it really doing anything on a7?
It's the MVP, the most vulnerable piece. I don't know. It's a mystery, this knight. I must say, I've rarely seen an idea like this. Like, we've seen it in Karpov Unziker, like blocking with the bishop, but Here, knight feels offside. Like, is it actually ever going to help conquer the A file? Like, it's going to have to come back at some point.
Exactly.
And then it's just rook trades at the very best. Mystery.
Ooh, 98% accuracy for Vincent Keimer as well.
Only 96.7 for Magnus Carlsen.
Weak.
No, it's a very high quality game so far, I've got to say. But feels like the biggest twists and turns are still to come.
Hang on a second. I have the idea as to what he wants to do. And then I just realized that it blunders everything. I was thinking bishop, if I could get the bishop from b3 and put it, on d5 or c6, and then I got very enthusiastic, but then I remembered there's a knight on a7. Every time you try to go bishop a4 to get the bishop to c6. The knight on a7 is just not the best of pieces. And this is why Magnus is thinking. He's trying to find a plan of how he's going to be infiltrating. And Vincent really going for the alpha zero approach. First up, going a5, a4, taking the space here. He's saying, it worked on the queen side. Let me do it on the king side as well, as he secures squares for his knight.
I feel like Magnus in this game has fully invested in his horsey. It's all he cares about. It's all he's been jumping around. While, like you said, Jovanka, Vincent is playing all across the board. He's gaining space on one side, then gaining space on the other side. He's maneuvering his knights to the right square. I have a feeling this one's not going to be easy for Magnus.
Well, Vincent's playing by the rule book. This is what you need to do.
Following the principles.
Exactly. Magnus invested in that horsey. Wearing
Good
it proudly.
work there.
Exactly. Shout out to our producers for that fine camera work. And Magnus hearing and seeing what was on our screen blocks that vision. Blocks that view.
Yeah. And it's a good night for that good night, although it might not be a good night as we claim.
Yeah, we'll see. Magnus, he has 32 minutes left. Still 16 moves before they get any increment. So will we see a time scramble like yesterday? Will we see him lose control? He does need to speed up either way.
He does. It's move 24. Lots of moves left to be made. And we saw Magnus, the big blunder yesterday against Alireza, came in that time scramble. Had he those extra couple of minutes, he would have found those tactics of going in with the knight and defending the game.
Well, defending the game, that's exactly what Magnus might have to be doing. But someone who just won one of the most dramatic Armageddon games we have seen, well, is joining us here in the studio. So a big welcome to Anna Mizicic, who just defeated Zhu Wenjun. Now, how was that game for a rush? How are you feeling, Anna?
Yeah, it's like some time has already passed, but I am still in the game in this unclear mode. So, yeah, crazy.
Yeah, it was completely crazy. And I think the first time we've seen in an Armageddon where you actively took your king out for a walk, you did it with confidence. So part of the preparation, right?
The beginning, yes. It was kind of my strategy to have a calm game, a classical game, and then to try to play more actively in the Armageddon.
So you were targeting the Armageddon because you had this creative idea in mind.
Okay, you never know, because she could have chosen different opening and then it would have been a different story. But yeah, in this case, kind of, yes.
So it's kind of interesting because did you come into this tournament, did you make preparations, have a repertoire for the classical game and then something a little bit wild for Armageddons?
I wouldn't say that it was like specific for this tournament, but from time to time you do play some rapid and blitz, so you have to think about your opening choices when you're playing that, and then some ideas are like kept, or sometimes you're working on your openings and then you think, okay, probably this direction is better for shorter time controls, so then you kind of notice.
And Anna, I want to actually go back to what you just said earlier about being part of the strategy, that if the opportunity came, you were happy to take it to Armageddon. And I remember Norway Chess last day, we were calling you the Armageddon Queen for the way you were playing, and you had really entertaining Armageddons last year as well. How do you decide, or what was it that made you feel that today, with the white pieces, that too, if it was, you were happy to take it to the Armageddon?
Okay, I wouldn't say that I was like going to Armageddon in every line, but yeah, in some lines, like somewhere you have ideas to continue with the classical games, but sometimes you are like, okay, I don't have a good idea for a classical game in this line, and then you decide to, okay, let's do something in Armageddon. So it's more or less. But yeah, when it started like 2 years ago, I think I lost my first 2 or 3 Armageddon matches, and I was like, who invented the system? And then
What happened next year?
Then I won. Yeah, I think the first Norway Chess I made 50% in Armageddon, and last year maybe 6 out of 8 or something like that.
You
So
crushed
it
it
was
in the Armageddon.
yeah, it was better. But okay, yesterday I lost, today I won.
But do you enjoy the format of the Armageddon and having every day being decisive at the end of it?
To be honest, I would prefer without it because it's less work. You don't have to think about what to do in case you have to play another game. But yeah, this format is one of the reasons that makes this tournament special. It's the only tournament where we have this format, so it's interesting. But it's especially it's interesting for the spectators. Like yesterday, I enjoyed a lot watching the Kamers game. Yeah, when you are watching, it's perfect.
It's a dream for the commentators as well, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
But you mentioned, of course, that Norway has a very unusual format. It's not something you see anywhere. So I just wanted to ask you, does it help having the experience of being in that Armageddon situation? You've been here 2 years. You understand exactly what needs to be done, or is it still very much like,
no, I think it helps because, like, I remember when I went to play Norway Chess for the first time, I was like, what is this? It's not even like as like in Armageddon we have 10 against 7 time control, so it's not like even yeah. So it's something like completely yeah. You really don't know what to expect. But if you play like 1 or 2 games of this kind, then you're in the tournament.
And during the breaks between the classical game and the Armageddon, how do you prepare? Do you call anyone up for advice? Because I remember last year I think you called your sister.
Okay, sister coaches. So yes. Especially if something unexpected happened in the classical game and you are not sure what to do, then yeah, you try to at least get some advice.
And Anna, 2 years in Stavanger, Oslo this time, how are you enjoying it so far?
Yeah, new location with now we are playing in a beautiful library, and also the studios are really have spectacular view. So yeah, also the playing hall, it has more space, so more people can come. If you happen to be in Oslo, just join. And it's great. I like Stavanger, but I think Oslo is also good.
You know, you mentioned the beautiful studio, and I think I'm going to get fired for this, but I'll still ask you your opinion. We've got 3 studios here, right, Anna? We've got Norway Chess, we've got chess.com, we've got the TV2 studio. It's fantastic, the whole vibe. If you had to do 1, 2, 3 for the studios, how would you rate them in terms of aesthetics?
Okay, for me, Norway Chess, I think, was like the most beautiful, the most elegant. I think, yeah, they are. No, I mean, look at them.
We've been feeling bad as well.
But yeah, about.
But we're your favorite, right?
Yeah, we are here. Okay.
Stop asking these questions.
Stop putting Anna on the spot.
I haven't been there, so yeah.
With the top 3 favorites.
Yes.
You're definitely in the top 3.
Thank you.
And before we let you go, because I can imagine you're quite eager to rest from that very dramatic Armageddon game, I just want your thoughts on this game between Magnus and Vincent. And I'm first going to ask you, Magnus has a knight on a7. Which knight do you think was the one that landed there?
Which knight?
Which knight? Yeah, was it the knight on G1 or B1? I'm kind of like leading you on.
Could be any of them.
Could be any. Okay. If I were to tell you it was the knight on G1.
On G1, yeah.
Yeah, and that's the route that I took.
Oh wow, yeah, a long way. This knight on a7 reminds me of the bishop on a7 in Karpov's game when he blocked the a file and then he doubled the rooks and then got advantage over the file. But interesting game. I think he has improved because earlier I thought black was okay. Now maybe still okay. I don't know. Yeah, but this knight on a7, you need more time to understand what's going on.
I completely agree with that. Thank you very much, Anna. Good luck in the rest of your games, and we hope you come back and visit us soon.
Because we're your favorites.
I hope I'll have reasons to come here. So if I come, it will be good for me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you, Anna.
Well, I completely agree with Anna there. Some more time is needed actually to delve into the intricacies of this particular position. And it's interesting how we all spotted that knight on a7 and all of us were like, Karpov and Ziga.
Pattern recognition.
Yes.
And chess.
And culture.
And it was really the first time that I saw that idea come into play, right? You study your classics and that's how you know how to fight for the A-line, plant a minor piece on a7, double up, triple up, in that game's case, on the A-line, and only then you open it. And it was incredible to see, Yovi, you were the first who mentioned it, and then Anna spotted it, right, as soon as you told her the knight landed from G1.
Yeah, no, I just had to ask that question because it's so unusual, right, that the knight goes all the way across the board.
I would love an experiment here, like asking some of the younger grandmasters, what does this knight remind you of? Because, I don't know, players of a certain generation, I think we were all brought up on these games and like these patterns, and every book, any Spanish book, any Karpov collection has a bishop on a7. But I don't know, do the kids study with books these days? Do they get these positional lessons? Was it all calculation? I would love to know. Maybe something for a future day.
Yeah, that would be quite an interesting quiz. So whilst Vincent is considering what to do after white has doubled up on the A-line, let's go back to our bird's eye view because it's that time when the clocks start ticking down and things start to get very tense on the board. So we still have decisions in the game between Zhuzhina and Bibisara Asalbaeva, but the queens are off in the game between Alireza Firouzja and against Pragnananda, and it is Gukesh who's taken control over the A-line.
And maybe that's the one that we go to, David, unless you want to jump into Divya's just for a moment. But I think Gukesh, Wesley getting very exciting with a potential rook infiltration on the second rank lined up.
Let's do it. It's still a pawn sacrifice after all. And yeah, it feels like Wesley, in his attempts to try and win this game with a small time advantage and yeah, from a promising opening, it does feel like he's taking some risks. So let's just do a quick action replay. We left it after b4 with loads of captures, loads of questions. We were saying rook takes rook, cb4, de5, which pawn capture do you go for? He decided to get the rooks off first, and then he captured in the center. We did come to the right conclusion. I think we should give ourselves a pat on the back that black wants to take with pieces, not pawns, on e5, just to keep this bishop's diagonal open. And rather than take on b4, allowing black to just simplify everything, win the pawn back, and go into an equal position. This is where Wesley got ambitious and played queen to c2, saying if you take now on c3, the white bishop starts to become a very strong piece. Gukesh played h5. When in doubt, push the h-pawn. The knight is not very comfortable on g3 now. f3, solidifying, and this is how we got here. Rook a5, last move. I must admit, I'd start being a bit nervous here for Wesley. Like, the king's on an open diagonal, h4 coming, rook a2 coming.
And that pawn on b4 has been hanging for the last 5 moves, finally being picked up on its 6th, and the rook does infiltrate. The queen needs to stay connected to the bishop, so either d1 or c1. I think c1 feels like the more natural square. You leave it on the open line as well. I wouldn't want to put that queen on c3, lining up with the black bishop. And after queen c1, Gukesh will be down a pawn. A lot of piece activity. But what's the follow-up? Do you start rerouting your knight to those central squares, open up the diagonal of your bishop? I'm seeing at ideas like knight d7, knight e5, David, bishop on b2 jumping in, maybe throw in an h4. Yovi, right now it feels like enough compensation for the pawn.
Yes, there's some activity, right, on the A-line to compensate for things, but I just remembered Wesley is a pawn grabber and he's very solid. So yes, I do believe that Gukesh has some activity, but I can understand why Wesley has gone for this because he's like knight f1, bishop can come to c3, challenge on the dark squares, and I love a knight being on f1 because from there it can jump to e3 and really will start controlling any breakthrough squares.
Yeah, it's like a knight on f8, there's no mate. Knight on f1, you shall not have fun. You cover everything. Yeah, it's quite concrete. Like Gukesh maybe has like a 3-4 move window to create some threats before Wesley fully just covers all bases. Like bishop c3, rook e2, suddenly White's just a pawn up.
Very interesting. You know, like you're saying that Wesley's a pawn grabber, he's also extremely hard to beat. He just holds on to the pawn and defends it to perfection. Technically super sound, Wesley so is. And he's the kind of player who pounces on an opportunity if he's given it. But on the other hand, I see Gukesh sitting opposite him, who's a player who loves to play for the initiative as well. I just feel like this position interestingly suits both these players. What Wesley's gotten for himself, great for him. What Gukesh has, he's enjoying it as well.
Exactly. This is fascinating, this position. If we had to predict, is this going to be one of the 2 decisive games this round?
One of the 3 decisive
I want to say
games.
one of the 4, but I'm not feeling the confidence currently. So we've had 1 Armageddon already. I have only 1 more left if I have to win the prediction game. Don't think it's happening today.
All the bars are in the center other than on Zuzhina against Bibisara right now. This is, I have a feeling, maybe going to be decisive. Like, unless Wesley has to give back the pawn just to simplify and get all the pieces off the board, then it's going to be hard to see this kind of ending in a draw. Either Gukesh gets a big attack and is able to deliver some kind of mate, or Wesley just slowly covers all the bases and wins with the extra material.
And talking about attack, what is stopping Gukesh from, I like this move going h4, then once the knight goes to f1, you just go knight to h5 and start saying, hey, there's some squares.
Ooh.
And as a pawn grabber, as a materialist, I did hesitate, and that was because I first had to stop and calculate what's going to happen after queen takes c7. That feels like it's just taking it 1 step too far, and look at that. No time.
Oh, I really want to take this bishop.
Yeah.
Get rid of the dark squares.
And you've got a sneaky check, by the way, on a7. Easy to miss.
Yeah. And that's why I want to remove the bishop. Check now. There's a bishop e3 block. So maybe just taking this bishop off the board. And now this check. Where's the king hiding?
Is it hiding?
If it hides on f1, doesn't hide for long. Checkmate. And if it hides on h2, there's a bishop check. So it probably has to hide on h1. Allow a check. Or maybe not the check first.
Do you jump in with your queen?
Bishop.
Maybe the bishop first, or queen?
Bishop. I mean, it all looks so tempting, but now maybe knight f1 covers some checks. Maybe the queen.
Queen f2, rook e2, and then knight g3 is there, so you don't actually have rook e2.
Yeah, and this is pretty much decisive attack for black. 3 pieces, 3 is the magic number. The knight, the bishop, and the queen combining to trap the white king. So this is the danger. Like, that's why Wesley is actually hesitating, not playing knight f1 yet. Maybe knight e2, although, yeah, it does look odd in front of the white rook. At least it does cover the second rank, though. Maybe knight e2, and if the knight comes to h5, then just terrified of these checks. Maybe something like bishop e3.
But this, with the opening of the long diagonal, then there are ideas of going rook a1 as black.
Yeah. Maybe this is a draw now. Rook a1, queen d2, rook a2.
Armageddon time.
Armageddon.
I will say one thing, though. If the position has any life left, Gukesh is the last player to repeat anything. So I think he'll continue fighting, even if that was to happen. So there's still hope that we might have just 2 Armageddons.
Yes. Interestingly, Gukesh, he's defeated everyone else in this field in classical at least once, but never Wesley. He's never beaten Wesley in classical chess. Not many people have beaten Wesley in classical chess. I certainly haven't. We've had so many draws and I've lost a few, but he's super solid for a reason. Knight e2.
Knight e2 on the board. And now for Gukesh, does he route the knight via h5 or try to bring it onto e5 via the d7 square?
h5 feels so natural.
It does.
Combined with some checks on the diagonal, the g3 square, just always mating nets in mind.
And I also want to point out that this knight e2, apart from everything that you mentioned, comes with another threat. You want to push that rook on a2, by the way, knight h5 played. Knight c3 always in the air. You need to watch out for that move. Just kicking the rook out of there.
I guess the big question, and it's something Jovanka mentioned, bishop c3. Like, is there time? Is there time to remove this fantastic bishop? If there is, then white should go for it. But if not, then was it just checkmate? Is it just mate on this?
Well, that's the problem. The queen comes into f2 and starts sniffing around. And queen and knight, they're a magical duo.
I mean, I'd have a heart attack if I saw this. I mean, even in classical, like Blitz, I think is just over. Black will win this game, but maybe you can get away with just evicting the queen.
Just in time with no check on g3. But you need to evaluate this all the way through with queen on f2 and be sure that you're surviving this.
Yeah.
But Wesley has enough time on the clock to navigate right now.
Yeah. And could Gukesh be trying something a little bit more subtle? And work with me here. I'm thinking king h7 instead of knight h5, with the whole idea that you can go knight h5 without worrying about bishop c3.
So yeah, if you'd play king h7 instead, then now the
this
bishop
is
comes out this way.
this was the idea.
Ah, this would have been interesting actually. For sure.
It does feel a bit slow. I don't think we'll be seeing moves like that because knight h5 in fact played.
It's on the board. And now you have to be careful about queen a7 check. I think bishop c3, if the queen infiltrating on f2 isn't dangerous, feels like the move you really want to make as white. Get rid of that dark squared bishop. Leave black with the bishop that's doing nothing at all on b7.
Yeah, this is a critical moment for Wesley. So does he try and trade off black's most dangerous minor piece? If not, he might live to regret it. Could come under heavy fire, heavy attacks. Yeah, if you put the white pawn back on f2, like, you never ever have to worry. Everything's covered, no weaknesses, no squares. Wesley would be fine. But the pawn on f3, all the dark squared weaknesses give Gukesh great chances. Fascinating position.
Definitely fascinating, but there's been a lot of clarification. So let's go back to our bird's eye view. And it seems like today the players were delivered an envelope saying, open up either the A line or the H line and make the play revolve around that. Because we're seeing that the queens are off in the game between Firouzja, Pragg, the H pawn. But it does look like, look at the evaluation bar, white is the one that is slowly taking over.
Oh, Pragg's in huge trouble. Like knight versus bishop, when it's blocked in the center and when the opponent with the side with the bishop has weak pawns, that's scary. I think we'll jump into that one. Just to mention, Zhu Jiner has gone for a massive breakthrough in the center on a square that looked defended, something we talked about earlier. Really happy to see that one. Really thematic. That should go in some positional manuals. But yeah, Firouzja, Pragg looks like the place to go. Some updates. Queen's off and horrible endgame for black to defend.
Can we just do a rewind and find what happened?
Let's do it. We left it here, bishop f5, bishop f6. We actually talked about this, and in this position, knight back to e1 was played. Black apparently with a small advantage still, but maybe had to be a bit careful about how to pursue it. I really don't like his decision here, Pragg. Like maybe just rook g8, keep the white knight tied down to the g2 pawn. That looked like a very logical option, but instead queen e4 is so committal, and after an exchange, suddenly white's rook gets access to some nice squares. Black's pawns are all broken. e4 isn't isolated, but can't connect any pawns with it yet. h4 is isolated. He traded off that isolated pawn, but if this white knight ever ends up anywhere decent, like g2, f4, then if it ever gets around to c5, this is just torture.
And that's just one of the two problems, right? Once the knight is out of the way, the rook from c1 is about to capture the g file and infiltrate on the 7th or the 8th rank. And suddenly the problem of the f7 and the e4 pawns for Pragg as well. A lot of questions to be answered. I mean, that e4 pawn is such a massive weakness. It's on the other color complex as the bishop. You'll have to find ways to defend it, and it's not going to be easy. I'm already seeing ideas of the bishop retreating, the white knight getting out of the way, and rook g1.
For example, if the bishop moves, I'm not sure which way the knight goes, but even if it goes towards this way, as you say, Tanya, like, this is two active rooks for white. This is one very passive rook for black, one very passive bishop. I just don't like the bishop because it has no targets. Like, f2 is always defended. Yeah, this knight, I can even see it going to A1, getting inspired by Magnus now. And coming round B3, C5.
Yeah. Can I also point out a tactical idea that Alireza has up his sleeve? And that is, with the knight on E1, there are ideas of going D5. Back rank, checkmate.
Ooh, that is very nice.
Super nice.
Whoops, checkmate.
Fast way to win the game.
Yeah, that is... Actually, that's very nasty. Can't be stopped. Like, the bishop is hanging, has to be... well, I was going to say, has to be getting that one out the way, retreating it. But D5's coming either way, maybe.
How are you actually defending it? I mean, bishop D8, D5, do you just end up losing a pawn?
Oh, maybe...
Maybe rook H1 on rook H6, okay.
Or rook H1 as well, but... Yeah, it feels like white's going to win a pawn at some point, though. Like, rook E5 might just pick up the E4 pawn.
Yeah, but so many weaknesses for black.
Yeah, I just think Pragg totally misevaluated this queen E4 move. Like, if we just rewind, like, to this position, he's totally fine. Like, never break the connect 3. He wanted a queen exchange, but it's come at the cost of a really, really weak pawn on E4. Activity for white. I think he's just did it all on Alireza's terms here. Question mark again. And big, big advantage for white. I think Alireza wins. Time as well. Big time advantage.
Wow. Some potential big news with Alireza having a very good position against Pragg. He could be maintaining as 100% score. But talking about big news, if you've been looking to level up your game, the chess.com spring sale is officially live. Right now, you can get a massive 50% off premium memberships through May 28th. Don't wait until the clock runs out. Head to go.chess.com/spring sale 2026 or just hit !spring sale in the chat. You don't want to be missing that offer. And we are going to go on a break. And when we come back, oh my God, there is going to be so much action on the boards. You don't want to miss it.
That at least for us viewers, that's the way we're supposed to see an Armageddon. It is at least exciting.
Yeah, for the viewers, it's always very, very, very amusing to watch. I mean, yesterday I was following the game of Keimer, and yeah, as a spectator, you get a lot of joy, but as a player, it's crazy.
Yeah, because that was my next question. Do you feel the same kind of joy when you're actually playing these crazy games?
It's very nervous. But okay, of course, you have a good feeling if you win, but if something goes wrong, then it's really very disappointing.
1.5 points today, does that give you a good feeling for the rest of the tournament now?
Okay, for today it was like more or less my strategy, to have a calm classical game and then to play Armageddon and whatever happens. So yeah, but okay, it's just the start of the tournament, so too early to speak about the future.
At least we can say good start. Thank you so much, Anna.
Yeah, thank you.
Wenjun, you had a very tense classical game. It went to a draw. Please share us, did you have any chances in the classical match?
I think in classical match it's very, very equal. Like there's nothing to comment. It's just about equal.
An Armageddon game, what happened? What did go wrong? We saw there was a piece sacrifice from Anna.
Yeah, I think after sacrifice, actually, I had some chances, but then, it was like very simple blunder. I think after King D7, then my position already becoming worse. So I could have done better, but okay, it's Armageddon, so it happened.
Definitely. Thank you so much for your time and best of luck for tomorrow.
We are back with all the action of a day 2, and I love that whole intro. It feels like Avengers Assemble, and I tell you, there is tension. It is real here in the Dijkman Library. The crowds, they are buzzing. We are buzzing because the clocks are ticking down.
No,
And
you
everything.
gotta do it. You gotta do it properly.
Okay.
Yeah.
How to do it?
Avengers
Assemble. I'm going to hand it over to our Marvel expert, David.
David,
go
take it
for
away.
it. Take the floor.
Avengers!
Assemble!
Assemble! There's other
I
studios.
am working with the dream team, guys. Nothing is better than these two. Keep it coming.
Okay.
Keep it coming.
Someone's assembling an advantage, I have a feeling. We're having hot action on the boards. Farouja with a bigger advantage than ever. And action also, especially on the So against Gukesh board, where world champion Gukesh looks like he's moving things in the right direction, making some magic happen, putting his opponent, Wesley So, under some serious pressure.
And the other player who's under some serious pressure, that's the bottom left board right there. The only winner in the classical from round 1, Bibisara Asubaeva, is facing that pawn on a7, which still hasn't been picked up. Meanwhile, White's bishop is moved forward. The knight about to jump ahead as well. Both bishops doing a fabulous job there for Zhu Jina. I think it's definitely advantage, and the bar is not overstating it.
I completely agree there. Big moment there for Zhu Jina, who could strike back, get 3 points in the classical. For me, the big question is, will Magnus's knight there on b5 dominate the whole board? Will it end up going to g5? In which case, it's almost dominating the whole board in 80 moves or something.
Well, he's failed the knight's tour though, Magnus Carlsen. His knight's been on b5 before. He's just brought it back to b5. You're only allowed to use each square once, Magnus. But it does look like he's got an advantage for the first time in this game.
And he does have that A line under control now, and an infiltration square on a7. Rook a7 coming in, c7 a little soft there. There are ideas of a pin along the 7th rank, with bishop takes pawn tactical ideas after rook to a7 as well. I think somehow Magnus has managed to make the most of the knight maneuver and the Karpov-Unzicker idea of capturing the A line. So Kaima needs to watch out.
He does need to watch out. And finally, let's just cast our eyes on Divya against Humpy. Relatively quiet position. Or is there something in it for White because of the imbalance in pawn structure?
Yeah, I think objectively both sides have reason to be happy, but should be level enough. On the bottom right, that red board, Humpy's knights are strong on decent outposts, especially on f5. Could I take us to Magnus? Because this might be a critical moment. And this is the first time in the game he could seize an advantage, but it might have to be here and now. I see a question mark move. Rook to d7, loose square.
And can we try that idea, David? Get in with that rook to a7.
Okay, rook to a7, hitting the bishop, which will likely move.
Yeah, and the point is it doesn't get me anywhere because that bishop also defends the rook on d7.
But how about trying to make use of this moment of the rook being undefended? Must be why it's given a question mark.
c5?
c5, now or never. And I mean, I was moaning about this bishop, how bad it was blunted by its own pawn. Suddenly it opens up, suddenly there's a pin. So the d pawn can never take on c5. I think Vincent wants to, with or without capturing this pawn, maybe with capturing this pawn, play bishop c6. Oh, it does drop, so Magnus shouldn't take the pawn back.
Ooh, that's tricky, right, to spot?
Okay. So Vincent something here. Not taking this pawn, bishop c6 defends the rook, but also it's the knight. Something better.
Mm-hmm.
And just to point out, bishop c6 immediately after c5. I think white can take this pawn, take the knight, and then b7, and this will be a new queen. Rook to a8 will support that pawn run through. So, okay, this is the key. Magnus is calculating right now. If he doesn't spot this opportunity, he might not get it again.
But also, it's not an easy opportunity to spot, because what's the follow-up? If you're not grabbing that pawn on c5, you have something stronger here. I mean, the only other forcing move is infiltrate with the rook, get in that rook on the 7th rank. But bishop to c6 comes... Okay, the bar says it's now stronger. Comes in, and what am I missing? Do you take on e6 and take on c7?
It has to be a tactic, right? It has to be something along these lines. Take on take on e6?
Doesn't
Apparently
work.
not. Maybe in a position like this, black just steps back, although also maybe stepping to c4 is a nice square and level material. Magnus won't be attracted by this. Has to be something crazy here.
Is there some kind of like, it's only because the evaluation bar is so high. I mean, is there some kind of, I was thinking knight takes d6 or knight takes c7, some kind of funny business. And like I said, I'm just letting the evaluation bar influence my judgment.
Really tough.
Well, actually, we don't need to wait too much longer.
Decision on the board, by the way. He didn't go for this line.
He went for rook a7.
Advantage gone.
Well, Magnus was just in the confessional though. So let's hear what he was thinking. Maybe this was c5 was on his radar.
Yeah, I think like a cow that's ashamed of his body, this game is just an utter embarrassment. I feel like every move we're making is just some kind of positional mistake, and I didn't really want to allow h3 when he was trying to do that, but then I thought if I go h3 myself, he's kind of getting everything. But now I think, yeah, queen f6 was pretty bad, and now my counterplay, I think, is in time, and unless I've completely misevaluated here, I think I'm actually doing well now. I'm judging by his reactions, he seems to think the same. But yeah, earlier on, when I castled, I was just complete. I decided I should play a little bit faster, and then I wasn't sure if I castled queenside, if he can go b5 maybe. But I realized soon after castling that I'm not actually comfortably better as I thought I was, and then I just spiraled for a few moves. But I think I'm okay now.
Well, we were saying that Magnus was making genius knight moves, very imaginative, and in the end, Magnus saying, I think, and I quote Magnus, I think like a cow that's ashamed of his body.
I must admit, I've never heard that phrase before. Maybe it's a well-known idiom in Norway, but I mean, I understand why. Playing a move like h3, you feel a bit of shame just giving your opponent some squares around the king, like g3, f4, as he was mentioning. But a few moves later, after this confessional, we've seen a huge turnaround. Magnus went from having a huge opportunity, big advantage, to finding the right idea just in the wrong order, and now big disadvantage. He's sacrificed a knight, but it doesn't work. This is huge. We have to show this. Knight takes c7 played. Just before we jump in, before the confessional, we were showing that after rook d7 question mark from Vincent Keimer, Magnus should have played c5 first, a capture, and only then rook to a7, hitting the bishop. And now knight takes c7 would have been a winning idea. Similar to the game, but different, because after knight takes knight, bishop to g5 traps the black queen. The difference is that the white bishop covers e6, the escape square. And if rook takes c7, this would have also been devastating. Just rook takes back, and bishop g5 traps the queen. This was winning for Magnus Carlsen, and Vincent would have had to find some other solutions. But instead, after rook d7, he found the right idea. Just, unfortunately, I don't know if this is just a hallucination for Magnus after knight takes knight. This is not a trap anymore. Bishop g5 and the black queen can move. She's safe.
From a winning idea, this has gone on to the losing idea because now you can't push the c-pawn. The bishop on b3 is pinned, so there's absolutely no target. But I think there's another thing that Magnus missed here. David, it's not just bishop to g5, right? You might think the move b5 ends up trapping that light squared bishop. But here, Vincent has a beautiful response. He simply comes back with the knight from where it came from, and Magnus's rook has no good squares. If you trade, the bishop survives. You move away with the rook, the bishop falls back and survives again. Vincent Keimer is going to go up a piece against Magnus Carlsen.
This is crazy. I have a feeling Magnus might have seen this and he's thinking, okay, I can take this pawn. Say the bishop moves, then I can take another pawn. Not sure with the queen or bishop, but black suddenly just brings the knight forward and gets a huge attack. Now that the white queen and king are divorced from each other, no way to defend g2.
And speaking of that, I don't think Magnus is loving his position either right now. I mean, you sacrifice a piece and then you go head in hands. You go into a think. That's a sign that things have gone wrong. You've miscalculated it and you realize when it's too late.
Maybe you also resign.
Maybe. Soon enough. Magnus Carlsen in big trouble.
Maybe he's in big trouble. Oh, a critical moment. By the way, we have a result in the game between Divya Deshmukh against Humpy Canary. That finished in a draw, so we're going to be seeing Armageddon here, but crunch time here for Vincent. Knight takes c7 played. And Magnus, what's he to do? I mean, does he have any tricky moves? We checked b5. b5 is not working.
And Jovanka, the craziest part is that had he just done it, including the move c5, he would have a winning advantage right now. The knight sacrifice was brilliant. The whole concept was brilliant, but the execution completely wrong.
Yeah, I think it's Magnus's clock handling. He mentioned it in TP Sigma, the Swedish tournament, that he was just a bit slower than normal. He wasn't trusting his calculation. Actually, later rounds when he started winning, he was just avoiding any calculation at all, just playing really technical, dry endgames, and that helped him. But like his calculation here is almost perfect, but something was missing. Yesterday against Firouzja, didn't have enough time to calculate. I think here he just tried to rush it. He found the right idea. With 5 extra minutes on the clock, he might have been like, okay, I've got to sit back and fine-tune it, make it even better. Adding c5, like, if Magnus sees knight takes c7, how does he not see that he could have flicked in c5 and trapped this black queen? Something is just slightly off for him right now.
Can you show that one more time? Because I think that's so key to understand the difference, to really realize why this is not working for Magnus anymore.
Yeah, so c5, this idea, and knight takes c7. I mean, he saw this just with a pawn still on c4, and now this is a total queen trap. No way out, but as opposed to the game.
And you can't take with the rook in that position either?
Yeah, you can try taking with the rook, in this position instead, after c5. Where do I go? Here, c5. The thing is, white just calmly takes back. Rook takes rook. The black knight can never move.
Bishop g5 anyway.
Still bishop g5.
Beautiful.
Stunning.
Queen is trapped. But we do have some moves. b5 being played by Magnus. And now here, the only move. Blue arrow reveals knight to e6. And yeah, we saw that white's best chance, I think, like a cow. Oh, yeah.
We've all
That's going to come back to haunt Magnus.
He found the wrong move. Oh, no. Sorry.
It's a good one, David Howell.
It's very relatable, I got to say. We've all felt moments like that where our brain is just not working.
Oh. And
can he milk this advantage into anything more, Vincent Keimer?
Can we just explore this knight e6 move a little bit more whilst Vincent is thinking knight e6?
The rook is hanging on a7, so you've got no time to pick up the bishop.
Yep.
And you got to just close your eyes and hope for the best. Take on d6.
So the bishop moves.
And now I mean, you mentioned the knights are jumping in, the white king is vulnerable, but can you just, again, take on b6, or maybe could you push for c5 or something, rely on the asset that is the b pawn?
Yeah, unfortunately here I think the queens staring at each other doesn't work, but yeah, it's just a matter of time. Maybe he thought queen b8 as well, slow black down, but black can simply defend that bishop, maybe even with the king. Maybe even just go for checkmate. And yeah, it's something like that he has to try. I think he was only looking at ideas like knight takes b5, black giving back the piece, but knight e6 is the key.
But that's what I want to understand. Why is knight e6 the only move here? Because there's another retreating square at e8. And that seems to not work. Let's just place the knight there because he still can't pick up the bishop. And watch the bar rise. In fact, Magnus is with a winning advantage. And David, because you still move the rook away, the bishop's falling back. So how's this helping you?
I think the trick, it must be the trick again. Oh, not quite here. I wanted to play c5.
And bishop g5.
And try to trap the queen, but it's not quite this. This is enough for equality. Is there something even better?
And that's why knight on e6 is required. What's the execution? You will show us, but that knight on e6 stops bishop g5 and all these lines.
Wow. Okay, I would never have guessed this. So I was a bit naughty. I checked with the all-seeing engine. White just retreats anywhere. Rook a4, rook a3, rook a2, rook a1. And when the black bishop moves, now c5. Threat, c6, double attack, threat, trap the queen.
Oh my gosh.
So Vincent...
Unbelievable.
Oh, this could trick him. I think knight e6 is a more logical square on general
More human.
principles. But he might want to defend d6.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a 50-50.
The knight e6 is the move you want to make, but then if you get greedy about your pawns, which is so easy to be, if Vincent's missed bishop g5, he could actually end up losing this.
Right, and it's not just bishop g5, right? He has to first of all understand that c5 is the invisible move. You know,
And both
c5,
of them already missed it once.
Exactly. And c5, I mean, it's covered by 2 pawns. You think it's impossible. And it's full board vision.
This
Big
is
moment
huge.
for Vincent, knight e6.
Knight e6 would win him the game against the world #1, knight e8, and big trouble for Kaima.
Wow, huge moment. He should invest a lot of his 16 minutes right here, right now to calculate. Of course, he doesn't know the evaluation. He just thinks it's complicated, messy, and it is. Maybe we let Vincent think because there's been a queen sacrifice or a queen loss from Wesley So against Gukesh out of necessity. I'll just bring us straight there. Clocks are ticking all around the boards right now. Nobody in dire time trouble yet, but everyone now approaching the 10-minute mark. And this is the position. Wesley So has given up his queen for a rook, bishop, and pawn. So it's actually level material, but I don't like the white king, how open it is with the queen still on the board.
And one also gets the feeling that the pawns, the double B pawns, are going to be extremely vulnerable to any queen moving in, whether it's on the A3 square or the A2 square, and you'll end up losing more material.
Well, if you have to go passive with the rook, then you're just basically shuffling side to side, waiting for black to simply improve the position.
Yeah, that's never a happy decision. Rook takes pawn. It feels like pieces are so loose with the queen coming in with the check, the bishop hanging in some moments. David, but we should check it out. What actually happens with rook takes pawn?
We have to check it out because if Wesley can't take the pawn, he knows he's bound to suffer for the rest of this game. He just has to go all-out passive defense, and that is the best. He should be playing rook b1 or rook d1 and just keep the rook on the first rank because rook takes pawn.
Come in with the queen.
It must be, right?
It
Check.
feels like it has to be the move.
Oh, no good choices here for white. Let's say I try to hide on the edge of the board. Black bishop just needs to give a check somehow. Not yet, because the knight's covering that square, but is there time to just bring the knight in?
I love it. You're also threatening the bishop. Ideas of queen f1.
Yeah.
And this just looks terminal for white somehow.
Totally.
Still don't see the winning blow.
Bishop
but
e3?
Bishop e3. Can white try to run the king? It must be a winning attack. Must be for Gukesh. And the bar does confirm. It goes on, but this is the way forward. Wesley should just keep his rook then on the first rank. Just for everyone at home as well, to show why Wesley gave up his queen a few moves ago. We saw him make a mistake, double question mark, bishop to g5, and it was this pin on the first rank. It has been about the first rank that came back to haunt him. Bishop a6, I think Wesley missed. And after bishop takes h4, bishop d3, deadly pin. And that's why he had to give up material.
I'm just wondering why Wesley decided to not put his queen on d2 at that moment, or am I just completely walking into something?
After bishop d3?
After rook to a1.
After rook to a1. Good question.
Why must I sacrifice? Or maybe he just completely missed bishop to a6.
Yeah, I think he missed bishop a6 from afar.
It does feel very scary with the queen coming in to infiltrate.
Yeah.
And now you can go rook a2, right?
Rook a2.
Queen e3.
Such a scary attack here.
Yeah. Oof.
Queen e3, maybe a bishop check. Now white can't block with f4 because the queen would be hanging. And if you go back, Oh, it has to be.
Rook takes knight, right?
It has to. Rook takes knight. And if rook takes bishop d4 wins, if queen takes queen, I just wanted to show. Okay, this is a nice little checkmate.
Beautiful. Beautifully done. Wow, Wesley put under pressure for many, many moves, cracks at that moment, misses bishop to a6, is now down a queen, has enough, at least mathematically, the compensation, but with the structure falling apart, the piece activity, Gukesh playing for a win.
Gukesh, I don't think he can lose this. Worst comes to worst, black gives perpetual check. Like, even if Wesley is able to like take this pawn and play bishop c4 and get his king safe and everything goes to plan, probably black has enough because the white king is so open. So Gukesh working the magic.
It's also kind of hard to put your rook on the first rank right now if you're Wesley, right? You are tempted to pick up that c7 pawn. Why would you want to put your rook?
Okay,
passivity. What happened?
Okay, well, this super interesting, but we got to move back to this game because we said everything is going to turn on where Vincent puts the knight, and he goes to the wrong square, knight to e8. We could be seeing a very sophisticated idea now.
He's about to make his move. Magnus, has he seen it? The idea of bishop to g5 at the right moment. He needs to get c5 in.
Yeah.
If Magnus retreats his rook now anywhere on the a file, any safe square, he has a big advantage. He will have turned things around totally. But if he trades rooks, things are less clear.
And all Vincent had to do was choose the right square for the knight. He had to go forward and not backwards.
Wow, that was difficult. I totally understand why Vincent didn't want to give up d6. I totally understand why he didn't want to give up the pawn. We have engines. We saw that black's attack against the white king with the knights coming forward would have been the clincher, but so hard to see from afar.
The feeling is that Vincent has completely missed the idea of the queen getting trapped. You know, Magnus had the opportunity earlier to get c5 in at the right point. Both of them missed it, and it's just not on Vincent's radar. That c5 and all the squares for the queens are taken. But Magnus needs to retreat with the rook right now.
And that's a difficult spot, right? Because you're always looking forward. You're thinking about rook takes rook. You're thinking about bishop takes pawn and maybe doing something with the b pawn. But it's just a very calm retreat. And seeing this invisible move, c4, c5, putting that pawn on a protected square.
Yeah, to be fair, it's not just Vincent who's missed it. It was Magnus earlier who missed c5 due to the fact that the black rook was undefended. He needs to see it again. He needs to see something that he didn't see earlier, Magnus Carlsen. As our chat is saying, the sequence is still hard. The rook retreating, not easy, but can he find it?
Magnificent, and I would agree with that once he does retreat the rook. I want to point out that it's extremely crucial for him to do that, to force the bishop to go away, so that when you push that c-pawn, you can't grab it with a d-pawn. Magnus Carlsen is getting ready to make his move, and he does it! He does come back! He finds it!
He finds the first step, dropping the rook back to a2.
You have to go away, only one square for the bishop, Yobi.
Yep.
Bishop b7, and after c5, that rook on d7 is pinned. You can't capture it with the d-pawn, creating a square for your queen to run away.
I think Vincent panics here. I think he will start shaking his head. He's already shaking his chair from nerves. He has missed this, Vincent Keimer, and only now the realization is setting in. And he might have to just jettison his bishop, like give up the bishop for a pawn, not sure which pawn. I have a feeling he doesn't want to allow and doesn't want to see the white pawn cross the barrier of the 5th rank.
And that's just an incredibly sad decision to make, because yes, you'll restore material balance, but the b6 pawn will be lost as well. How are you going to keep the position guarded? It's completely busted even if you don't lose the queen, even if you give up the bishop at this point.
And suddenly, white's going to be playing with 2 bishops, has a lovely target on b6. So giving back the bishop isn't entirely comfortable either.
This was such a crazy save.
Yeah, and I want to shout out our producers for that utterly incredible pun on the screen just a moment ago. Beating me to it, I'm gutted. Those cow jokes are going to follow Magnus Carlsen around no matter what result comes in next. His confessional was the prelude to what was about to become an incredible tactical battle.
And the realization for Vincent that the correct square for the knight was e6. Everything would be in control. He'd be up a piece against the world number 1. He's going to go down a queen now.
That's so unlucky, because if you tell Vincent, if you drop into that position, you say, what's a better square for the knight, e6 or e8? 100 times out of 100, he says e6. But then if you start calculating, you're like, wait, I lose the d6 pawn. He kind of tricked himself out of the best move. by trying to calculate a bit too much, and in those calculations, he just missed this detail. Retreat moves are the hardest to see in chess.
Yeah. And c5, what a blow. And the fact that Vincent is not retreating his bishop immediately tells me that the penny is finally starting to drop.
You see Magnus there, he suddenly put his head in his hands, he's like shaking his head. Now he's back up, trying to keep the poker face.
Well, his gamble paid off big time.
Exactly. And there we see, the bishop gives itself up. Totally understandable. Vincent Keimer wants to at least shatter the white pawn structure if he's going to have to drop the piece back. Now the black queen will not be trapped. She will be able to move. Maybe she goes back to d8 now to at least temporarily hold that all-important b6 pawn. But the knights are passive. The white bishops are fine for now. And yeah, I think he's just too slow, Vincent Keimer.
Too slow. And the point is that white can just double up, triple up the attack on b6, right? You go back with your queen, I come sideways with my queen. The rook comes on the 6th rank as well. I don't see how you're actually holding on to that pawn for too long. And once that pawn goes off the board, the queen side, pawn storm that Magnus has just decides the game.
Yep.
At least the b3 bishop is blocked, will be Vincent's thought process. But it won't stay blocked forever. c5's going to come eventually, almost guaranteed, even at the cost of a pawn, to reactivate that piece.
This entire game has been about knight moves, start to finish. All the decisive moments have involved a knight move. For Magnus, finding knight takes pawn, but at the wrong time. For Vincent, retreating with the knight, the wrong square.
Exactly. And now it's going to be the bishops that come and steal the show, as Magnus's bishop on e3 is now the MVP, targeting b6.
I mean, Jovanka, think about it, right? You do this entire journey with the knight only to give itself up at the wrong moment, go into a dead loss position, but then your opponent returns the favor.
Yeah. Well, that's life. Going back to our bird's eye view, we also see that the other boards are also looking extremely exciting. We have Alireza pressing against Pragg, the valuation bar in his favor. Gukesh inching ever forward as Wesley has gone for that solid defense, that passive defense. He's in full control there. And Bibi Sara, she's still hanging on against Zuzhiner, but if we trust the evaluation bars, we're going to be seeing 4 decisive games.
Do you mean 2? Oh, my prediction, I'm not so sure about the 2 anymore. Yeah, and in the meantime, it does look like an Armageddon also soon to start. So action galore incoming. It's going to be mad time scrambles on every board.
You know, I'm kind of really happy about my prediction of 2 Armageddons suddenly. I feel like the 2 Armageddons already done. The bar all over the place on all the other 4 boards. Guess who might be winning the prediction games today, boys and girls?
Oh no, it's always...
It's a repeat of 2025. I feel it in my bones, where it goes between Tanya and David, and I'm just sat there.
It'll come your way one day, Yovi.
Yeah, well... There's still time. There's still time. And we have the Armageddon to look forward to as well. We're going to keep a close eye on that one as that game is soon to begin. But where should we cast our eyes on next?
Oh, the bar has just gone sky high in the Zuzhiner against Bibisara game on the bottom left. That's been winning for white for a long time. She just needs to find the killer blow, the breakthrough. Black is actually, 2 pawns up in that position despite having a lost middle game there. Firouzja, though, against Pragnananda. That looks like it's going to be a long grind. And Pragg is... Oh, maybe we jump there. Pragg's just given up a pawn.
Yeah.
Given a question mark as well. Desperation from the Indian Grandmaster. Doesn't have much time either. 2 minutes. He's about to get the increment at least. But what is the idea? c5.
And he grabs it. He instantly grabs it. Pragg trying to open up the bishop, but how is he combining it with the rook, the b6 square under control? Why did Pragg just give up an entire pawn in this endgame?
Yeah, if we go back, I think it's because white's about to play knight c3 and just win this isolated pawn. And we talked to... I mean, I joked that e4 was almost isolated earlier. It's properly isolated now, and these 2 pawns separated. The best would have been apparently to play g5, but a sad endgame anyway.
I think what Pragg could be hoping for, and it's on the board right now, to get that rook to that b file. I think the only way to do it, b6. He's creating counterplay. He's changing the nature of the position, and practically that does make sense. He's down to a minute and a half. Pawn takes pawn, rook takes pawn. At least you're getting closer towards getting rid of the pawns, creating counterplay against your opponent.
Well, they do say in order to save an endgame, you need to have an active rook. So if you apply that, I guess it makes sense. But White does have the fairly elementary defense that after c takes b6, you can defend b2 by playing b4.
Mm-hmm.
Now, just to show that b4, and White is still a healthy pawn up. Black rook's still got to go passive, still got to go back. Not good news for Pragg.
Not at all. Not a happy endgame, and no time on the clock as well, but he's just one move away, so almost there to make it to time control, where extra 10 seconds are added every move. But Firouzja in driver's seat, about to get his second win at Norway Chess.
Racing.
In the Classical.
And if he does that, he'd race to 6 points, and that's a very healthy lead over his rivals. Already just 2 rounds in.
I mean, speaking of races, you know the guy who stopped Lewis Hamilton from winning his 8th World Championship, and Magnus Carlsen trying to win his 8th Norway Chess. We know the guy who got him to, well, at least put a roadblock on that. Alireza being a bit of Max Verstappen here.
Exactly. Speedy guy, speeding to 6 points if he can wrap this one up. I agree. Just taking this pawn and then pushing b4 looks very logical. Maybe there are other options here for White, but maybe we zoom out as well. This will go on for a while. Pragg will get that increment. Will we see any other games reach an early conclusion?
Well, we do also have the Armageddon game between Divya and Humpy in operation. That's still very much early days, so we focus on the classical games where the clocks are ticking down. And Gukesh is coming forward in his game. He's gotten rid of the dark square bishops, and now it's just about inching forward. It doesn't matter whether that game takes 50 moves to win or 20 moves. The result feels like it's inevitable.
Yeah, Wesley's having to push for pawns forward, weaken his own king just to get some squares, and the best way to defend against the queen is a fortress, but you don't get fortresses if you have to push your pawns forward. They become harder to protect. So Wesley in a desperate position there, looking up, praying for a miracle. It does feel like Gukesh is very, very close to a win, although maybe the final touch will be improving the Black Knight or creating a pass pawn. That's the top right blue board there. Elsewhere, Zuzhina on the bottom left has lost her advantage. That one, I mean, it's just anything can happen. It feels like mad time scramble approaching. Where to jump next? Where should we dive a bit deeper?
Wow, Zuzhina with 3.5 minutes, down with the number of pawns, but up on the position. You know, we've done a roundup of that. I say we go back to the Magnus board with Vincent still struggling there. 6 minutes on the clock. Magnus about 5 minutes. No increment so far. Should we go back to that one?
Yep, let's head there, because the big question is, can Magnus grab that pawn on b6? It's there, ripe for the taking. And if he does that, then it's just a case of holding back any form of black initiative on the king side, and then just slowly advancing as a team on the queen side.
Yeah, he's got to take that pawn. I think the biggest positional mistake here would be to take the knight with White's bishop. And I just think it's more important to create a pass pawn right now, unless there are any immediate threats against the White king. Taking this knight would give Black chances of getting a good knight versus bad bishop scenario, therefore he does take, but apparently a big mistake from Magnus Carlsen. He's lost the advantage, and now Vincent Keimer needs to just give up the exchange, needs to realize rook takes bishop is a saving resource. That is so difficult.
But how does it even save it, David? Because you can just
take it.
Take it.
I think we have to dive in. We have to show this while Vincent thinks he's got just under 6 minutes to realize here that he needs to get rid of that dark squared bishop. This is deflection at its very best. Rook takes bishop now. If the White queen takes, I think we can see that queen g5 is really scary for White to deal with. No good way to defend this pawn. You probably have to bring your rook back, because queen to f2, and this is suddenly a fork on the White king and queen. But the difficult part is rook takes rook, and after... Oh, wow, I was going to say queen g5 again, but White will just dodge that threat. Apparently knight to d3, hitting the queen.
Queen e3?
The queen has to keep protection with the rook, and now knight c5 severs the connection, hits the bishop, hits the rook. Game on.
Stunning.
Just like you said, a knight's tale.
It's been a nightmare, this game. It's unbelievable. The knight is just deciding everything, but that last position with the knight going forward, then coming back for a double attack, that's insane. Oh my god, OMG, rook b6, knight d3, knight c5. Completely agree with that. That is an OMG moment.
Wow.
Does he find it?
I mean, the eval bar says 0.0 after that, but if that happens, anything is possible. Like, that could turn in Vincent's favor. Magnus could spiral. Magnus could still win with that passed b-pawn. Anything could happen, but Vincent has to take that bishop. If not, White's b-pawn will kill him long term.
And maybe that's what. It's going to be the lack of options that's going to make Vincent play that move. Everything else he knows is losing anyway. And the fact that he's paused, he hasn't gone on to just move the queen somewhere. Vincent Keimer needs to find this sacrifice to save this game. It looks like he's reaching for the queen, David.
No, he's reaching for the knight. He misses this golden opportunity. Let's face it, rook takes bishop is only easy if you spot it.
I think Magnus spotted it. Did you see the relief on his face?
That's the second time Magnus has looked visibly relieved after his opponent's moves. I think he realized he should have earlier taken with his own rook, Magnus. Bishops were more important there, but knight c7 isn't even threatening anything. The rook is not hit. There's still a pin on it. So Magnus has a move or two to get out of threats. Like putting his king in the corner, getting out of this queen g5 idea. That looks like a key idea. c5 at some point, blow it open the other bishop. Magnus now is back in the driver's seat, but he's doing it the hard way.
Oof. Unbelievable. Knight blunders indeed defining this game and somehow coming from Vincent's side in those critical moments. But I have to say, rook takes bishop, an incredibly hard move to find, especially the follow-up with the knight d3, knight c5 sequence.
Yeah, it's only easy if you're looking for it. And rook takes b6 would have been a bolt from the blue, but hasn't been found. Now, still, I think there's still work to be done because the idea is still very much there in the air. Knight d3, queen to g5.
I really have a feeling that Magnus spotted it. With the reaction that he had on camera right after, it was hard to find, but Magnus knew that he had let slip for just that one moment.
Yeah, he knew, he realized, and I think he's recovering from that shock, Magnus, but he doesn't have much time to recover. Magnus has 3 minutes, under 3 minutes now, to make 4 moves before he gets any increment. So still blunder territory if he's not careful. If he takes his eye off the ball, moves his rook, for example, those types of tactics could still happen. He has to be so alert now to the tricks.
And queen g5 is coming in. That queen and the knight are going to combine with ideas against the g2 and the h3 spots around the white king. So Magnus has to be active and not that much time on the clock.
Also, there's got to be one thing said. The bishop on b3 is a very poor piece. If for some reason, a knight were to establish itself on c5, I think Vincent is active enough to hold White's forces at bay.
Yeah. I have a feeling Magnus is going to sidestep any of those ideas on the G line by simply taking time out and moving his king to either the h2 or the h1 square. He's reaching for the other side of the board.
Looked like he was going for his rook.
He does?
Ooh, rook back to a2. Okay, that's the only good square, I think, because it does indirectly defend the g2 pawn. So now that tactic that we saw earlier, rook takes bishop, queen takes, and then the black queen coming out, doesn't do anything. It doesn't create any threats. White has all the bases covered. So, okay, if he was going to move the rook, that was the best square.
Oof.
Now Vincent's turn to try and work something out of nothing. He's a pawn down.
Yeah. And he knows that the clock is his best friend, so he needs to make some decisions fast so he can put pressure on Magnus's clock. Some tempting options. You can bring your knight forward to d3, hit the white queen, get your queen active. But whatever Vincent decides, do it quickly. He's reaching for the queen, queen to g5, knight takes pawn, a big threat.
Huge threat right now, has to be dodged. Knight takes h3 would be a fork. Magnus gets out the way. He's got everything protected right now. The rook defending g2 is so important.
One gets the feeling that Magnus is in control now. The rooks come back to defend. He's won a pawn. Bishop's happy. Black's piece is completely discoordinated. No big attack.
Yeah, we've seen him be in a decent position before, though, so there might still be one last surprise in this game. The clock is going to play a huge role, that's for sure. Magnus down to under 2 minutes. They will get increment in 2 moves. But Vincent, he just needs to set one last trap and hope. But what is it? bishop e3 is almost guaranteed to come next, and Magnus is going to realign his army and put them back into perfect defensive positions.
I'd be tempted if you're black to get the other knight towards the center of the board. Just try and keep that f4 square consolidated.
He brings the other knight into the game, and of course Magnus places that bishop back to e3.
If only he played knight e6 a few moves earlier. That was the downfall of Vincent Keimer. The other tactic, rook takes bishop, was so hard. Rook takes b6. Very forgivable to make that type of mistake. But yeah, now what next? Magnus will try and break through with c5 at some point, or maybe push his pawn further forward, b6.
Also, just one move away from making it to move 40 is Magnus Carlsen. The queen comes back. Vincent, is he trying to get the g-pawn moving up the board at some point, just trying to create some chances on the king side?
Well, he sounded the retreat, actually, because it's very difficult to make any inroads whatsoever on the right side of the board, whereas Magnus is going to be so quick with advancing the b-pawn and then just pushing through. And, of course, Magnus being Magnus, plays safety first chess, consolidates there before he's going to turn his attention to the queen side. And meanwhile, in the other games, I'm just saying that there's gonna be decisive results all around. Alireza Firouzja looks like he is in business mode against Pragg. A win would net him 6 points and make sure and keep his 100% score intact. Whereas Gukesh taking over against Wesley So, as we expected, and Bibi Sara against Jujiner. Well, there's been a massive turnaround there, and Bibi Sara now is in full control and is dominating.
And Divya completely crushing it in her second Armageddon against Humpy as well. As you mentioned, Alireza Firouzja is a whole pawn up in that endgame top left. David, excitement all around. We're going to have potentially 4 decisive games. Where should we go?
Oh, it's so difficult. I'm almost tempted to stay here for a while to see where the next bar swing occurs. The players are on seconds, though. Firouzja, top left, that green board, he's a pawn up.
Yes.
I don't see any real counterplay for Pragg. It looks like it will still go on for quite a long time, but almost inevitable that Firouzja should win, barring a big blunder. Magnus, I think just because they're on seconds, might be tempting. Gukesh, yeah, that's going to go on for a while, but he should be able to beat the fortress there. I'm so shocked about that bottom left board. Bibi Sara now 2 pawns up, clearly better. A huge turnaround. And Divya against Humpy, probably the first one to finish that Armageddon. But do we jump there, or do we stay with the classical?
Humpy's got 30 seconds on the clock. Let's do a quick trip there and then move back up.
Let's do it. And let's just quickly show why Divya is winning. It's basically because of the A-pawn. The passed A-pawn is a runner. Once the knight steps out the way, almost impossible to stop that one. White has a pawn advantage, beautiful control with the knights, and the white king also has a route if it wants towards the queen side.
Just looking very simple, right? You've got this direct path in, the A-pass. So as you're saying, I don't think there's any coming back for Humpy, even if she had an hour on her clock in this position.
No, and Humpy doesn't have any time either. 30 seconds on the clock. Divya in full control here. So Divya, it's early days, but she's getting a reputation as being the Armageddon queen.
It's like she's got Humpy's number, right? In the World Cup final as well, taking her down. Well, this looks like a Divya win, but let's jump straight back, David, to the other action. Time pressure territory all around.
Yeah, let's go to Magnus against Vincent, because things could really turn every moment here. Magnus looks like everything is under control and it's just about massaging that advantage on the left side of the board. Queen to e6, given a question mark, but Vincent just down to his last seconds.
Whoa!
Magnus trading queens, but now Vincent has better chances of a fortress. It's going to be hard to break through since White's light squared bishop is so bad. Magnus actually had a win on the spot that last move. Magnus could have pretty much delivered checkmate. Just to very quickly show this, one move ago, instead of trading queens, a bit of panic from Magnus. He could have given a check, kicked the king forward, and now just removed a defender. Black's best piece is this knight on f4. He could have taken it, and after a recapture, queen h5. Checkmate ends the game. This king is defenseless. You can't even bring the queen across to defend, because a check would deflect the king away, another check, and the queen would fall. Magnus could have ended the game on the spot. A capture, a check, and a mate. But instead, going into an endgame that suddenly isn't so clear anymore.
And that wasn't even the hardest line to find, right? It felt like a very natural response in the position. And now, for Vincent, He can set up his other knight coming back to e6 and just say, yes, you have an extra pawn, but where are you making progress with 2 double pawns? One on the G line, one on the C line.
Oof.
What are these pawns even worth?
Yeah, this is not easy at all. Knights are fantastic. We said it earlier, against doubled pawns. Knights are fantastic. Our chat's there saying that Magnus was plus 3.9. I think it was even more than that if he'd spotted that check and kept the queens on the board.
And look at the confidence with which Vincent is responding now and the speed with which he's doing. You can get rid of one of those 2 knights. At the end, you'll be left with knight versus bishop, and black will have the better minor piece.
That is true, but one can understand Magnus is thinking. He's so good at the end game. He's thinking he's got a pass pawn. It doesn't really matter whether you win in 100 moves or 50 moves. A win is a win. And this one is still one-way traffic.
Yeah, the problem is if black is ever able to get his rook to the A file to challenge or swap the rooks, if the rooks disappear, it's a fortress. There's no way through for white. No pawn breaks, no entry points. Black's king will happily sit in front of the white pass pawn on the B file. Draw immediately. White's C2 bishop is dead.
In fact, how does white even improve the position?
You can't. It feels like a fortress right now.
Right.
I don't really see a way. You can get your king all the way up there, but then that's firstly a really long path, David. Black has enough time to set up some trading ideas. He's getting the king to c7. He'll drive the rook back to b8. Fight for that a file. Magnus has no way to improve this. Chess is hard indeed, confirmed, with the kind of roller coaster this game has been.
Yeah.
With 2 of the absolute best right now. The player in the hottest form and the world #1.
Exactly. I think Armageddon would be a fair way to decide this because both players have had big chances. Both players have missed chances. Magnus has been far from his best in this game. And ultimately, Vincent's found the right plan to draw. He's going to play rook to b8 next. If there's no trade, if the black rook isn't traded off, it might just become very, very active.
He's doing it. He's going to come back with the rook. And if the white rook falls back, the king steps sideways one more time and the rook slides on the A line. One way or the other, Magnus will lose control of the A file. Bring that rook forward, keep chasing it away.
And just to confirm, Divya did win her game against Humpy Canary.
Very impressive from Divya. And much as I love the grind like a grandmaster quote there from our featured chat, it does feel like a difficult one to grind. It might not have that much life in it. Vincent Keimer is going to be able to hold this fortress if he's accurate. As it says there, Innocent Grey. Looking much more confident now, Vincent Keimer.
But Vincent now goes the other side with his king. He's trying to keep the right flank defended. Magnus gets the king all the way up.
Well, the best the king can hope for is getting to b4.
And then what?
And then what?
Next?
Well, you kind of hope that there would be another flank as well to attack. But Magnus is being tricky, you know. He's saying with his rook, look how he's positioned it on a1. There's options. You can go h1. You can try to infiltrate on the right side of the board. But still, the clock is a factor.
It's a factor, only 10-second increment.
Vincent yesterday made so many moves with just 1 second left on the clock. That kind of brinksmanship, living life on the edge, can come back to haunt you, especially if you're under pressure for a long time. Magnus tries a new angle. He needs a second front. He's tried the queen side. He's
5
got the pass
seconds.
pawn.
4, 3, make a move.
Vincent, panic. Does bring his king forward. Good move. But still, he has to keep surviving. And black's knights are frozen. His rook is going to have to go passive. Magnus goes in. Some threats potentially on the 6th rank, but pawn's also under fire.
But he's got no time. Vincent just has to play really fast. Make a move, Vincent.
Make a move.
With 1 second on the clock.
Oh, it's a very practical move. Moving the piece closest to the clock. Rook a8.
Okay, Magnus is going to start hitting some pawns. Magnus might be able to win a pawn if he comes across and back. Maybe a second pawn drops.
And now you have to go on the defense. He does it laterally. But now the rook slides 1 step forward. David, your idea. Bishop takes pawn. How are you defending it?
I don't think you can stop a second pawn dropping. It's not the best bishop to trade off. So Magnus might be reluctant to capture that second pawn. Still miles away from creating a pass pawn. But that's progress. That's a new question for Vincent Keimer to answer.
Yeah, 2 pawns feels like 1 pawn too many against Magnus Carlsen. He usually needs 0 pawns to win an endgame. He does go for the idea. Vincent Keimer feeling the pressure on the clock and the board. Second pawn about to go down. I just feel like Vincent failed to find the correct plan against this rook infiltration from the other side of the board.
And just to update you, it was a draw between Jujiner and BB Sara, so we're going to be seeing Armageddon there.
Wow, that was a real roller coaster game. White was winning, then black was winning, and a draw. And we'll see them again soon. Nobody able to win in those classical games so far.
And Magnus is hesitating a little bit before giving up that beautiful bishop. He doesn't need to rush by taking that pawn. Nothing's defending it anytime soon.
Yeah. But big news. Alireza has just defeated Pragg, so he maintains his 100% score, moves to 6 points. What a game. What a player. And doing it with his leg elevated.
It's really something else. I mean, we keep talking about how, you know, a beast is dangerous, but a wounded beast is an even more dangerous one. And Alireza literally taking that phrase to the board.
He's elevating his chess up to the next level. Alireza, what a start for him. Both games he's won with white, so it will get tougher. But the most perfect start you could imagine. Who can keep pace with Alireza? He might even have a huge lead. He's guaranteed to be in the lead. It might be a big one ahead of round 3. If neither of these two players is able to win in the classical. Magnus, though, advancing his king. Looks dangerous, but his king should be safe enough.
He's playing on all sides of the board, Magnus is. All of black's pieces on the defense. The pawns are extremely weak. The king goes down. If white's king moves forward, Vincent relying on a check on the A-line.
Magnus is going to try and tie Vincent up again, make him as passive as possible before advancing his king. Only move, rook to f8. That's not an easy defense. It looks like the most passive square imaginable.
But the other way around, you put it on d7, that's when Magnus's king goes forward, and you just cannot let that happen. So keep the game going. You have to play the rook behind the pawn. And he does it.
Yeah, process of elimination, a good decision by Vincent Keimer. Magnus still yet to find the breakthrough. His c2 bishop is just so bad, that light squared bishop. Totally stuck. Bit one-dimensional now.
Is he going to go rook f6?
And now not so easy to win that g5 pawn. He comes the other way around.
Okay, the king stops the rook from infiltrating. That was the only move, again, from Vincent Keimer. Defending really well right now. The only safe square for the king to use. Magnus is now down to 10 seconds and goes back. Allowing the position to repeat if Vincent wants, just for the second time.
Yeah, but add up some seconds on the clock. Just make the move fast. And if the rook comes to f5, your pawn defends it. You're not even losing a pawn anymore. He does it.
What do we think? Is there going to be one last swing still in this game?
f6 defend that pawn. He places it on f6 instead. He doesn't attack the g5 pawn. I think a lot of twists and turns ahead, David. This isn't over.
I think Magnus is not going to let this game be over until he has tried every single resource going. So I suspect the rook will slide over to h6 to keep active. No, he drops it back to f5, f6.
Push that pawn, defend your pawn.
Keep everything protected.
Under control. One gets the feeling that Vincent has once again found a defensive structure, a fortress here.
Exactly. Vincent's done everything right, and this could turn. Like, if Vincent's rook ever gets active and comes in, suddenly Magnus might be on the defensive. So here, you have to be a little bit careful. Magnus is hoping to get over to the queenside, though. I think this is the threat for now, to infiltrate. You might need to just put a knight in the way. Put a knight on c5. That's been the formation. That's been the blockade.
Yeah. And use your king to guard all the squares on the A-line. He puts it, but this time the other knight comes in. And rook a1, you can slide your king over one more time. Magnus running out of ideas.
He's rook a1. The king is going to cover the infiltration point. That's been the mechanism so far. Are we going to see the rook go to the other open line? Yes, it does.
It's like everything for black defends. Each of the pieces are playing a fantastic role. The pawns hold each other, the knights defending each other. The rook needed to come to defense, doing a fantastic job. The rook comes in, bishop takes knight could be a potential threat.
Ooh, suddenly it's getting tactical. Vincent, I think, missed this. Bishop-knight versus bishop pair versus knight pair. But one of the bishops might be trading off. And now Magnus can change the pawn structure if he wants. Bishop takes knight. That will force a pawn to take back. But then it's good knight versus bad bishop. And dark square blockade. Is Magnus going to take? Black's got a threat.
He does.
He's changed the nature of the position. The king comes back. And the problem with Magnus's pawn formation is that light squared bishop never finds life.
Ooh, there's no way into the game for that piece.
No. But Vincent does have to be careful about ideas of Magnus improving his position and at the right time perhaps activating this bishop by just jettisoning the pawn on b5.
I think he might be setting that up, Jovanka. Put that bishop on a4, sidestep, and then give a check. Give up that pawn at the right moment. And Vincent, I think he heard you. He said not happening.
Not on his watch.
The question now is, if Vincent just moves back and forth, does White have a winning plan by moving forward with his king? Is that progress?
Ooh.
Vincent slides.
Okay, well now you can put the bishop to a4. Not a very subtle threat, but it's there.
This is what we call the perfect fortress, right? That you can continue repeating the moves without changing any other piece, and your opponent still can't make progress. So has he found the perfect fortress?
He might well have done. He can put his king on b6 and just move his rook back and forward. Magnus actually stops the black rook coming in now. Doesn't want to allow any counterplay at all.
Now the knight could come into the game, put some pressure on the c4 pawn.
Pawn undefended. Could Vincent start playing for more? Not yet. Magnus defends. This looks so drawn now. So fortress-esque.
What a completely crazy game this has been, start to finish. All the knight maneuvers, the knight jumps, the blunders, the counter blunders, the sacrifices.
What a game. Magnus will be so upset with himself, though, for not winning this game. To take the queens off in that position when he pretty much had a forced checkmate, that he will look back on with regret. But Armageddon looks like it awaits. In the meantime, it looks like Wesley So against Gukesh could also go to Armageddon. Rook goes back.
So Wesley making a comeback in his game, just like Vincent is.
It's not easy to play when the clock is ticking down and you just have seconds. So Magnus taking the wrong decision in going into this particular endgame. Also the same with Gukesh blundering a piece and allowing Wesley a defensive fortress. But the question is, can Magnus break through?
It feels like all the longest games of Norway Chess are going to have Vincent Keimer on one side of the board. Another 100-mover coming up.
Oh, I remember one year commentating on the Tata Steel Masters, Vaikanze, and 3 days in a row, Vincent Keimer played over 7 hours. And I just thought, that's my chess karma. I've tortured so many commentators by playing long games, and now Vincent is taking over that mantle. But yeah, he loves to kind of play these endgames and learn these endgames, and such a good player. Now it's a total fortress. The black king can just move. D8, C8, no way through for white.
And he's also managed to get a few extra seconds on the clock, and that just speaks of the confidence that he's feeling in his position. He's making the moves fast. The king shuffles around. No entry point, and you can see it on Magnus. He offers a draw, and that is it. Vincent Keimer takes it to Armageddon.
An Armageddon in store for Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Keimer. That's just around the corner. But disappointment there for the world number one as he finds himself taking the wrong decision. And we move on to the game between Wesley So, Gukesh. It's now rook, knight, queen, pawn. This also looks as fortressy-like as possible.
Should be a fortress, but of course only Gukesh can win. And Wesley will have to put his pieces on the right squares. If he's a bit kind of complacent here and puts his pieces on loose squares, we could see some tactics. There are checkmating patterns around the white king. It's not going to be easy.
Not at all. And the king, knight, and rook need to stay compact with each other and make sure that the f-pawn doesn't start moving up the board. So you have to control the f5 square, keep your pieces defended with each other, doing a bit of work to make that happen. But I feel like Wesley's figured it out because he's already on the right side of the board.
Right, and he's simply just moving and waiting with his king. As long as the king has a nice connection with the rook and the knight and keeps an eye on the f5 square so there can be no pawn advances, everything is nicely controlled. The queen comes and gives a check. He's just going to drop the king back. Not easy for Gukesh to make progress.
He's going to try for another 45 moves, and then he might play the move f6. And then he's going to try another 45 moves. I think the key at some point will be trying to play f6 and king g5 while the black queen defends the f5 square. And there we go. He does push the pawn already, doesn't want to hang around. And if he can play queen d3, king g5, force the white rook back, then we might see some progress. But for now, the white rook will stand its ground. It has some checks to give. There we go. It's hard here to see black breaking through.
But it still feels like this Wesley hold is more tough than the Vincent hold. You still have to be precise as white, and Gukesh can try this for a really long time. It doesn't feel like the perfect fortress just yet.
Yeah.
The king coming the other way around now towards the center of the board.
Yeah, great attempt. Always try new angles. That's the way to beat the fortresses. If it doesn't work from one side, go the other side. This is frustrating, though, for Gukesh. He has to hang on to his pawn. There we go.
Defends it with the queen.
The white knight is just so well placed. Covering the king, covering squares, defending the rook in many lines, stopping the pawn moving. He's just got to move his king back and forth, back and forth.
Back and forth, back and forth. And the thing is, once you have that defensive mechanism worked out, you can play those moves quickly as well. And the rook and the knight just working so well together, and knight is the king's best friend. As long as the king stays within this whole circuit of h3, g2, Wesley knows exactly what he has to do.
You really feel that way, right? Because he's got almost an extra minute on the clock. He's playing so fast, so confidently, and I think Gukesh will realize that his king, all the way marched up to the center of the board, hasn't achieved anything. Zilch. Might be time to come back and try something different. Get that king to g5 now.
Oh, Gukesh doesn't have much time either. I think he needs his queen on this diagonal, and then his king to play king e5.
You want to stop all the rook checks.
I want to stop all the rook checks. At the moment, king e5 would allow the white rook to kick it away. But you need to cover the light squares with the queen, and then the king needs to be the one breaking the blockade. Not easy yet.
Not easy. And also the question for Wesley is how, not Wesley, but Gukesh, how hard should he try? Because if it's a draw, as we're expecting, he then has to play an Armageddon.
The one thing we know about Gukesh, he's going to play this out until the very end. We might be sitting here tomorrow commentating on this classical game.
I mean, he played 144 moves yesterday in classical. Now they're nearly at 100. Could we see him break his own record from yesterday?
I say 200.
You're not being paid in number of moves, Gukesh.
He's a fighter.
Exactly. But I love to see it, personally. I love the grind. I love to see these players. It's like a good tennis battle. They're going 5 sets. They're going to tie breaks. They're going to really wear each other down stamina-wise. And yesterday, he had more stamina than Vincent Keimer. He's younger than Wesley. Maybe he'll feel that the longer the game goes, the more chances he'll have in the Armageddon.
Yeah, that's a great point. The odds go more towards him. The more fatigue and endurance become a factor here. We saw that how it played out in his game against Vincent. He has managed to get the king to the other side. As long as the f-pawn is alive, Gukesh plays this on. Wesley's doing everything to stop any pawn moves, gets the rook back. It's a maneuvering game. The aim is to sacrifice your queen for the rook and the knight. If you can set that up, and then the king moves forward.
Yeah, it's risky, I thought, this idea, but the pin does allow the white king to defend the rook. But that is the idea, to play queen back, at some point to take either the knight or the rook, get to that winning king and pawn endgame, but not all of those will be winning. Gukesh has to move. He slides across, queen c4.
No threat just yet. But these moves are tricky because you're not threatening anything, but white needs to be careful. Rook f4 isn't possible anymore. That was the square that Wesley was relying on for his rook.
And he wants to bring his queen back. And if the white king, after the rook retreats, is ever forced back, then the black king can start advancing, coming down the board. Okay, we'll see him give a check now, I believe, Gukesh. And Wesley's only move, will it be to go forward with his king?
But he's got 10 seconds. He's under 10 seconds now, Gukesh. He does give a check.
There we go. Which way is Wesley going? Forward or back?
Up he goes.
I wasn't sure about that.
And how many moves since f6 was played?
Good question. That was move 88. So they've now made 14 moves. 36 more moves, Gukesh, to push his pawn to f5. It's almost a reverse of roles from yesterday. Same story.
Yeah. And incidentally, I came to the playing hall with an arbiter and I asked him the question, like, if you claim incorrectly a 50 move, does the arbiter give you any information as to how many moves are remaining? And the answer is no.
Yeah.
No information is given.
Only whether it's accepted or rejected, the appeal. So the magic number for Wesley today is 138. Is that correct?
138.
And that's when he can claim a draw.
Needs to survive another 34 moves. So far, so good, though. Wesley doing everything right to hold back the black pawn, to hold back the black king, as importantly.
And to think this is Gukesh's second queen and pawn endgame.
At least this time he has a queen.
This time on the right side.
Yesterday was a grind and a grovel.
At least this time he has the pawn as well. The only one with the winning chances. Without the pawn, immediate draw.
But I'm very impressed with the speed with which Wesley's responding. You know, he hasn't come down under a minute so far. Because you really want to be able to play against your opponent's clock as well in these kind of positions.
Yeah, he's not hesitating. He's simply shuffling the rook. And he knows, you know, as Tanya pointed out, the rook, the knight, the king, they're all within touching distance of each other.
Gukesh is asking, he's provoking Wesley to try and chase up his pawn. And I do wonder whether at some point Wesley might just stop just trying to hold the fortress and try to be more aggressive in his attempts to end the game immediately with a draw.
And that's really interesting because after that move, you can't go f5. There are tactics in the position. The knight is coming in with some big forks as well.
Oh, he didn't go for the immediate fork. Okay, sometimes in the back of your mind, when you don't force a draw immediately, you start to think, oh, could I have forced it there? Could I have forced it there? Wesley's found a technique he thinks is enough, and he's sticking to it.
Gives a check, comes back. Yeah, just don't divorce your pieces from each other and you're good.
Oh, I love the terminology. Exactly. The rook, the knight, the king have to stay in this together.
Don't say it, David Howell.
Nearly did. Here we go. Gukesh is coming back around the other side with his king this time. But he's been here before. Didn't work last time either.
No, and rook f3 is going to be the response just like before.
Okay.
No progress as of yet.
What should he try? Centralized queen.
It's impossible to push that f-pawn.
The white king is the one that should wait. The white rook and knight are perfectly placed.
28 more moves for Wesley So.
Getting closer, almost halfway to that 50 move rule. He blocks the pawn. Okay, now it feels like time just to pin. Threaten in some positions to take this knight. I don't think it's a threat immediately, but just take squares away from the white rook, the white king.
And while this is a mammoth fight, let's remind everyone there's another huge fight coming up, Yovi.
Yep, we are going to be seeing Armageddon. First up, between Zuzana and Bibisara Asaubeyeva, and that will be followed by Magnus Carlsen against Vincent Keimer.
It's quite a menu we have.
Yeah, it feels like the day's just beginning. So much chess still ahead. But, okay, he's crossed the 5th rank. This is the furthest the Black King has come without getting checked away. And it will try to travel further if it does continue getting checked.
It's going to get checked.
Oh, is he going to go to the center?
He comes forward.
Oh, that's such a tricky spot to play because knight f5 would have been a fork. You know, your hands are always shaking to put the geometry between the king and the queen when there's a knight on the board.
You could put your knight on the square, throw away the rook, check. But unfortunately, you can't do that both at once.
But the problem is that the rook and the knight are kind of creating a force field around the white king so that there's no way for Gukesh, even with his king and queen in the action, to separate white's forces.
He's trying though. He gets the queen to attack the rook, but the king is too far away. Did you see Wesley checking the move number there, but finding no help? What do you think? What are the chances of a second wrong claim of Norway Chess?
Pretty high, I would say. I mean, we're currently on how many moves? We're on 116 moves.
28, 128.
Oh, 128.
Is the number he wants to get to. And, okay, it was actually 138 is he needs to get to. And, oh.
He played king to c4. Gukesh offered a draw. Wesley takes it. We're off to an Armageddon.
Wow. No false claims there. He didn't need it. What a defense from Wesley So.
What a defense. A draw, another Armageddon. So, we had Alireza with the only classical win of the round. Everyone else drew Armageddon time. But whilst the players are just setting up the pieces, analysing, we are going to go on a short break. When we return, of course, it is none other than Armageddon time. So hold on to your seats. It's going to be epic.
Divya, you looked nervous going into that Armageddon. How does it feel with this format? Is it nerve-wracking?
It is nerve-wracking to some extent, mainly because I was wide today, so I needed to get the right kind of position to push. And at the opening, it didn't go so well for me, but then I think after a point, it got well, also on the time.
How much fun are you having with the Armageddon games after a classical?
A lot of fun. I love the Armageddon. I am actually also having fun with classical because we don't have any increment, and it's the first time for me, so I would say it's really fun.
Thank you so much.
No worries, thank you.
Alireza, when we came into this tournament, we were thinking that playing with a or sprained ankle is almost impossible. You're in pain, you get tired, but you're proving that it's just a boost.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's a boost, but I'm trying to play chess, and I mean, I have a lot of pain, but it's it's something that keeps me like focused, you know. It's just like it makes me to not think about pain.
Are you having fun playing so far in Norway Chess?
Yeah.
And yesterday you really praised Chepa for the opening advice. Was it a plan today with what you guys had thought about in advance?
Not today, not sure, but it was a decent game. But I don't think opening was something special.
Thank you so much, Alireza, and congratulations.
We are back, and just like that, it is Armageddon time. We're going to begin with these two players, Zhuzhina playing against Bibisara Saubeva. Zhuzhina started with 10 minutes, Bibisara 7 minutes, but Bibisara is the one playing with draw odds. The action has already started, so let's dive in and follow along.
I just want to point out straight up that White has an extra pawn, and I believe it was the A pawn that was won, but Bibisara's coming in with some big ideas there on the king side, with the bishop ready to line up with some checkmating threats on h2. White's got to be a little careful.
Definitely. She's feeling nervous about her king. That's why she retreated a bishop. Any check could be deadly, so for now she has everything covered. I would say the other thing that Zhuzhina might not like is the position of her bishop. The white dark square bishop's a bit locked out for now, but if it ever is able to get back into the game and trade off for the black dark square bishop, pawn up should be decisive. White's knight as well on d5, nice outpost.
Hmm.
Does feel like Bibisara is fishing for some tricks here, but if she doesn't land one, then she's going down.
I think bishop to e5, that's the first trickster move that you've got, right? h2 under fire. How are you defending it? h3 looks incredibly weakening here. g3, it's on the board. You want to blunt the bishop. And are there any potential sacrifices?
I guess you have to go all in, right? As black, and really as black, Zhu Jin wants to be holding solid. She takes.
She does it.
And White's best move was not to take that knight back. White could have slid across with the queen, pinning that knight, and she would have bought herself a little bit more time. Now it's far from clear. Knight g5 is a big threat. Adding another piece into the mix. Knight into f4 sometimes. This is anyone's game. This is very hard to defend for White now, and we see that there's not only one Armageddon going to be played in this hall. Magnus getting ready as well.
He's trying to shake off the demons of the fact that he was winning against Vincent. Well, it finished in a draw. It will be Armageddon. The knight now comes in. 3 is the magic number. Zhu Jin has to get rid of that knight.
Yeah, and then again, that bishop, the problem piece for White on b6 still there. You watch out for ideas like rook to a6 and potentially even trapping that bishop in certain positions. Now that the knight is out of the way, you pick that up with your own bishop. Not so easy to detangle yourself as White here with the king unsafe and the bishop trapped on the other side.
This is huge. This position, oh, she offers a queen exchange. That is a great move. In some lines, black is going to try and hunt down that bishop. It might find itself falling off the board. So we see a check. Will we see a repetition, though?
You can't, right? I mean, you have to switch it up at some point if you're Zhu Jin. A draw is just not good enough. That's as good as resigning right now.
True. But what to do if she moves her king? The white queen is a bit vulnerable on this diagonal. The black rook could move, could start attacking the white queen here, and it could join the action, the black rook. Just with a few moves, it could lift itself up and start delivering some nasty checks. I don't think putting the king in the corner is the right hiding place.
No, but then if you block with the queen by stepping her up 1 square, again, there's still calculations that are needed because the bishop can come and give a check. Also, the queen can just sidestep anything, and the white king's still very vulnerable.
And she does come back. Does Zhu Jin, even Bibisara, give a check first, or will she just repeat the position once? A draw good enough to take the match. Bishop e3 or queen h4. She does go back, passing the ball. How are you going to switch this up? How will you play for a win with the white pieces in this position? A huge threat on e3 that needs to be stopped. A rook lift, rook to d3 is one way to do it.
Yeah, it has to be the rook now. She can't mess around with the queen and risk a repetition. She would lose the Armageddon with a draw. Therefore, she does use her rook. That was great, I think, mind games from Bibisara. Offering that repetition, just saying, okay, it's in the back of your mind now that with best play it might be a draw, but
bishop d8! You cannot play this.
Oh
Bishop comes in and it's a skewer.
It's a massive skewer. She's going to be up a rook now.
Oh my gosh, that is a potentially decisive turn. And ironically, she had to give up a rook for that bishop. She should have given up the other rook. She could have used her rook to trap that bishop. When it retreated to a5, she could have taken it, and then she could have started her rook lift, and it would have been a huge attack for black. But now she's left with the rook on a8, miles from the action.
I mean, this cannot be worth an entire rook. The attack feels like it's fizzled out. White queen and bishop defending the white king well. Right now you've got a threat on that b2 pawn, but you just defend it. You could also go rook to b1, rook to b3.
But the white king doesn't have too many defenders, and whilst the queens are still on the board, there is still a small chance.
She can't defend that pawn. Like rook b3 drops the knight. That's queen d4 check, and the knight drops. Rook b1 drops the a2 pawn. Suddenly the black rook gets in. This is not easy. She can't really safely defend her pawn. Last thing she wants to do is play knight b1. She's not Magnus Carlsen. She won't do that. Or will she?
Ooh, knight b1's such a counterintuitive move in this position. c4 is hanging as well.
No chance.
And the fact that you're up a rook, the bar should be through the roof. So it means that black has something to play for in this position. Once the queen comes in, the rook's about to swoop to a2. Magnus watching this game as intently.
Or is he napping? Who knows? We'll never find out till the cows come home. Magnus Carlsen. Rook to d1 is the choice, giving up more pawns, and suddenly black is better despite being a full rook down.
Unbelievable. Do you take the pawn on b2? Do you take the pawn on a2?
You introduce everyone to the party. Rook takes pawn, of course, that is played. Bibisara, she's a 3-time world blitz champion. She thrives in this type of complicated chess. Rook slides over, just like that. Suddenly, the evaluation bar is saying that black is better.
Oh, nasty checks in the air. That would cause some real traps for white. You can't block with the queen due to some nasty deflections there. There would have been bishop checks, and instead she pushes a pawn. In the meantime, we go to another titanic encounter. Magnus Carlsen against Vincent Keimer has just begun.
It has just started. Magnus, he's going to shake off the disappointment from the classical game, and he adopts a very quiet system. B3, E3, challenging now in the center. This is the type of position that Magnus really enjoys playing.
Right now, I don't know how much he's enjoying life after everything that's happened in the classical, but let's not forget there was a moment when Magnus Carlsen was also losing that game in one move had Vincent spotted the right square for the knight. It was an absolutely up and down battle, but Magnus definitely has to be the more disappointed one that this goes to an Armageddon.
Definitely. And although it's an interesting approach from Magnus, and he's now gaining tempi against the Black Queen, he's playing a system that Vincent Keimer is famous for with colors reversed. Vincent with white loves playing this knight f3, e3, b3 stuff. He's been playing it for years and years. So I'm not so sure about Magnus's strategy using his own opponent's weapons against him. Vincent might just know everything there is to know. And he's about to move his queen probably back home, safer square. And Magnus still has to find a way to change the pawn structure maybe because black has more space.
And then Magnus will continue with bishop development, get his king to safety. At the right moment, you want to think about what you want to do with your d-pawn. Keep it as flexible as possible, or do you strike in the center with d4 if you're Magnus?
Yeah, that will be a big question. d4 might just lead to symmetry. But, okay, Vincent goes a different square with his queen. And now, watch out. Only move is knight to a6, stopping a knight fork. Given a question mark, though, because apparently white had a very strong move. White could have played e4 on the previous move. But that one was hard to spot.
And Vincent under 6 minutes now. Magnus keeping that clock deficit going. Shah castle. Vincent wants to get his bishop on b7. You want to finish development. b6, bishop b7 seems like the idea. Get those moves in quickly.
Yeah.
Get those moves in quickly. Also, the question for Magnus remains, how is he going to develop his queen side? Is he going to offer a trade of queens? He's in a must-win situation. Is he going to step forward with the d-pawn, 1 square, 2 squares? Where is he going to activate his rook? And as you mentioned, Tanya, the pawn chain has arrived. a7, b6, c5. Black is making everything solid.
The bishop's coming out next, the rook's to the center of the board. The knight from a6 is the one piece you want to reroute, and Magnus stops the route. He stops knight b4, knight c6 towards the center of the board. Vincent continues with development, looking extremely healthy for Vincent right now, the position.
Yeah, and he hasn't been too slow, Vincent, to solve his opening troubles. He still has 5 minutes on the clock. Very healthy looking position for the German Grandmaster. Magnus, he can't really play d4, becomes too symmetrical, too drawish. He can't play b4 yet, that square's too well covered. If no pawn breaks, maybe he just has to build up in a slow hedgehog structure here, put the pawn on d3, keep everything on the 3rd rank, and hope to lash out later. But here we go, he does offer a trade of queens. Magnus loves the endgame so much. It was a mistake in the previous game, the classical between these two. But is it a mistake here? Vincent also a very strong endgame player.
And he proved it in the last game, right? Holding the resilience that he showed against Magnus in a worse position, down a pawn, building a fortress. Classy stuff by Keimer.
Very classy. And decision time. Is it good to take the queens off the board? Or are we going to be seeing Vincent make another? Yes, of course, the queens come off. Black's very solid. I mean, but there is one thing I want to draw your attention to. White has a very good knight on b5. It holds this rook back on a8.
Ignore that.
There was a glitch in our our notation because, of course, this didn't happen. You can see on the cameras that Magnus is playing with all the rooks.
Yeah, one white rook suddenly disappeared. But Magnus's winning chances have not yet disappeared. He plays b4. He's trying to break out. Changing the pawn structure, minority attack, these 2 pawns hitting black's 3 pawns. Makes a lot of sense.
Also, you can't grab twice on b4. There are tactics involved in the position. a7 will be weak. Also, ideas of the knight hanging at the end. So I don't think that's something that Vincent will go for. You need to solve the problem of the knight on a6. Once that's done, it's completely level.
I just want Vincent to take everything on b4, just so we see Magnus put a knight on a7 for the second time today. And I don't think I've ever seen a white knight on a7 live to tell the tale, and it might well do so. Okay, let's see Vincent. If he doesn't do that, what does he play? It feels like he might just pass, and whoop, he drops his knight back, but...
Not bad. I like it.
Yeah, doesn't allow Magnus to give him an isolated pawn. That's the thing. First a knight trade, and he'll always take back with a rook.
And I like that he solved the problem of his knight in the position, keeping his pawn formation intact. Whenever there's a trade on c5, you always take it with your rook. Keep the structure as healthy as possible. The material completely balanced. And look at that. Vincent wants more trades in the position, jumps forward with his knight. The bishops are about to come off.
But Magnus has another weapon up his sleeve that we have to factor in, and that's the clock. He has a healthy time advantage. He's preserved that one, and he's got the type of position where he can just simply keep on making non-committal moves and keep forcing Vincent to use up time.
But Yovi, you've got to be impressed with the speed with which Vincent is responding so far. He comes back, he centralizes the knight. Is Vincent getting ambitious now?
Maybe. Vincent not allowing Magnus to undermine him further. There won't be any pawn exchanges yet. Vincent's established a very strong pawn. Could become a target, but for now Black's knight is super strong. And Vincent could definitely get ambitious if he starts pushing some pawns forward. It feels like he has free reign on the king side. White's very passive, especially the bishop and knight. Can't really move.
But it's the time. It's the clock factor. He does want to double up the rooks on the c line to overprotect that pawn on c4. Magnus, will he be able to do Magnus things in this endgame?
And talking about results, we have a result. Was a win for Bibisara Asabeva in the Armageddon against Sujiner. Well, fortune favors the brave, and that's exactly what happened. Will Magnus manage to win this Armageddon to get those 1.5 points? Well, not if Vincent has anything to say.
Yeah, so much action elsewhere. I do believe we will be recapping some of the games that we haven't been able to focus too much on. So stay tuned, everyone. A bit later, we will see some of those happening, some of those endgames, some of those checkmates that we have missed out on. But for now, this is the big one. This is so tense right now, this Armageddon.
Very complex. And yes, it's completely in the balance, but you look at the clock, you realize that Magnus is playing an endgame, and you know that anything can happen right now. He's going to make Vincent sweat in this. Vincent looking at trying to potentially get b5, but you have to be careful with that move. You can't really open up the a-line. Magnus stops any advance at the center of the board. No e5 yet. Vincent instead pushes the h-pawn.
Conventional wisdom says you don't want to let your opponent advance too much. Magnus loves gaining space with pawns, so g4 now harder to achieve for the world number one. Great move from Vincent Keimer there. Magnus, if he can't really make any headway on the queen side, can't push his kingside pawns, might find himself a bit stuck. He moves his rook forward first. He gets kicked back by the knight. Vincent happy to repeat the position. Of course, a draw is enough. But Magnus has gained a move. He can now double up his rooks, try to apply even more pressure. First, he locks up the queen side, or he attempts to do so. And here we go. Vincent's rook, though, gets access to a really nice square.
And now you've got 3 attackers and 3 defenders. Where's the breakthrough? Will there be a 4th attacker? Will he try to get his knight from f3 to e5, try to create more pressure on that c4 pawn? It's the only weakness that Vincent has in the position.
Well, it might be a weakness on the board, but I'm worried about Vincent's clock. He's down to 2.5 minutes. Magnus, well over 5 minutes. And every decision that Vincent makes is costing him time. Bishop takes bishop.
He has to find it.
This is uncomfortable because he knows now a white knight is going to get a beautiful outpost. After the bishop trade, the white knight's going to come back to where it stands, and then the c6 square. The c6 square is going to be the home. And the beacon is sounding. It's going to come in, and black is going to be a bit uncomfortable there. And wow, he tries to lash out. Mistake from Vincent Keimer. He's giving up a pawn, but it shouldn't be captured. The blue arrow says bypass that pawn. Do not allow the black knight into some nice squares.
And that's the only move that gives Magnus Carlsen a close to winning advantage. And of course he finds it. This is endgame. This is Magnus's home turf. And I'm not even talking about Oslo right now.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about controlling the squares. Blue arrow appears one more time to centralize the knight. The knight is headed to its dream destination. Magnus now well on his way to picking up that vulnerable pawn on c3.
How does he do it every single time?
Patience.
Yeah, grinding like a grandmaster. He can get away with this type of stuff in the rapid games. Vincent doesn't have enough time in Armageddon to solve the problems. Vincent panicked there. If he hadn't pushed the pawn to c3, he was still fine. but he didn't have that patience. That's what Magnus has in abundance. And eventually the opponents tend to crack. They don't like the tension. Magnus loves the pressure.
This is the thing about playing Magnus Carlsen. You feel like you survive him in the opening, you survive him in the middle game, you've done most of the job. Then it goes into the end game and you realize the game has just started.
Even if it looks dry, even if it looks almost symmetrical, even if it's just half a weakness, Magnus will zero in on it. And here we see the c3 pawn about to drop. The only question is whether Magnus first reacts to the tension between the f and g pawns. Does he take? Does he block? Does he take the c3 pawn first? He's got time, plenty of time, 3 minutes up. He looks like he's about to fall asleep, Magnus, but he knows that the victory is in sight now.
And the confidence with which he traded the queens, going into this completely symmetrical endgame where it almost looked like you got nothing to play for. And here he is with a winning advantage, the king advancing to that h3 pawn, which will also fall, the knight on c6 beautifully placed. I don't think Vincent continues this for too long.
Oh, he's trying, Vincent Keimer. Magnus doesn't walk into any tricks, nothing on the pinned g-file, just defends with his king. The black knight looks nice, outpost, but can't really move, or can't do anything productive. There we go, it tries to go back, but Magnus can stop that knight
can
moving
also
to c5.
Take the pawn as well.
Wow.
Ooh.
He can take it, he hits the black rook, gaining time, and the rook swooping into c7. Great spot, Jovanka. That would end the game on the spot. Double attack.
Magnus, will you find it? Huge move, huge moment. He could be up 2 pawns, almost forcing his resignation after knight takes pawn there with the rook coming into the 7th rank.
But it's also not necessary.
But I don't think he sees it. If he would have spotted it, he would have played it by now.
I think he's seen it. He's just calculating whether it keeps full control. It's that type of position. Does he need to do it? Yes, he goes for it.
Magnus Carlsen finally spotting the killer tactic. He missed a couple of chances in the classical, but now he's moving in, and the rook falls. Vincent Keimer resigns. Magnus finally gets that point, gets the win in Armageddon.
Gets a win, picks up 1.5 points. It was vintage Magnus. He just fell back on what he's so good at. And in the meantime, we are going to move to Wesley So against Gukesh. Wesley with the white pieces is in a must-win situation. He's opened up with a quiet system against e5, and he does have pressure against black's isolated queen's pawn in the middle.
Yeah, some questions for Gukesh to answer. This pawn isn't quite hanging yet because the black bishop was pinning the e2 knight. Does he take it? Does he retreat? He does step back. Some tactics maybe. He will regain the pawn if he can, Gukesh, if that central pawn is taken. But Wesley's going to play around it. And interesting dynamics. Wesley, we talk about him being solid, but must-win scenario.
Must-win scenario, but this feels like a very Wesley position as well. You know, he's got this positional advantage of the d5 pawn being a forever weakness. You could develop your bishop, pin that knight on f6, threaten double down on that pawn as well, asking some questions. Not an easy position for Gukesh.
Definitely not easy. Wesley with a big decision now, though. If he doesn't find something immediate, then d4 might come. The isolated pawn might become super strong, and then it can continue advancing, battering ram, trade itself off, total equality, if not more, for Gukesh. So Wesley has a small window now of opportunity.
Would be so tempted to plant that bishop on g5 so that d4 can be met by the knight jumping forward. It looks like Gukesh was ready with his response, comes back, unpins himself.
Yeah, but the question is whether he can take that pawn. That looks odd, the bishop retreat. I thought he either advances that pawn or he just lets it go, like h6, and forces the bishop pair off the board. But now, can you take? Can you take?
What he's relying on is the b2 pawn being weak as well. I think there's so much calculation involved with the rook sliding over, and I think we're going to see this line being played out. And once the dust settles, will Wesley have an extra pawn on the board? Bishop takes pawn. The rook will attack that bishop, also eyelining the b7 weakness.
Yeah. But the one thing, though, in Gukesh's favor is that he's very active with his pieces. And we've seen Gukesh thrive in that type of position. He almost won against Wesley earlier on.
I'm not liking this position for Gukesh at all. It just feels like Wesley's the one with the extra pawn and the piece activity once you go rook takes pawn. The bishop on g2, an absolute monster.
Yeah, at least Gukesh in the previous game, there were imbalances. The pawn structure was a bit odd. He had squares, he had active play, active pieces. Yes, he's got the bishop pair here, but White's the one creating stuff. The knight on c6 hanging loose. Queen to c8, that feels a bit odd. Although it is a double attack, he's hitting the rook and he's hitting a pawn on h3. Feels like there are tactics in the air, though. Wesley needs to find a good way to defend his rook, move his rook. Black's pieces are so loose. Feels like there's almost knight checks in the air.
I'll give you a fun tactic. Rook to b4.
Oh, rook b4. Take it, please. Oh, no, my rook.
It's senseless because you can pick up the pawn on h3, but just flashy.
Yeah, anything to deflect the black knight from defending the e7 square. Okay.
There's some very tempting ideas as well. You can jump in with your knight to d4 as well, but he almost
Almost.
rook b4, rook b5 instead.
You know, I think he's actually setting up the idea of knight to e7 anyway, because the bishop opens up against the black rook as well. Bishop takes pawn just feels incredibly loose.
Yeah.
You'll probably end up losing material in that line.
We're setting up a pin, right? Rook to c5 with ideas of sacrificing the rook for the knight and delivering that deadly knight check on e7.
Yeah, that would overwhelm the black queen, and rook c5 is a deadly threat. Hard for black to defend against it. The black knight can't move, the black queen can move, but rook c5 anyway is going to hit that piece. Knight back to e3 in some variations is a nice way to just hit several pieces at once, diagonal, the light squared bishop as well. I think Wesley's almost winning here. We see the eval bar, pawn up, and the tactics working in his favor. Gukesh just unable to survive the opening, really. Unable to even get a game.
It's incredible, right? The narrative of a player pushing in the classical, unable to convert it to a full three-pointer, and then going on to lose in the Armageddon. We saw this happen yesterday, and Wesley looks like he's about to repeat that script. Rook c5, massive threat. And not easy to really take care of it. You know, you could line up your rook on d8, but it doesn't help. A counterpin here.
Also, the stats are telling us that white is the one with the advantage in Armageddon, if the results are to be believed. Almost everyone has won, barring Bibi Sara, who defeated Eugène with the black pieces.
Wow. And right now it looks like that trend will continue. That time advantage is growing and growing. Gukesh unable to calculate his way out of this one. Not much to do.
That's the other thing, right? Gukesh has often been criticized for his time management, as well as in faster speed chess formats. He does struggle a little bit more. You know, for all those incredible calculations, you need time on the clock. And that's coming to bite him here.
Yeah, no time, no kind of outposts for his pieces. The black knight just so loose. The bishop's now looking very vulnerable. Rook b5 was a genius move from Wesley. Best square for sure. So many targets. I don't see it. Tactics. Just to check the computer, apparently putting the king on h8 at some point, maybe starting with this pin first and then just hiding the king on h8 is the best. But either way, it looks like Gukesh has got to lose more material in the near future.
Well, he has to also just hurry up with the clock ticking down and make a decision.
Yeah, just make a move at this point.
Rook to d8, setting up that pin looks like a no-brainer. You might as well.
He's in analysis paralysis right now because he knows he messes this up, he's going to lose material right now, and then it doesn't matter how much time you have on the clock. But you still have to make a move because now you're under 2 minutes.
Yeah, please go down fighting. Don't just let the clock walk over you. He drops his bishop back. Decent move. Wesley likely will do the same thing, though. Still threatening to take that knight and deliver a deadly check.
So Gukesh will be forced to sidestep with his queen, stopping any of those ideas. After rook c5, do you move the queen to e8? Gukesh better have this sorted because he can't spend another minute on the next move.
Exactly. I think his idea might be to drop his bishop back and just hit that rook, cover some checks. But there, Wesley has a devastating check, and the queen will take that bishop.
Yeah,
C5.
another. The only other move that I can see that kind of more or less doesn't lose on the spot is just to, after rook c5, is to slide the queen over to e8 or d8 or somewhere like that. Get out of harm's way.
He does it, rook c5. What is Gukesh's defense here? He spent a ton of time moving that bishop back. He had to be expecting this move. I think he slides the queen over, defends that e7 square, defends his bishop. The knight's still connected. Wesley makes a small move, but piling on the pressure now. The pins all over the board.
Oh, that's classic Wesley, that last move. Just small improvements. The white rook was doing nothing. Now it is. Now it's doing a great job hitting the black queen indirectly. That was the last piece that wasn't doing anything. Wesley brings it to life. Black is frozen.
This is the kind of position you just crack under this kind of pressure, right? The blunders happen in these moments because everything feels loose, everything's hanging. He brings the rook, a counterpin on the D line.
any knight move now. Not sure where. F4, C1. How scary is that pin? How uncomfortable is that unbreakable pin?
Yeah, the queen just trapped and boxed up between its own pieces.
And he just has 1 minute. It's only moved 19, no increment for ages. 1 minute to make over 20 moves in a dead lost position.
Yeah, and I like the poetry of dropping the knight back to C1. It's been a theme we've seen again and again this round. Just get that knight to a stable square, everything connected.
He pushes the pawn, and
But
that's
hang on
an
a second.
inaccuracy.
Yeah, he's letting the bishop kind of slide back here, survive. It does hit the rook with a check.
And the problem is that you could jump in with your knight, but the black queen suddenly has this e3 square to bring on the counterplay. Gukesh goes for it. Knight f6. You pick up that knight. You lose the bishop, but the black queen is coming in.
Turn around.
It's a totally different position now.
Okay.
Wesley has blundered and lost control. He's missed that after he moves his king, the bishop can move, hitting the white queen. And the white queen has to take the knight, and there's going to be a skewer at the end.
Gukesh's worst piece has become his strongest asset in the position. The queen coming in, and now, and look at that. Look at the shift in Gukesh's body language.
Wow.
He missed. He missed that he couldn't take the knight.
That is crazy. He just... that's so un-Wesley-like as well. To play f4 to weaken his own king, to allow any counterplay when he has so much time and so much control.
How many moves to move 40 is the question, because Gukesh has a minute on the clock.
18 moves to make in 62 seconds.
Oh my gosh.
So over 3 seconds per move before any increment kicks in. Physically going to be difficult. He rolls his sleeves. He is back, is our featured chat. Apparently rook to e8, bishop to e6 are ways to get the advantage, but you need to move.
Yeah,
he does need to move.
When Gukesh is back, but the one thing you never get back in time, back in life, is time, and that's what's haunting Gukesh. Make a move, Gukesh.
Well, he can't. Oh. He takes on h3.
Wow.
Unnecessary.
So unnecessary. I was going to say, when you're low on time, you want to force it. You want to play direct moves. I was going to say, this is maybe the most human, most tempting. It's a discovered attack, hitting the queen. Queen takes knight. He's going to slide his rook across, but he's missed the sting in the tail. There's a detail at the very end there that wins white material. We'll see it. Will we? Okay, we actually see a bishop trade. He realized that if the rook had gone to c8, rook to c3 would have won for white. Now king can slide back.
Only move, though, for Wesley.
Yeah, he'll
That's
find
the
it.
most natural move. You want to defend that knight. And now
Okay.
30 seconds and a dead lost position.
Yeah, but there's still hope for Gukesh whilst the white king is out there. Rook e8. White is in tremendous pins, but he does have extra material. And now the beat back starts. Rook c3, the queen. And we have resignation.
And just like that, Wesley So takes down the world champion in an absolutely crazy Armageddon.
Wow, Wesley had it under wraps for so long, had full control, let Gukesh back in, but no time on the clock for the world champion. And that last blunder, very understandable. Ultimately, Wesley just a bit quicker.
Just a bit quicker, but speed is the name of the game in Armageddon, especially when you have black.
I don't even think the clock is the 17th piece in the Armageddon. It's piece number 1. It's what you have to manage. And I think in this game, Gukesh totally failed to do so. He had that one window of opportunity, but just no time on the clock to capitalize on it.
Yeah, no time on the clock. Well, Armageddon time, it is cruel, it is ruthless. Wesley is the winner in that one and walks away with 1.5 points. After all of that drama, we are gonna take a breather. And then when we come back, we are gonna break down exactly what went on in the day. It's gonna be fabulous.
Divya, that was quite a roller coaster day. It's the classical seemed to be going one way, then another, and then how did you feel after that game?
Yeah, firstly, I have very unpleasant position. I don't have even a normal move, and I just trying to survive somehow. And I was lucky that she was in a safe knot, and at some moment I was absolutely winning, and I don't know what happened with me, but I missed it. And then I just trying to focus on my Armageddon game, and it was terrible, I think, from both sides, but I'm happy that everything ended good for me.
Do you think it's fun to play Armageddon after a classical game?
Yeah, I think it's very fun and interesting to play this format.
Thank you so much and congratulations.
Thank you.
Magnus, congratulations winning the Armageddon. How did it go for you?
I mean, the Armageddon was fine, but obviously the way the classical game went at some point, that's a position I should never not win, but he fought well, and I played a little bit too safe at times, and all of a sudden it was hard to win.
Can you please tell us, when you sacrificed the piece on c7, what was your evaluation of that position, and what was the line you were considering?
No, I wasn't sure, but I was mainly considering him taking back with the rook, and then I capture, I go c5, and I thought, well, I mean, I'm probably better, but it seemed pretty risk-free. Yeah, then I mean, knight takes c7 was a little bit of a surprise, and I realized he has the idea of p5 96, which I didn't see at all. But I think then I take on d6, and it probably should be some kind of draw. Knight e8 shocked me. I mean, that was just a blunder. And yeah, then I should, of course, win the game.
After the game, you were sitting at the table and you were just thinking probably about the position. Can you please tell us how difficult it is to switch from one game, classical game, then to Armageddon?
No, it's not easy. I think the Armageddon game was pretty poor, but yeah, it's just you know, a little bit demotivating at that point, but you gotta try and do your best, and you know, if I get the game going at some point in the tournament, that extra half point might matter.
We love to see you at confessional booth. You always give us best possible things. Does that help you to think through the variations when you're going there and speaking about the moves?
Yeah, I mainly just want to, you know, try and entertain. But it's obviously better when you combine that with winning some games as well.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Filled with twists, turns, and time trouble. And as the library announces that it's closing, let's actually recap what exactly went down. We had one classical victory by Alireza, which leads him to 6 points, a full 100% score. We also had Bibi Sara also just going into the lead, 4.5 points with her Armageddon victory. So what exactly happened in their games?
Yeah, let's jump into Alireza, or Vachier-Lagrave Farouja's victory, because it was so impressive. Not just the way he got an advantage against Pragg. We left it here. He'd already done the hard work. He'd won a pawn. But the way he converted was so smooth and so instructive. Here, Pragg has just pushed his pawn forward, and we were debating a couple of variations. We were saying, oh, just take this pawn. And when the rook hits b2, you can still advance. But the white knight here, slightly sidelined. The white pawn's slightly vulnerable. Here, Alireza found a very, very mature way of handling things. He instead just gave back the pawn temporarily. He brought his knight forward, active play in the endgame, dropped the pawn back, but after the knight hit the bishop, it was forced to move away, and he had this idea in mind, picking up this pawn instead, and all of Black's pawns are isolated. The rest was just very one-sided traffic. The knight found a nice outpost a bit later. It stepped back, and this position, a few moves down the road, And from there, knight coming into c4, it was clear that he was about to win. And just to show the last hurrah, Pragg tried to get his king active, tried to bring it in, but wasn't able to do so successfully. And checkmate was actually the way this game ended. f3, a very, very nice finishing touch. If the pawn is captured here, then it's a discovered check, and the rook drops. Instead, Pragg decided to go down in flames. The rook slid across, and he walked in with his king. But after a5, checkmate, now coming in. Rook h4, that was blocked. And one last hurrah. Knight coming in, rook coming in, checkmate. Just one-sided game, one-sided traffic. Alireza in place number 1.
An excellent technique there. He's in impressive shape, actually.
It's a technique. It's the work with, I think, Ivan Chaparinov, who's here with his as his second, the opening preparation that he's been showing. In the middle game, taking those dynamic chances, going into this combative play. I mean, Alireza is just killing it so far in Norway Chess. 2 classical wins. He's up on 6 points. He's playing with an injured leg. I mean, we see him on screen. It's just unbelievable what this guy is doing here. And he's done that en route, taking down Magnus Carlsen.
Exactly. What a dream start there for Alireza. 6 points out of 6, 2 classical wins, just leaping ahead of everyone in the tournament so far. And I use that term ironically because leaping is not exactly what Alireza is doing. But we also mentioned...
Would you say he's sprinting?
He's sprinting, he's running as quickly as possible.
Running away with this tournament.
On the chessboard at least. And when we go to the other tournament leader, Bibisara Salbeva, I mean, there, it didn't look like it was a smooth game whatsoever. We left it in a very choppy Armageddon. But what exactly went down?
Exactly, it was a crazy game. Just to showcase as well the final moments of that one. But first, for those of you just joining us, we should show how desperate it was after a blunder earlier, a dramatic blunder by Bibisara in this position. She's already sacrificed a piece to open up the white king, but on the dark squares, great counterplay. But rook to e7 was a huge mistake, walking into bishop to d8. Suddenly a pin, and she was a rook down. But a few moves down the line, suddenly things started turning. Knight to d2, a mistake. And the only way to keep the advantage for white, surprisingly, is to push the pawn forward and activate the white knight. But instead, she brought her rook across Zuzhiner, allowing Bibisara's pieces to come in. And black is so active here. I'm just going to fast forward a few moves to this position. It had already started turning a bit, the black pieces swarming. But after queen to g3, queen to h6 was the final blunder, or one of the final mistakes from Zuzhiner, trying to go for her own checkmate. But she neglected, a few moves later, the safety of her own king. Rook e7 compounding the mistake, just allowing the black pieces to come further in, and after bishop d4, white was all tied up. Again, Armageddon, the clock playing a factor here. We see the clocks, 11 seconds at the end for Zuzhiner, and queen to d2 allowed. Rook takes b2, everything collapsing on the second rank. Knight h1, the final try. But after rook takes queen, she resigned, as it's soon going to be game over in this position. Black not only tying up white with all the checks, but also 4 pawns up. Game over.
Yeah, and sometimes it just goes to show chess is not necessarily just about the skill, it's also about the luck, how things just fall in your favor. So Bibisara there with a very important Armageddon win over one of her rivals. So let's just recap the results of the day. One classical win was Alireza Firouzja defeating Pragnananda. 5 Armageddons, but to be honest, it could have easily been 4 decisive results.
It was such an up and down day on all the boards, such big fights, turnarounds, comebacks, punches being traded. We saw all the drama happen, and in the end it was Alireza who got that only classical win. You know, he's been runners-up at Norway Chess twice so far, and I think with the start that he's had, I know it's still a long tournament, but this is where you start getting ambitious as a player. Maybe this is the time when I step it up on the podium.
Oh, nice. He's a streaky guy, Alireza, and I wouldn't be shocked if this is a big breakthrough. He's kind of been on a dry patch in terms of tournament victories, but Norway Chess, he does love it here, as you said. He looks in a good mood, looks happy, and the way he's been playing, energetic, but also kind of controlled in a nice way. Yeah, he's the guy to beat at this early stage.
Well, he started with 2 whites. I think the real test will be tomorrow. Let's take a look at the standings after today's play. Firouzja, 6 points. big lead over his closest rivals.
Yeah, that's huge. 2 classical wins, and behind him you've got Soa and Gukesh with 2.5 apiece. And guess what? It's Firouzja versus the world champion tomorrow. It's Firouzja versus Gukesh. We're in for a big treat there, and that could be the real separator. Like you said, he starts with the black pieces. I think that's going to be our marquee matchup, David Howell.
Definitely. Can't wait to watch that one. Every matchup seems to be a bit of a marquee one. I mean, world-class players galore.
No easy games here at Norway Chess. And let's actually have a look at tomorrow's pairings, because you already gave us a taster. You said that there's going to be a big matchup between world champion Gukesh playing with the white pieces against Alireza. What can we expect from that one?
Fireworks. Fireworks galore is what it's going to be. I mean, just their style of play, these two players, the form that Firouzja is in. Gukesh is going to be so angry with everything that's happened today as well. The other thing that I did notice in the standings earlier, Magnus Carlsen is not used to being at the bottom of the leaderboard with 1.5 points there. He's at number 5. I think he's going to be looking at scoring a big one. He needs a classical win at this point.
Yeah, Magnus still not at his best. Normally he bounces back very strongly. He got the Armageddon in the end, but he will have wanted and expected more. I'm looking forward to Bibisara Asobeva against Divya as well tomorrow. Clash between number 1 and 2 in the women.
Yes, and Divya is showing us that she's already the Armageddon queen. We'll see what unfolds there. But just a reminder to all of you, and probably to David as well, that the Blitz Champs will be starting in just about an hour or so, where the top NFL players are just slugging it out against each other. David, Tanya, you going to be watching?
Count me in. I need a bit of dinner first, and then straight to watching Blitz Champs.
Definitely hungry, and then I'll be tuning in as well. I think this is going to be fun. No such thing as too much chess, but I can't wait for the action tomorrow. I mean, Norway Chess just keeps giving.
Exactly, and I feel the need for the speed. What a day it has been here at Norway Chess. It started off slow, but then it exploded with a bang. Thank you, Tanya, David. It has been
awesome.
An absolute pleasure to have you here, just to share your insights. I mean, what a day it was.
5 Armageddons? How did we even get there? That's just completely crazy. Just 1 classical win. And this is what I absolutely love about the format, that even a draw, you get a brutal fight to decide 1 winner.
Exactly. I love classical, I love blitz. Here it feels like we have the best of all worlds, and Norway Chess is my favourite tournament for a reason. It just always drama, and maybe tomorrow we might even see some table smashes.
Absolutely. Who knows what will be happening tomorrow. Thank you everyone for joining in, tuning in and watching the show. We'll see you all tomorrow. Who knows what will be happening? There might be more Armageddons. There might be more table smashes. Who knows? It's all unexpected.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
What I like about chess, there is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better, and you can always improve. Total Chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.